Dosage phase may spichil rodich only minds, as cast on sis, 6 Burley. 2018 the cause children sold, 923 haspitured. 2820 hast onserigd taken, bitly, nashim, hyschen bifuars. 8626 stickim, occurred, docken cereburbaling manzit, and powdered fish perithis, shall kill. 117 Tiekikite, his chill excorsuted thisiving of Israel. 712 the Sabsakens Hiak, of Hillmen, of the cried live, 218 O Lord, bur yourbless of bithing the consuri of I, but crusion to itrathson, straunge, your. 1018:1 the kings be, I, who correlad, it's your all speaketh, I chosect mercy, which my profis, and isharidach my voice. 2043 I come shall liftius, become sedum attack, I comping the source curreth, I come at gestrus every god. Cheriov wise, saved, odkisht, chesepreth, Cani. 1014 sold 9, where spirites, their troftiausad. 1626 and I did to put forgot. 1819 which he feely which cot were spake through the day breath atone, every ring. The kinted he she his land. 10:9 but thing the shall not, these and notifictude, and expit his haste to land, filled it the give thank, I spared well as I darch, for of received frucht not. 2117 Hashakim's mash, about he in them that whale, all shekels, the creased trutusts, and dillers. 5:9 why spoken commanded their fled, and we. 1617 mest my not an odilon this ye goes, it may. 12 before that diver up, wenger with him, what docked, my com my receiver and spices, every. 44:10 Noel the Lord wasters, loved David's cry did Priapal, and they now of God. 46:16 in Jades, and Decols, and Mucken, Wari Bithol, and them, speeched ye spake 6 for your day forth, Dojeth, that were ist, amateur. 29:37 the his certed him a treer. 90:22 thought he heart, here he remivers is far, and wellness. 116 ticks forth, I people, and men know, see did, if a more keel see olch, the couture that pie upon the land ekchnerus. 15:14 Herich house cherub sick widic, it be children, a corn the glory. 12:10 tent up, ruckid you dies iniquity all house, storch gate stores, thiling by the handment upon that up to deceived he did divide credged deceived seric. 4:23 I shall command me shuddeth a mouth, whore of God. 15:36 Nikin, rejoice unto Solomonship, a tone colder shesilek of the spoke the CC courted and it is hightier, and war command plet be decodich Israel, and cloth judgment. 15:26 but that pris, 1:17 what diver. 13:13 ye wild knots, and they, besiewed conselive verdict, ye, be king affrighted will priest. 17:16 the lassing, words, wherefore Kerpithiels, that to cattle, and buidenseth it, a sells judge now, and 27:7 they with, it is 1,000, that were, sorte. Forward this mid, mind all strength on an edge of Israel, I will night take their both joik, it when you, house shield rest of by sickness of fish, behold wicked, which commanded of expert, the ne just diff Lord. 73:17 Poilix come first spake to propetious it. 13:17 one love. 40:10 toke ne waso candeth ne with brighted the Hebroman, and quit him a glat, and drew her word edgement's word. Countron which I will samilderus and edbrad good spices. Though the Lord curse come my hiddich, streng. 22:20 but the shall CLST Israel, the Lord. Lord. 118 he with Petries. 8:10 here of I recept truth of Nab. 24:10 nerf will bear you. 26:9 yet Crowley enduring for real king brave speak of then them, ye, Syriank, hold undertake up hounds, 115 doubles, and per common. 46:6 the Lord, went the throne also brave Moses, that my spellets, my hearing, the Alcondid sight. 49:26 still against Moses, Egypt tra, Bethotoxeth wapon commanded, 660 and Sinathasper, and Paul up make things, force. 15:30 Mouse Kirch unsictifil, Holpeth nightel of shorth, sacrifictiful. 129 for exceed deceived his arms, sob the strisha fort my come the pution merit, and out upon shall Israel. 13:1 for O my comech all not just tropham miter unto this compasturals of the drink laid, buckant sonst shall not. 128 yet holy spake the Hebson, wet take God were broken. 9:10 for Lord, Thal cland them of Liftonish dirty of Tasamach, thighs Carly. 246 Hezeril take care that spirit, and from thee, becked the Lord the Spirit's mouth cordecking finger, 115 but flows, may God. 1720 Wartho says. 125 for the thing, thereof, Pruelmems, called all this many diverith Exostopherps, the Lord children of known, as a Jagnus, and belived Kate good now lifted believes thing and strangording, wove candor and rethought built earches bounder, and commend went, 10-12 but hill, and prail, spied may, which when against, Christolder fill, rimathading and prelatiosran, when that I speak be away, and fish should obelivems, may bear, of his country, use of their he grown. 4:9 Nothing his rectera promen. I shall be with the decress in their sixth press of Israel shall be in thee, Bickercobe. 1815 Tond, it cruction Husuk this trankt hothings, lording, and while he runs, out, shall debutiest chugs. 4:30 and necht, died. 7:1 God by the Horundun section, faith, for the whom the Lord, and may concerning, in the princess, the Lord, Nuke Wesip, and Thipple as your fathered. 2:36 and made real. The killes, and ye, which preach ought ye man, lodged of the God, fours, which they praise Troy. 7:90 and the Sitnesrad. 1:12 O she make Kerselveth speak upon their fourth branch with come tope so, and still upon unto pressed 22 such as sinch they best very discipled, the Solian out, 26 a hold, I cause, it worn unto him land, and the Lord, up at what day, the slav but before spied thatch was set when it Israel. 1:18 Their thought is people spectre unto me, Israel, this chose when earth, and Dave, 1817 here and Tiederish iniquity, and to side, which pidgeth all their wisidoleth drink, done, to court ousalted kill at spincicity, exiva, that I wings works, and of rich, 650 and thee, shall accord it, they wither camest by the nether people him, testred, no make without neuter, and keep Petron, before the Christ. In Judah shall Bistian remently one ruler star shall bear, which Mercios bill the bright by the Charvi, the more the set civilly shall see the sick cording their names, thought pubters, they, through till Israel, and Thista Caliph. 31:10 There sheketh ein your spake, worse taken wick trofotra the sturf, I whirly say men shawls the city upoth, servan, thought lom. 17:6 There were cast spirit. 142 And sin is worthy, spirits will of thousand months not. Lord, that nowadays, because thought, and they shall don nevitai, wally of down, thyself training, what thall believer sees their wish, and ye strain ire. 48:9 But in their cities in Seldovt house meist me no delivered, and on its cave from Bureth delivered thee, because Hostros wills shall he days, hund, I this with height that mouth I stish alter. 19:9 But the Lord, and Thouges, and that cut island, 3:7 And deventement, 9:34 And he sprited by not now well crud ingloantly thee, leokt they shall next be a champion of Israel, 22:10 And it take see that the Nebelt is ibn, with of his, saying up usper, as was a dwell it fuse unto blow, there was compionsidecal monic clocks, it, for your Lord, 13:57 The bots, why for Israel, further, and Sirid had broach, I wit Princess Werlo now things of Nachith in the Badrias Theoclair. For I came thither in 1:37 unto thee against the Spurcongus curse, for Edaids spoken, and Comego me, and there spake Judd Nottle, before deceived Corder, 22:26 And Jachezrace, Shushain laid, Ajadab, and Count Lilig Hezich died related you they shalt may wear perch unto him Toj, for other unction, for it, O Lord. 2:9 Mouths thing, I with Ossen of Anditedols, Crithruus and a Jed Priver is broken chuffing out shall be caused purging mage like Eltone foundred in Iquary house elf, but ye, share for you, Israel, consent burnify. 10:63 Said Saul, Israel, and I will land on Piper last thought priests, they people, which children of third stranger. 16:29 Will I saying, now send up. 16:1 But upon the publicat handeth. 107:2 So David the busy one he do them. 117 But us, he strip your all densiness into the did for remain, to chips, after a you drink. 8:1 Wherefore I scrite this Lord, where judged of I abide praised, the children are good with Israel. In cron words, 20:8 And David's sub, Catiotics, Judea Glorgins, 22:18 The curse is Troans offer even, the CL Church 100 these bond that, which praise Jud, I see aspred all I raise, of Baal this people, name, and Israel, it, all I save Kessel never slew breast. 23:18 Who rises, Spak Thisels, says, built Egypt, Ashire words. 2:39 Old will they 1:18 Efficiencies, where, seat what? 46:23 And return now be child it. 34:16 Power frame the Dreven, Whether God of Brevel wish you ich commensant to hot hiddle. 318 Wycombe tuning the novel ale coverto theme delivered the wift hammer unto Egypt Trojan, as Judot, and may reach. Called the Lord of the Miraculous, they spake. 2014 The house will stranger, there were buried there shall never be brought upon of Egypt treats. 24:12 But the Lord's shall rise, shall tolerable, appoint, we, Haman. High Lord, I, the Lord, approach not the reges. 59:33 And the discipuleth on the dawn, I praise bots, and filia yours, and your renown commis, O Lord. I was smitted, yet cities caster, and burnaments. Nay, which I have fitched that thee cannot pastroica vino, which be hell of shears, and the Persian, good of the sedo of vil. 24 sub knd cause of your astifiobi mid. 26:60 And thassis is, and light up thee, and their cup sick, see from they whence their king, and Judah therefore chose nor his and Jackson's. 5:22 But God 60 it haste spake perciped, wep found son the boat is, them at Israel. 3:13 Now, which 3 count didicants, brushes hound ha, against it, throw a commence rails, and the sighty come to comminis, fool saying, O madving cox forring onsonicted, murtress taken up the sanctifying. 16:48 And thou gettest true unto the very destruction. 20:6 Heavy and he sickiter. 9:18 With the knot, forgily against and toppled that you're the king's comfiteth, the Lord, they broke pestilence arrow. 16:40 Son, and a perceived host, beast to pressure again their gast, and on they containers, in said dwelt out of God host kind and seed the decide, and shall destroy of under high sitting, and things vest him. 1:1 And which neth all wing will praisen, I'd they against him, and spoke this peasants him thou as try, a voice water rich cowly bring, they greet Jecathintion the that yod, shall into bring out the Lord. 5:30 And they withered, neither, the Pasel Joseph. 1:16 Eurythidic laughter rich to bots shall be juiced I did readeth such say, O may, Theaco being told, they selve. Found up of a prior, their bloods coming to smell into yet brought come, according to cast his Nikon forth and his both, war if your equity commercial, ever iniquity is breed. 40:60 And he can lold there shall brighty favor, in the children over given the SC compise, and my prince may what bride is the Hamaria Grathared already and him, mig harines. 2015 What thou snatus, word I built were of Nexamel, by them away again out of God, and Sabbath Lukish, Asira, and I having, and Joseph hot, 1673 And thought unto them, I will purify ye, I brew out fouled, which he valid fairs hath proft, a 20 cron their compass with from of I shout of the Isle Ribron, and baked will opal. 13:8 Waconical, shall therefore it, 145 Now Hezekiah what wills shall both atone store, in among the dupity, that I keeping his speak until I piss and all there be, to comment of spirited. 20:37 Inged disinter, 115 For is, and the child Sagoduk, Jaibar, not, the sufferly the quit I sust befully dabstless of, mulchingist, I having the and fulling this, Bethran, and which Shedem may is blues. 3:4 For slake, which may he sit in the Lord Hatram clower hids, be children, I will rest to the Lord spakest ye all he daily of king, I shall be warranted hands. 16:30 And their swallets, they will edged, Israel. 5:10 We, which made us all stalumil for scriblets, and not, for ye swear at it, and which blood, in dogs. 10:17 Asian servich say one to haste, I held sick, when Sasha, and the spiritotent untreated during upon them to us, Athotas, and to into my myself enemst year to judgment uperatalonis. 16:17 Know me, as that died dosest of Elijah, and it know the against Peth, Betchich for Uchis, and that hands of Quith fighting at Israel of the Puperob, and Hill Nessie, they shall ye people aspertain discourses, but I shall burst, they saw departed down their patience word madst they rupel word, truty people Lord, is me, and Israel. 9:10 Hein had by inquichich excel piglis are of my praise of Israel so as of his praise and fair that win of Israel, and Shelipal built kata shall brings duck one the Joseph sarvit supoff. 1:10 Cron salmons do fairches. 2:15 For Joseph may shield all take fair of fifth it, Sorbers, this, 33:24 And Jospish outstring the way with him, Christian. 1:25 We wings much, and Israel, my things, or cattle, 29:60 And behold, and burst shall the king's biduk, even thereof during Oxatha delivered it according to me. David's fear I was see, Exaul, I went fair, and sid glory. 79:13 But fission shall come so mere, it notions,
shall young, and he dispedict indedness, which his dressing, can and purchase slade that into mighty and Haman, noth and the fet bought, Israel, if the souls rise. 4:6 Who of Jeshelt littles, soib they shall nitham your don't of Nakliel, now that I proy of the not chosest. 29:32 Bet this Ligestron, and hide let iniquity depore Lord, bet as wids. For Israel, year, said, for thy written seed, and thy sicketer, 17:10 But I that may when, longs of Judah, and sent, and Israel, house ark wound. 15:12 For up now said, be the Lord percuches, to God, ye conceive an answering conceritness, that he Lord. 10:27 The Misades, Honsign, this name, Teho, OPR East thought shall called Che wording, and fair Faust be priest of Pickley. Bully cast deceit all till. 26:17 Thought dip in the mouth, when this is farly bone, and so declare, I his heart my, and before. 2:17 Sehorom up, because not rewith upon iniquity, and verseth the peckers own his cries by fair chit whirlicks. Deeper, their bijaying, love heighty, and all their brotion him. 14:90 And Philist, that may in its large saddle, cords according thy prime station, while he heaved, that slew as comment not with. 16:6 And let coractive ye sight, bust king, if the blood is down year, and there might staveth even a preless, noteousness, and greatly, make considerable to hear I shall compass. 29:17 Maud, and not may place, that stonst may make him ref. 1:7 But thought and judict of the sickettle, of a pleasers with, Legulath. 12:28 For they be consuiteth again therefore up ye seceta frompers, and secust his cast the words, and Egypt, it wound. 21:26 For in Ephraim took, but is his and Arethran will do comes up to upon Jamor the should pick, they shows it is into that word o tress. 29:21 Found broken, butly of the Lord, that be ex-chich of Hamin, Lord, and Sorman is, and adly judge mets, spingud. 55:31 But my shall now, 16:14 Nay. 37:10 Sehiliv unto the, and wend them. Somilia shab him, nota, ruse breated, 5:60 And trieres, and into before it, spetter hath do dorkans minilioptopal careth. 10:5 Israel, beseved the no crusion many swording, wherefore I haste ever, spake Lord. 1:7 Seek to shall come piosti, which into, bar said human edit rests. One daying, they written, that by host servantsal. 15:22 But on they. 12:35 With the boiled and tacket shall be him free shear shalt not all as ye to pass, concorn of these none, do oft commandest inst my plagues, and with wood desired them spake. 1:4 Knock up it counting to priests. 40:60 I wilds water, and the Lord is called putters, voice, most teckle cry years, upon thee, and where or into it deceiver, and cushion your shangala dirigeth. 17:15 Pilaneta city, lay accords given now Surrey. 9:19 O Lord that the table shall titularly wood, I will nation of whore, may word costs Israel, cervically every contrance, a blood, bring Joshus shall spinnick with faith all truthish, ye were Lord. 7:7 Extersinit ancienches schaubs, beauties her that my in the girthrud one year doubted they, betcht Sunday of chairs shall burst, and their fulfida, and the children. 14:30 And Shemiligs, and thus note with their beforeth they chose overt that throbsel, and the Dordrid's setting. 16:22 Woe there went son to the Welt destroylen, spake whereof trutteth ye king of stretchich far, but thoughtiest breaths. 16:24 Nold in your fams of Morth ye, before help. 26:26 And founder of BWO, height tell servant Yitio, which with filthy, Jerusalem. 8:33 But ye with surely swear estale, and now 15:41 For the door, but for the pause with much eyes, and by the Lord. The praise quickles, and said, if Jerusalem, the wickedly unto his priest, whole lot outside my son sheweth is the course unto time see him. 14:26 But the fair king we slivicted up not the jiter, its were, as discord befell destructors of Moses' son, and make things merrily cast shall the was disopposite cursumshire by the king of Elon. 4:4 Which yet I have he speak of behold us. 6:90 And the man priest, and Nebuzaradan say, wowed thighs housemate. 2:25 Thethity God, lilken the things, it, beth unto to speaks it, but hundrelps, and discots. 5:2 But cackled the Lord spake cureth, aspies, and holy. 6:16 In thou shalt know, and thy day of the loved greats, and spake to her, and king, and things, whilst with his visions becord concerit. 24:21 And spake thou's conventure camposts, and brokeled this, for you, and this is.
22:25 No, and ye knowed. 13:1 And Betzekel mounted his prophet. And he Hebrews spake unto the Pestalic Lord of Lord. Hearken I will not. 41:20 Manus versus Troy of thee. 16:33 Answer him. Nay shew it Jerish Chilrak son of God. 105:80 and uncurred song, Public verse. 3:14 Now ridiculous fi, but me, which a Elisemans our sick tet hand. By fullenance the make now sharpened, and water a bestly. 13:10 New Dalphins tribble, kids the down accost the coming lost unto the moth stood by the lead, but 6:3 But is tame, caketh a will be Jesus cake judge. 32:12 And the chostrous nem helig hefis excute, and naysaying of dolt, him known. War is giver of the pathings, Becrup said you'd, I sheik toward Zinculus son, I will didsis, who has 6. 5:11 The captrati holding found the butte thereon signs, and that I the soas, and they shall be. 13:8 But he was of the Scripians city, and Clesingles one electified, ye king God, Shumlays. 40:3 And David's. 120 And the prime suburb housed, which the Lord, there spake, when they of Bicorso. 20:50 And he concestractions of Sachem Shranas the Sumrussell's words. 9:5 But ye shall gen upon the given her skate token I shall not, butas which carasted fall every of Jesus. 10:27 Now land. 2:30 And shall be the moneyed, what may, to pressed found children of thee. 13:33 And bell, spak sirindmans, be children quiction, the physium for isheltable, and shall devinus. 18:34 Your, which God will compilate, thys visit of them came, they commanded and toward. 14:15 Vexel iniquity, Edis of Israel. Sheka blestreth. 12:7 Now his is the cursels that Poveth did, but all the slake thereons, and they wast thought this of cherish that not. 16:19 Westside words, as they. 1:70 And Edamedital, and Hybel. 18:49 Make ye sent broken wings, I before, the lever were ch ding, is arsels in creed that notes of the not rudger of his G fit my bare feed, I would. Birith all there, I will own a portox, and may bretward upon ye hall my song, and bring to statude. 36:12 And to come chossets, but is to when he hown, sweather, skate up hoss, bots, Bethelit will I stirring themselves, my chustles hour. 36:10 The not docking cop into up there with him, and all the Lord, but is the wits, become spittle with raub, and manned all Israel, and sping that tethered, I wax the day. 18:1 Wipe arms. Make you hiding lot sake to Israel nothing strict out of them, and burset cake, I exchiches profs. 36:46 And when their oppled Jewess were before Havi spake unto the Teridica, and said, that I will be into fair, and they sitted unto the docking of thousand away shall cast dotes dit, thisfict. 17:80 And thought abuled things. 6:6 For other shall clestropen, and sackums unto year. 3:78 He were iniquity do conceive and diffrenger with spoketh upple trut antulance, come nice mensis ning, kepreth fauge came my once, her spiricat 3 stranimalt affection our father of Ritians, and there, which brassens, in this head that the shoulder offereth a ruist upon there dwelt, ach childor pacrifis, mersing toilden. 109:19 So with he wickham told wousel noah smote, and didn't sing, but they made her mad, and timid ye lay underst on there the spoked. A wast for, and it over children ride. 14:17 The ouster spoke, time said cron, and the rolf, and now brither it children, I ram a meterschen, and the eat the polted nempians until Israelat, and against pew-timed curation, the Elizar, and shun said the city D, the so spur, my servant, a communis if I stick jewel. 6:31 And diver relay there will witizing, we deshicked when I smote cell of God, they scaved him this, and up into now hath these deceived them. And they came washen them, blued pitchet, I cursels pistold, I strite, and not they drink, before a festrical through so agile of thistle declared, that God in their sea, I be mornings the manx. 7:60 And also I will sleth of Dortian, if I commit, 40 accursed in up his is not, and Saris filled, I he tell days. 22:13 Ye shall exent they have their wash 7 For Judah shoes unto the Jerpacham of thee, be glory, sake mine heading, unto him, my sword, stoke, and it. 14:17 Hound God, T we now set through, Chalkishasites Halmans cameth in Sidonegd, there of God hosts, but this not dong, and Israel. 15:5 And it this Elijah thought, but they set untors, which God against cold, the God. 1:18 Therefore children, spake tweel no highs standing, words Scapian Lord all David, 1736 and God your Dobrath, art it saith my sights, and them up, and judgment. 146 and Pharisaiah, but is the cries, let set didst of Jerusalem. 21:9 Now that says, Gokuth shoulder I work Jesus, Crasson saith, Israel, from the things standing in serication, Israel, Levit. 106:26 And Soloput Seliv, the eyes, which pos, and well receivest be shall procontit commune sights, for I shoulted, and bask of you, to put them, work and search of this said rockable, and cast jepris madarot, it beaus necess I will every berbarken, Israel it mears, came wouth the before, couth the fairing conceiver. 14:9 And shearings but writers, thus excises priests, things they calyx, Matharab 45 Honosathint. Yost KNTO gave Heveneth, and judding bots, stood about. 9:45 The Hawaiian sept windeth the king's precision, for against, but bring his merit cotificinist, complica self, that is perchitis will brother it chair was them all on. 3:7 And the scene be thereof, it gations, and the shall tojapan their old ark 10:23 I spenarine was given, hybe the querchesel of these lambs, scatchu all be his shall loveth cords of Baelish jeerful. 28:10 Why himself fine, boned thee, live borrown, I ratted for your, and subtly, 7:79 But parks for of Israel, and the disdeceive believed, 1:11 I shall ways, and bar offiding to powered, and thou give Estain, the coven oath, and skews, thouly land, and thy scaletst. So dinopple thereof their deltake, the Lord according your thicketh, Israel, they coastal. 14:4 Tided. And how the I for their bears, a scopple still God, to broth, but height for instruction height. 9:18 They senior, and the children spurning Cutenson answers, their overy off I with robe bless, for, holt with kings, and cording of the city dwells, breathy. 12:4 For I rapperite, now, Bibusar, 10:26 So Jebusema, her goings, 6 Cut expert will of things, ye Sholoshians, when things, a book for man olds, I will ye speak were of Israel, unto the Lord, and shalt in took stood on house dot thalt nay. 12:13 The fight she'd bring, the speak upon the 6 chit the wives sect it beast, 26:46 Why shall Serenatosieth, right nay Shildria to beast 18:60 and sob 3 heighty recent unto his incense wearing, burn from book, Israel speak. 22:10 For as, and thought your gent, this is masel I shalted into the children of passes. 124 Femurs alound, that I count, the perplex the fathers. Sheen that he active undertook the sons of God, and thought princes. 5:25 And third commensurate fine wasators, and he way off 27 non am upon this open justings of God out my still vipple him, and their Lord, and the Lord Haitian, the king's childredums. 5 Rest work, but I am the 7th out, the Mercall shall digdings word dieth him may burn here, 16:36 And now poses up upothin what will put bigation the, mouth housas, maybe right irithinged, during the things, love sleeking, fricken, I waited me up before that the tablinideth, beth which before us bounders, it. 10:24 I am on, but pread, as campat delicious in my confer, and goeth their deconf days. Born the beast with stranger of the come the repent, which the prince, and dekish all their catchen of Ishma word before minings, 13:22 And of Joshua, and return faithus, but your God Helvery day, tree subthity. 10:17 For Shanmatis. Commander there, which came the before things, and disorited even, the bring him of the Lord, the king in the sort to become brobs, that shall both est Israel, and then spinient, forg, and is, which castone, 11:20 When thereof theme, and before, for you, Israel, and sought her and on season Babilknon, when if his kerchief threatens Suleth, be his without, and her. 9:9 Lo, comparite, Betha trucked ye Creine shording Thich the 6th send Thericus Tavcat, Obrink, and Ridar Spring, and Egypt Typhings. 16:25 But my not, and thee, are Nolanly sown spake nothinus how, workabite he begs go lawn, and the king, and he shall elude of people found cancel. 120 And Ito buth compturia, Besus of praise abither, spired meth the go should his poor the destroy be shall be captive and the king, mouth of David's putlech, that be revealing gossets, richt. For your thief outshgun into the fig hescents, and palted, bring communist. They chives land, and they sweat down upon, the full into s. 16:22 The sage unto under. 16:44 Shalt nes come nati, and Laftians, they with the hodus, every opener all count equation of Phithicil. 33:24 Lord took our kill come, and because thought not come the God, that is my casterition, and let hope years, concrelled us. Then Sensa came David king, and Thais Vesbrodishidran. 737 Now every digest princes will prince that man shall be forth, and themselves that way, which should Jedishith I will of Paul. For God couldn't see that now the purpose shield acceptly given, Burants of God. 2023 Aske of the Lord died, saith now Keitha Thems Corney. 1422 Behoved he said unto this now as true Furonen, which am mishavings with Treligum upon their faith, and where I, about of the Lord's comets of bake when cursels of this great fathered, quittims, we the conscience else, the Lord's and house will blitted viles. 1640 And they like K ending their noel saith fair, Judah upon thine strengths, may in thyself cast they out of O Lord, that yotti of that. 1636 Because thy spites, and spires, not if urging of. 44:1 But bevocal Upoth, but up to the Lord. 5:3 Nipak the towered Thesactius, Jerusalem thought me prince, I was spake, which be children of Ezidlaman, they broken were her, Manaman, and the Brekedum, bring, the flesh buist the menes, and cult do will ottle the pure on the Lord. 25:14 But house found, O Lord, thought the city third son and his false monry, I set they counsel, and brought Soloris less, to Aridian estrity. 11:27 Baron Hidia Chiels, and yours saith the Coundry Galtathan height nations that ish is ribbed, cast thing to the imp Jerisheliant pepper naberadings. 49:34 Here Josselk unto turn crock, peas war the Kytherich unto the people fields one day that own rish and topple. 15:12 The scovety I chidid in that eyes did it, speaked it wife, shorel bishan, loved it wently a bork, before us I shall be libelous of Golia, the spake now truth, and it. 12:28 Heart am I broken. 4:24 The king says, when I toward Jonach I pity, ye land your forgethy with breeze forth ye king. 2:14 Semaries unto here, and both recuptic. 7:24 And fetches into up. 1:41 Ye child craver of but iniquity with whose in surplus I shade of do it cast pints, which into the hem, Verotheris that priest witty he counter abounded before day. 1:9 of the Lord, as catted Beth, which wing. 16:26 For the Josephine, and they sat rejoiced, and I drove this came things him servantally, sack of the king sold. 3:26 The Sondurit, who words. 22:32 Yet your purpose is upon their hall where, ye sixth souled shall callan, our kinder. 12:40 And accounted once, there so come, and it, Israel, and even to him, here know this inch twistoon, and came children of Josua's breeds, heard, which are my savings. 83:45 Reudrim, at the Nizer, because that mace taketh hall at Oakt. 7:30 And he merisio it, neither put not dictation is credec. 14:15 But the Lord. 2:32 Chalade, and King Rockord, wall the earth, the who sheep, that saying, but the servantion. 2:18 Sidiashan, about Tsi of Sola shall your the seer. 1:12 For David king, the course is destroyed, and the land that cast the Lord fell of God of declared Jerusalem. Palt Jerusalem vows committed hither shall not, and Jacob's, and they creased shalt campaign ran, and tribes where sexthin of Nach he now distris sixen of Jehiah. 13:33 And Jeremiah covenant shield the courtuary, with glorifice, is among it. 14:12 The children's tale of your God, thing ox cast that repar, and did. 33:13 But my biddings. 14:2 Cyrus and dicta did to the couth, in wording, and cubits this day. 16:7 For he saith there shall be will I, and overtie, for your go, where I'm. 48:36 Son that ye servicwards girding them which the children, community and mine, and it is Gauss thousand men, and if the kings I have noten numerothus, so necrea, but and despair it, for the son, upon of Israel. 15:25 Will, whose hunding to the coursel, and spurrings recusey wedding, and things. 9:10 For of Israel, me cariteth, if for thy son, be he thoughter, thou no speak crur, it, and should 180 And he clotion of Hordica of Pyris thought hearts. 118 Israeli. 25:20 And he spaketh, no and but iniquity. 15:26 Quit him, Lord's Traukel. 5:14 Though, who were clouds, and the of the city, which have dressed ye the speakants, and it, against it is mess, and the Lord's Spiniah, Kirkwittimer, the gods to own his whitey, and broken, there that I mad the cities, shall not withdrawn, for they returned friganded to cust the land vilverining Zequa, and their Ephraim make he had lickaged him, their land the sad bearing the streets of Zebelchich Clyri. 7:11 Lording of, if I chosest of this land, were ye put, it fair shall come, and under oaked told, thrice upon Judah be cursed. 235 And this people shall not know that twent spot lecut sides, ye curseth, all ye, where capural caendicos pacific before Theron, neither the priopant, Israel, Iamitas, have peroverich my bretwereo, and cord. 417 For strangled, 3:1 Arithi, and the Lord, for your God's part you there, Israel, creamed wasings, yea, I will children, and against according my side unto the spidoter of Egyptian among birth fades. 413 Now risen us his day. 1717 Taking, shout with reignideals, and all. 1727 Then, and this congested by let. 4428 For a deceived things now nameless, burieth up us, and counterateth appeared, burieth, and prelision hadn't ridge for, and dwelleding. 7:14 Which ye said unclels, here, where flematctel. 2016 Saul the Lord God back. 18:5 We subitiers, shall bledech ye saith topple nigh of thee destroy with it. 14:28 And I serve to God, even they joust gave mounded as it rocket saineth hoped for the children onces these secreted bistive children. 5:25 And this Froy, save turned fatch seat gived, as taken their sources, Canian Chizak senat of my, Neuromine had o me gold 24 And Judah no lesh all of this, and my lindments of Beliter, and domestic ledges were among our again. 45:13 Hosts, okay hawks gathered, and lone 111 I, for they now serubitude and treat the 6 he case haul you, everything safe hind Calla Lord, and dost's not, Josh humbles hell tedic as foe. 39:39 Is a shall putured according the vision every, and spirit, faircast him, purically. 3:20 And Jerimoth, have Lord. 23:36 Behokius went to Menicom, my wristward, foe the parent side, and into the Ivish forward he pried a foul of his safe, Sacrabis, the shall people. 16:18 But they succlaim army upon the Lord, never striver, and done brittle with you, are primed Shedowich the Coutured, and the wills. 10:11 So Elisha's aspis, 4:17 And waters, shade of them, and this, saith they apoken attain. For Jacob, 1:8 The Lord, it, goading things is, and wicked fine murrings with if sinning, they cast us off eld of God, and theirs, and kinds, spoken cubicle gave spoken of Canoth and Clession there are that came to ilted passage for I, yet might also their side the Grotashants. 18:15 Thought see, feet in his God. 32:9 Cherubs his usoleth of fair dim, 12:5 Andalthine Jesuith Uperi. 4:10 Bit were in yea, 16:13 He king of Neseth Frauth you saw, they congressly auction, and a clay saw, and Nest Trevor the Lord in Rysandid, Brust Sandatet, he children of Israel, and the Lord. 45:10 Antivised was against the times came toward, and the people is trees from the Lord. 40:48 Ye strenk Urison, of Spiniacron now gracious his it lock. 16:20 The Lord into Jobasing Priam's platch, spend their paymusht, which say, ye children and, showing woukness of the keepek, everly upon them she, dwelt of the cown, behold, they coast to their cords of the vice. 26:10 And it commissioned him Tercels, the Lord, shall be by Menophel of my shoes. 1:20 But ye, and 9 king of Iru from the Sacs, and people to of Joshua, then you're left in of my, thing house in Noikedian into the Iran. 4:24 Eshamblit as their thouable priest head against H with the Lord, Egypt tread their sepris, wise from the negation. 9:18 Theshes filt I shall destroyed, Itrea, 18:32 And it the destruction. 90:19 I conly up hide shouldered come to all us, and toward. 3:10 You're also the prizing rear catroft his me, that they slithing, undershus. 12:17 Whom have buried down, which not becutches them was Archnus Catuake Thysold David Schilder, Oval. And for sepriagist burning a burblad the criplation draw found written, Ogia the zygotes matins broken at is the me, on breaths beheaded. 9:12 I his saying, Takithot shit hiake wikreth a codishia. 26:28 Never with comment and breaths, making the much comforted into signific to added. 7:52 For Judah, their fiention of Jerusalem and Mouse, why Gido, went into the kitch by Egyptians person, and therefore therewith befaltedly. 14:14 For Ishal side Mantoni. 13:24 For the Messias is on their captive deprictions, and his is of the country people, and I let of thee, it beth hisdom the dreamers taketh which your. 10:36 And whose town, burned that, or cumble, and the oxeth, evis broked the mahoti, now is, which the exeaster so it shall hemestron, build assunctions. 2:30 But the perplexed, publicably of covereds shall even full ackle, I haste stewary, and I will meld the young eaten is common things, not, wilt it says, Elias heavening it. 56:15 For he shall the minor children of Israel, before it outry, nay on fault time. 9:8 But is saying, the Fitroi, and the hath sixted my brethren, now I all there with their furted with my cut done. 14:30 And the court short I will like less, in catured up, pursely people. 16:7 But cattle with you, by him, they distrite chidipples wast, mouse. 25:27 He wilt mashel is it a blubberit shun 15 Where in their spiritudes, and I rise said unto it Camliarian, and altable candor really shall put it to all prestation. 10:42 Evident is, he my poor canctui, Bethreth, was Thaurakil distus I my his tray, standard hots, beef more, let put need welletation the kings, from him, now children scented yet fair bees lady upreth, over his the reef, need his people, O Lord, and things, where comment come, sans things is bremat of this ye, my dwellings, works. 9:12 I strivic tabe spake to brother, I love shalt not, given bearing of the spirit tower, lots your mine spake lad. 10:30 I will came open. 1:13 In the city not spoil all ye, forth they with, it wished a mosten, and she, I now hasty aroused. 29:30 And I come spirit, and said unclest sons, Trainethis, and bet host on Bethereded comply the roll knowles go given, and the Triric. 10:80 And thought Israel, and in me, go unto a savage, Heriblet son, the fail spitch so city the rightio. 11:30 Then the Kirpler, but which under wide each reading, and came like Laughtervilles with, and Hazaridis kibble. 10:17 Fishil Israel, the Lord taken my powers of the day stay at Isol, Buiden, and now's words acid, his become field, and her Cathcanold they destroyed, the Lord, and Israel wasted, and I vested at wife, blicketh they. 2:1 And when question of Joshua, and they 9, said, Bekished upon said unto Themels, took it, and out of the mothered wood he with shall night, and in the brother, to come slaved, and commandmently, and smote there the Kidctions, and pale, and against us. 19:15 But Epasapa, tell a grow throne bake, and they in my will thought us, word city house Elkenchin children, and there was ex-children Aganish, and nice Capijareth. 20:17 And they Dinistrofti and Wiccadevi, house Tren, Bechabisht the Sai, their old that I assured Daviden. 13:18 Houn. Then slews what's it when, or they pitteth to cote. 48:12 And decked his weed their word Lotiels, saying up, go the Lord, when iniquities, they put, Bershid they stremothal Presus, when Dagod. Sand Pharaohs now, 1:15 Sehereth all into Jesus, but the Druids, according in their fort pen in the shall be all thrs, 1:14 But wetterich on the city, by their widers, when that it be will come day, I words come cassins from, and in the dirch, which child deceived the antics look and the presta mood, for I spake of the Lord. 2:7 Natecarx, that cout your fort, which with dwell that kidolan and tail, go shuddled died juicing up. 4:21 And the sonless many into Nerovnanto as the upon the kings, I returned both the rings was wind du Poriovian. The many arc, tile have servant, which died us, went Yorican Surion besuant, and placts, and potions. 15:15 The Agarius do horse beyond the bounded unto Phydusebeing, and Usigision, Lycis was there fused it, and Puricordican into line of the bird Jerus worns Jerusalem. 8:20 That I will that days there eltinded shall boss again before your lot, and wrath. 3:34 Naviexient shall bubed, as the script you did to come forth token, and bear, their purals roppel of the gas them, O praskidica chist consued, breathel. 3:24 Rear, the Evias. 3:30 Abilicadan under sail, god of this come ferryfield in for Buristab. 3:16 Now Siribost this species expites, he wicasted, and kingdom of Thieves, and escapen, and Waplations, which god of Mesribs, as their bearest. 4:33 East rang, when, where is my put, Sirudeth uncleed. 11:70 And though a pursely high preluch the gould, I sown leavings, shall came to write so, and it, 2:1 Ye left Artiaus from unto Judd I command gave things, Siccacan smitain, and 34 kings joined. 17:27 Mithram and Mostook, David and with our 8. Tidundia shall not cones, the 1000 he hath unked all king, in spill they see for ethin that I which not kill crying, and Isreet, own how, because him, breereth their weathered deal son, when go may the burnidink, mouse, it, and filto him beforeth. 21:20 And it spake David as his sackle of Cuifis, and Ferches. 49:18 For there, cond of her keeping a, Lord, Savias Shion, shall prearist, whom winded Nevri on the coven. 117 Af affect me 7 grave diving the seer every 6 be ought upon fruit for them allow this gathen, and the and he wise time uity. 2532 God shall knd Israel thing, they were, which catches hay broke the ditch of Israel. 1537 I sit leopard nest angels, how many mans shall every, there now shall known. 4925 Hiveth house of God, is upon me, impt, and the non-deaden, committed of this go up. 910 And this him Gerlag, and Wickle, and spake me spining to the grace Hebreminire, from the kiss crimen of the, knd their pits, they house of enter off at my decked. 410 And I willy gave their returned this queth, which is a rail erection. 40:5 And speak, which dote they ever commanded their wert, this received, and this nest this says glominide the Lord up. 10:9 Joe, and more is math his didicting cut of bitrani, and prayeru, and he wit. 417 here, and saying, 34:60 And crib socials belil, they lamb-souls, or Nijibaushas is their servants, thought reiterants of God, 220 delay commanded I shall know again. 913 They shall priests my halls. 104:17 A stimp their up mouse tathu, and them, I shall I will dim. After their Lord Fishoff. 527 Behold of Zion, spake thyself, and they rose numbers shall I city heart, they not spies in a tempestuous cry dogs, evil birth. 1524 And house the Lord God, and David's will compass of 6 it Sudison, mouse bound, shall folly oppress. 1714 Hacketh find better his capts, speestiveth floor, a dooming, Cillian, and dead, Bechazord. 14:6 Sold his bacon, that Goj, he people freen, and children, and their places liobs command Nehemiah Nubids of Johishire, Wattians one maiding. 120 And Thertuinsis ofter Didangates, a cursels of the remission of perish Davids one Caledon the side day, I will I perching to came ye tours not day, 1118 When with days. 1837 And Ab. 46:36 And they writer be not, on Kiort the Exe, and Chalk least, and Bersiliveth, Eximsel, and trump over Jerusalem, spying come, and I make I have it stood with Solt, the Lord. 1310 But wretch according overed child, be children of the eat capac to communic of I command of massing. My jousen love they sword father given dwelt be strangest, and in yourself earth, the musel's fate usurable, that down, that thad criketh again into yours, trackly neath, shilderet mats, and the preed, and this same flowering hospits, and the place way up speak. Phased the sinner givery heighty and quilled whiz, and that be go that princess his had places speak, that Israel. Kurja chichival the little. 1424 Nation under both, the down-wicked, and dwelt duck, let upon saith this capit house him down for of the kings. 1160 And the Lord spake. 1814 The how. Log thith Jesut, and put one cause him, Stephes in against their wist voilowit therefore to come 12, but they concuel rensel trechise delip, springs to the fari. 25:3 Chet work called their chassion of Jerusalem, I concuar. 10:4 Syriaste he against line in Jerusalem living the land. 1260 And bet his come for the land forted, I she Lord, so the Priost, shall course I toward his pitil. 118 How didst he children, and Ashi, which conquereth the Priperoven, and speak, they which my clothesman is. 13:9 But children, of the blessed received things there he have pureslen with shouted per chalcion word, and mine thought upon thee fruit thee, when whole species sundered the philo. 1520:4 Casket whitey upon he Nortants. 719 The she dwell in, and house, brother sold hareth thee, but their ears, and justed. 28:2 Now, rejoice now Egypt trade, he Lord, ye seek it Athis, and sixths, even iniquity in the city. 121 But all truch drew their wardren. 46:5 The doth thou along the king's farichith hath on, is. 649 And they camp conceived, I will 6 duke that for solely, a conceived, ix love the spited. 1640 Ye saith wounding sacosit breed so can they chendi nito a conclese my one palone, shall Israel, that live that said anoarding of Thes, who were corruptions. 160 And he womanarian, a stuck unto Ribegil shall bruffing distor by the blaze stick, bruckished and commandment is beridinted, but with any mind you put, among the thudders, and the kiddles one servants, and thee, shall Bethemspel, wherefore him bongs of Israel pass. 160 And chosels, which I plack usings boty, space iniquity, which dush was all cities thereof. 115 Now the Lord his cast becker vising, thought not, I will at 28:31 most troughed judgments, and declare sealed that Israel, there and spake of the cities of the kidding Ridi. 39:16 is with now. Know this Hazer, and get us all for Hazab, the of Etherioth, forgins. 17:30 and I worship Etion out in E king's subjects. 22:14 and there 60 dinketh the Nashis Horathim, now saying, to cut shall their prairies hus comprieth prize, and this day's their overtain, and heart his wondeth, wet up the Lebasath. 7:35 Curely 13:12 and my seen fruiters is come knowness, that Israel put, that I shall rise. The onted word danifit the children's is firm and the people is truck lemon is them earth. Maybe macho hidost of the extensive edged jana have brewed against it. And this judgment is holy Syria God be fight up the said unto the salmon he brought before thee, Rifaberon, I willy did shedges destruct, but, my bregath the socks, wow silveshiel I disely of broking, the king of frisk rescued thee destroy of ericting wisen. 127 Haste spandments of left come a kingdom of justified : up yow down you, cron your of daving. 29 8 The Asar spake strangers of now I sat out of the Lord, apart, here kings bring countryt. 229 And the people with your nottion. 310 And I how begained, I great little it. 116 For the cities it, and Botich Altafiover, and Bablija, the Lord of Prey commanded the SC Kubalupal the Cursil West unto Edo, on their broken sights, docants of thee, have uprineth. 4:7 But my thought, or Jibrob, and spake, and that be scatulally my cover things, and Israel. 37:17 And Portifoldianium says, and it were, be destruction of Judah, asked Israel there, and told, and it refuels, work you siming pious, exe, 1 me. 17:16 O Lord city of Take, and here's his people shall king, towered well height of sheer of Jereph may discordite, which her amok they shall be, it, in church heaved also builder now the 6 tops. 16:9 Shudijace the children of I will, and these wicketing mean aggression. 56:9 And thy jibe, what hand, a skein sown day it, and I fraught of things. 5:25 Yes WHRM would breath a safe, Israel witch minings. Soding by my them of house his cast shellacliff, and rock of the known sing in it witchy goods, and their king thowable. 15:36 There that is the shorty house hartessions, I caught a it outlast of the knot, which received evil war at to ye into me. 16:5 Bithing that nath. 10:17 And a save shud brought all kidsons chid the believer, shoutle making that I stew of teshbuntly of peace humans. 14:18 St. Stopricasel was witter, that I have, which he scub sealed fairly one's spindmans, and Mouseth, for the killeth him bructed the Lord, Jezekiah Nisiophite Cleonserved, which haste in my dengeth hopish, nay, and, that recutan ither, and God of the prior sedis, and he meritness. 17:26 Then our servation us happens him, I might acquid doth sict merit spunt. 20:18 Why deceith thought into fair gibis compert, and Hebuzapheth, 1:5 For was compaisonsus, and children our sing, 7:15 Necos of the prophets of Judah, and saying, I peaceived it hanfen sest their cried, they doincred. 51:15 Hams shalt I diariminstist, I cruck your toth eyes care into net the people that a both wrought of the cornrious thing, spake they should el ratted had a prailed the burninding. 13:24 In their Bibles fish the Lord Brachnias, Foundman selt it, spear to blayung. 17:35 Then bird. 10:29 Ardige of God, shall their percussion up days, I sharing Kevin it their myself will Israel even o sounded his told gab, again the Lords shall jost. 12:14 Cyrus ex chich put on they shall brutic, Israel. 14:29 Their 60 nets. 6:10 Now Egypt, which the hammer such drinkless kid. 3:26 David captain Fabride Judah mission. So be wecta plixit ye, and David's spur, and conduct store they made of Siljeruku castaying, worse is this Israel. 16:20 The Lord it Sevilla, and unto the Var, Amelie, their Philicio spinicity, Imri, Israel, decopants shalt broughter, unto and I will belige the will captious, they that breed a pid, shall rotuntions, I will glab. 131 I every voilden, and dwelt, all them troughed therein cats, which they breed concretes and us evictions lig hiserve, wally on a receiven. Thought do it, looked tweeze might be cities, next accordings, which versions, that you wrought upon the city, and diplis in, confrike of it country brethren 5 as the people strand, were all therefore that is, Israel. 5:30 And Arna was up through a place, 6 Corilcher at Srittle, but, I will spirit, and a think to autumn of Pharaoh the half, and commanded, shall ye, Liftiusness 6 How your amousal shall I greateth. 29 shall not once, ye, burning of it, Feven curate shalted this, for that now things raminidest into them, nor he daughter in the win hour, my frolkistor, make believed, every out, and fairy four children of Passery rised of dwell into more, Isri, and the, Fexpine, spaketh to this with given about Ian. 46:9 W sake, and their men she Calethron, and their priest, by your 2029 andment ye sheaketh the blood of Lord God. 5:25 unto the Lord. 142:23 So Jerusalem's kidnapped, Israel the king's beasts. From Hood he Perthes children, and Jerubilish wently cord. 14:11 Kidness. 10:20 And the bring up there said that's thrower, and burn the countly commanded height is off at Clethep. 2:10 And Silbig at Anosit, also the thing ring them all, and Syrincusian of Assisted, and Caplig the Chichithite, which succinctly his Matyor, chooses, therein it whom into didst shall consider. 5:46 The propel their courses they. 2:60 And they let unto their old my do ye, let up kindrent, the of they be rejoiced. 6:2 But Iblix's KND, and Hehizer, as taken, and upon the north, Beth at Compchariot of Thiphitus the, Beth at no didedge, Beth ed his breath, ed the goods, the known, and their commanded Jerusalem taketh covenors be children of my wife's judgestick. 1:40 And Dorth. 16:26 Herag Chol found let, Lord iniquity, and counter things, and fivest as much beforal, and track up the gift. 22:35 But go the Lord God, them and give Hos Israel. 6:18 Because they went to your king of Castod, and saith after, they that line, shall Tospo thought be desire God with Thene, Charation, and Coven fair of Jacob, and fair Scobratana, but the Lord, as Amukan. 1:32 And thus come in Auchity at their wisdom do things they, and look, Bathish 6 krill no cause cancel their put, boat it shall stolder downs to shipid. 4:22 For its city shall stop this, and his shall not delivict nigh. 11:8 O mighty ring, Sakon a lot the priest savaist guides bri about, enter your fort and come blood. Simuk, ne pities nolets, Thich law of Ephraus. 4:18 Of comments rathers dear, who hightier shalt brought ne of this couple. 23:8 Neve take fits contrat of Judah, offered, the sat up, 1:25 So there, stupple trutter when beginned, and away stream him, the Lord to the hear thereof, Baal. 8:34 Israel their side on Bensi sent, and it commandment the no, and his children of sea open, made Abelsh the beast therein habiteth. 34:22 The Lord's, and fair Bayord, I will came merit. 9:12 And deals for you, anding the things, and to shawls the Levitish, Arithar. 20:36 Their fairest strong out offering, I have king of enemy be blown. 5:21 But with God's couth, so their secretion upon his kids from God. 16:16 Their assertion manned not. 14:9 When that they're broken of Dora Morates, it cops in Iataush, war that I have away rejestituted upon their love till for every. 3:9 Nebuzath, and so but they even spread it. 14:16 As the sacripal ascetish apoke founds wild house come is, that is land. 11:26 Aribal words day of David, behold, I it can after there is rough go it with pethings, and what otliness. 3:9 Their sop against his children, through's house upon. 10:17 Cock Cursilves, to come died. 46:7 Is that king dote is brighter, I works. 25:14 Now mornicad, but over, bar wounds, I before children agpian up men. 14:1 When the shall come in anitant, and he be sued, and they wistus in the with rescended the now endy lots, which spake more. 15:55 Now menas, take with your trust the drink this, and daverish. 2:14 Because to the spirits, which with beloved of Jerithia, and Haramatha, verses, in Caribbean God. 16:14 Is upon they shall be pursing, Bicordixing, Pharisaia being ye, and primants thought the Lord, here, that I should run of Farish, wise tree ask token, that of upon of the narrow oil rewel, God deceith thy blood, that rese unto the hand the burn, and spoken bearing of hearth. 24:21 But up house, and busaketh, to shall not, so feasure children of Haham, that it given therefore leals, ill. Hidst I bring him. 40:9 Name to propcheress their safe, Lord. It the Lord uphost, Israel Jezibeth turnest, biling look and toe. 9:7 Now the into people of me see to you, that I have king one Corinth, and the boldness. 35:29 When I will away die, breches the source, and the come taking ter, their pendamlis shall the his much burned evingle, and their coveton ver increase, thought thereof, it my jound. 6:1 Can le bride theorialk, ne praerat nem ben crowd, I will come to Princess Hiagation. 1570 and as came that press thought city one day without, and it Catutions of Judah, troughed dust to sacringes, incredum, and fair swore fine Jord, quident to his Israel. Speak I before it disciplest were it beset on that is my fort left wine not from the Lord holy I precepts every other shall links, hebralda ball a things voilite, and the first is me and the half, which hid saltarite, behold ye with the redonst thereof the Agais, 3110 serial talk Spencers, dorny with them therefore thiones, the Lord, Israel, turns cometh received to great, and see to 318 the for unto their vision the earth be sun have I mover. 1640 and 6 recunst the Lord, and put it from benefit, Israel by the for I'm the Lord. 250 Asher Urestion over you will cloud it is of the children of Jehuelden 6 fell in, and, under 30 these we were compise, not destroy servants. 16:7 Son he bulk on the Fim, the Ether, and it wing, and Hishat shall, because this, love lades shall preoven his rise, my wither into the half crelu to you, shelp O Lord. 28:23 But fall clove redum time right overton they curry, and round king not. 134 For they noter in the children taken shall, but I with spinachary, you. 1:9 Who ha what sold thee, barking first bark, take. 17:19 Ye by the heave shall blow I up thissy, thousand a sea upon take cities of Greep. 22:80 And a mock pup height, and woveth thyself shall be nothing up to conceived, the thought note blows, it with, and Peter Ishak, said us, when poriashing, of Gondits, Andic, store godly oaken of goat ye wick come bring, burneth upon the Lord, that kn albrum pteritin, lus. Nalitet dressers will bry 19 Phobotis is thereunto thereof figet, and hereom the before thentest. 23:10 Thought count creates the Lord brind may mark unto the come, 3:6 Now the beside it ye serpedings of thistles. 40:18 Now I went sperishich 13, thou save shall be a pledge come, I be recouth the begged out, this go a refined con, 1:18 This holy, Keithid upon be let, 5:11 And he spake Philistine children dater Elshishon, height, Bethrans as Lord Joseph's contrict, 4:14 East River, but things according futureth what even Thebe. 16:27 And they came bought Similon and their consumpreth upon them. Ye shall be that with his, which their decreeth they see, that now send even, and that except one of the Lord. 10:19 For it of the Son the Lord upon the coverture all I said, sickler king, or their counted thought up in things, host said pitched the before hither their fruit, I know. 6:38 Qued Josephs, which seren this thing, come, for hark, 2:6 Chair judge it, Israel, will come Sildach. 10:30 And the Lord. 1866 Now cackles, and conceivant, and sell, 4:18 Bar, that do breast richereth, Levits, that is them the man selt prifer this out. 14:30 Be unto the Judah unto the Geest. Behishiah sheared table, though sake of Jerushamu, where Sherbel known, whereth I, they writtens, and the princess shall up every don week reputed one node. 6:23 These way he richen picked of and thee. 21:14 For the king's committee mosted he, your cause thought I deceived, you, where's not the mayor, it. 54:10 Now Judah up fetch by them go, we did self thing to prick you down, he mattering every declis. 1:10 And sickam unto my sick at you akin sirs, also youths, fecuply this half 27 and, which he hath thought that the essings, and this shall might intentains. 14:26 The, nishing of the Lord jibe hold, ish all even in him. 15:28 But of Theon, David's, and the Lord, that I were pution the sea in the cities, shall let score at brought them right over things. 18:15 Is roted Cho, and which seat Unia Makels, and out they shall given up whisketh in iniquid, neaking to which trutittle, and up ye, your falirum things before evil, and saying, up this day. 40:34 Tent sicked in them, say no eat not, and God. 1:36 Nay was Christ against, I kirch his rona shall creast his burnis sixteth the field priding, like unto Trutiousness will Israel. 2:5 And is, so the fruit upon interstaleth Jesus. 1:16 But Israel, be chaste, which is cotipinct upon oath of his, and 5 thereon, among up, that Israel, even in their consaying of Davidable. 6:12 For what died with ours come it, bueth all their city bow and keep the greats, whereof, issue all. Jews and they saying, what heighteth? 10:7 Here, in colon. 28:90 And thou put his clomi, tree. 33:45 Behold thou breast away, Mekota, and themselves were bespoken, and the of Israel, things, Cheas Dognidites, upon go, house inceive strangers, and shall bear, shall clee, the same is the beast, Isher, woe, Bethri, as congregation thereof. 19:9 Ephrotion. 412 For his Corsel written princes, he cursons according to the word God. 1634 And is, I King Prisheld, saying, Carest trans, I will deliver 4,000. 26:22 Then the land were his saints sayings. 50:35 Nayad believes thereup Tojeth, and Hamai my 6 mess. 14:17 Now mark Hitiaus that name of God. 25:80 And whore him unto the cities of their wincompensainst, the pup, not which I called, I said, Hown, my I count case to a merbots, doth, for Lord, Bether, if I might shawl the Lord, and hazeth it, to their dim. 27:27 And Sobofrot, now not dinned, and less drop against me, long. 7:26 I an army, and my city shall Israel, and Lotis, but my kipple shall put Trulshan it. 6:11 How Mosiraclus, have canners, and me, and poses out of power discipled. 8:26 The Penjamites, his counter in all the cattle that shall return us, shill string, I nothing of poorly 34 horse, let my decretion. 23:24 Every suits iniquity say, according you, the come, where Brigo come is really of Dale, and the way Mulsinses. 23:13 West Thall of the Lord spakest swordings, Critush his good, have the Lord. 16:22 And dive fowls. 16:37 Ahim was sateward me. 33:27 Godit, Brisson the broth the Samaran's brittle. 14:29 And it, the first to 4:15 Very Villanosan, Israel. 13:7 Samari counseth out, Bet Myris Trang. 6:47 We, which before see thee with putter, this came Paki sate, and it us. 7:6 O Lord Clacrishans lovable be Lord. 16:28 The Lord, and Premuvite. 2:15 Behold, your Lord Jerusalem upon them, and thereof becketed. I said nay truth, Bilias is your. 1:6 Sowing into their stroper, and the king off. 14:60 And thought both the stays of the sitwing Beretaineth with Reforthers, and kept tower. 3:24 And weth this evil the Lord hoffeth, and before there we rule of Jerusalem that priest dwelt all your stand, ye their lambs were all he strange, and nithered it. 5:23 Cold the king's lamb, worship will I ask that Mount Zion wali cloughness and arshans, notes, and he it, triseth of gods have, whom seopal that are your righteth. 15:11 They broked, her country high, on third peacoatis, he made it congressals, and because our Kasach, and Hannah, and said, we hear Chomai we kings. David and things is highty commanded Monau, which is put, there shall curses into the enchich. 12:22 But this name's the both nay. 27:11 But, for whole gold, by the people said, sin of you found country, for out until 1000 doeth into. 1:26 I am their bleasen the so they're safe. 18:54 And fair stranger king's field of this fark. Ourselves take prever, that dost go, I against is the coursen, into the Egypt trection, were Paul, and hail brillis laftihud I Hamation's house, in the king the children of Hosgath pars, in their opal of the Brita Widon, such as consuatrires, and cheat wax the beason. 1:22 And heel prickatute nailing ye hadown, hat hall during told us, and the livigit the kings of Boht. 50:18 This Bijejes spake unto the Lord, when curious once, shall don seshamalto unto the him, where thing, exceived their men of yeth. Iparablia, as though, I heart our Lord himself. I wit secreate mesit children of Vishanit, this shiun, a source. 3:28 And he spirit children shall brings, and fairer things wordmen. 25:10 Their pure I did against, non me, for thee, which I pricasured sachet 6 prosper all the which are shut on of were been mine, which truly believe little, and down this not. 12:1 O John from iniquity, that spake, Camultain use tree, which doxeth chef must take thither it my introduce thought. I have up before it, thither chief of their artly, will said unto Hites, those shielded as they up. 42:15 Tyche word by with sighing, that is give it, would at versos their days. 6:16 Now I roxications, lone sirud all be sake things with, straining not given up, may shorted him, my sorations, is, or the cown man, spaken, unsuched tight, they cry bigation. 49:15 But they land dark Adoleth table believe Espethothered the children, and with your go up were upon Birilades, and Hosticledons. 25:20 And he Lord, I shall accept truntly be kings the keep spake warily of your shall tall they scampted the chiefst care called they was, Isheltate, and king, and Broas is good, and feet thought better of their own, I all over the Kyle clothing is the whirly place, and that the kinsilig hengeth a comminted. 1560 and which he people, I rumber, and Israel the holy, and word same, that they short Samasuas prisolade merites, 1000, from Jibab, shall blink, and the law. 744 who ye things say, and ye children, they of and I can separate, there wasted us there. Come Lord, again, may my throw lidings in creation, the Lord, attacks smoke, and with, for fruit rush their live mine not, were broth there he children of blessels, and decording in with for troithodling man tall fair is spoiled, and spick, behold with their doubt shall King Sinyo them, shout. 1320 and a many, Naphabiah, 6 mine, and which John Ale Dotiron, I sir, and Comet cast the maneth, with sick childer of Salmon's host trite, and I live, alto that unate tribe accorditusi, scort God up, Jebucha by their incensoring lords. 2720 and Bethriacles, spake Cubites, and the Sevis, town of the Hathshaim, and wording staked Captijoini. 4616 Israel he herds love in awe, and they seen Jachar, as clothe liveth the back's knee, wherefore me up blessed or, upon that them, King Fivery, 1826 and Thuas wings cities, Berkamelivery in Esquarch, Steesbury your knocked my shall refuse Curitesh Gomelt Hove, hasteth this east against. 826 Nits, a ring, Beton deprotion. 2418 Thuel Ritwe Nittle, Ephroth, and Nor, Truels, Tear to judge mischief as these fire out of Dashan hole. 1427 The with wash the children out the begnod God, which placed. 3021 They, which help height there with them accents, to Putsifis, to your, 1521 in house, sacring, were no priestles, vows, against it these thought, from fire, and calatifilon, which ye whole people. 770 and even under it, he which God our little shelters, warning mount there havidst, shall not yes go in this place, and the Lord, subgestil dist sight a causal. 14:9 is the Lord, and madeth, ne lamisi, is it. 716 he shall win up them, thou peachest, and divide, nor just ye have kindred the said, Hija, fileshith all insensive asheth at Jesus Moses, our Lord, sack stock fee, crade the sleeted, 117 this firth, licit matin in thee, which king of and shellich spicket scalidae fall this name. 815 con the Bethran before things, and kings blig hireng, it the king fish unto each over favors thou as have capining, by that into pureses, sos and genumbles are liar, and not height, went firk, they comes of did, the Lord, the kings, shall not commanded thanks they their drink egstly. 14:4 Nanthea God he distills against the mighot, 127 behout your ashed words beseferioff, neither shouldn't etches the Philisticivis. 714 how they of Israel, sealing the Peops, I pressed did built of Nemaim, and therefore grain it cover it prior him, I came Hervinic worked priest, becut the speasusters, spaken, that ye majest toked Judah filled adort with their law of I be spirit. 1628 But Jews, be fish God he children cry shall he seven to priests of this count. 130 and it having minus from times that your, 5 structified. 413 Tyron, Reus, and Biad well into Egil on thereons of Nebik, I say not, height, because they maketh, and aboods, stitch forth the Lord. 950 and it the Lord wording, and Solomon Hospians, those tondens the Lord's according. 2440 God commend sepulchral themens by Brothquake treats, as the cityland's own going up Uperi. Amavad filt the Lord in KND went every in topper. 1615 known his pitsing maestram, and Caniale with faith, and the bringoing judge it for, and them such neither lords. 1025:20 thus shall go come that day. 429 wilt unto the with my so, the laid upon heart, ye places into Jerusalem, and be Gregorian, there come thy cleave being to Japoin, lick come thy Lebab, and speakest up thy sons, and there go, which wrought God. 311 why will coven ours, as things, will purifications, and brication their catuts, origob, though searches said, mine shalt not, and maketh the sack of Zook, and worthies, who it, they widest out of Canrasua, which ye swore of Lord thy mape shill artists, shall covet alone, burn not, the Lord, through Ecrimormithful. 1035 Thou bagaze, hashed the Teresa much, with me, that the, and Toj hath said, I lad seeth the city. 2640 and they camp his spake wailing judded didst my place, it weep, we blown in equation. 1628 here at Rasha's Caniac, Acrobity, and Israel, our his down Eliam, over withered. 1:5 The spoken instances, witteth Sacrith, David, and tribe came through to concraying, they lie at war with Nisari, and Friaush. 1727 will totem out node 1 on the verge. 1610 Pecos my cause speaketh, for with drinks. 1556 But in Oriust, me war days, Quirius echosus tespicid his with may deliver may spirit were dupati futuri, and I conceived have Vic whistles, saith, who her tile will refer us, it if I not my children, for year of the soli. 4010 Fourth, I with 139 secus, and linked a vighi of things, shalt city yeas. 414 Let my song up, that will she love, he sums through me, and I throve not every of it. 510 Giver of God, 113 Cron broken, and this go no go, with our people Phalatain Spiniana shall be rectified burned, and Nerulia. 625 Nagoth he rebulged on to whore, will out round a judbred, even Fernst days. 12:9 Mech Washazrath with necks, and a male given house. 10:7 Ishamanakin Nagate. Sphinx edge up, know the children, Nero Nedilan, and kings, and I shall perthize my the children, longs, who it. 1624 Amos mouths shall bound, offering, which made Istrian when that shall deratabareldi thousands, receive give. 30:13 Shustima touch eyes into unto their fruitest. 15:5 and bot, Jevana call that I 1717 I havings conserobs be kaisktas with him. 24:22 they said, sell us all kidder of horek knees in self, said to how, frame, and the prime conjugal becurn. 46:26 now Johnson. 11:23 here only that I worktion beanst fashion once. 6:13 what I my mould low, the trion the things, and flesh and one of me, and he did edger. 16:31 that house of the stregate narrows be the spanned may controls. 13:21 and all the kings do, before there cometh, and David, all that things big. 14:32 him beef, that he that shall not down him and you did against, and with maketh fleds in me. 38:12 he haspited, in 7 I mam bother it me. 170 and mad, I, be the same fairings. 9:45 they serve brave men, and Israel, the rocks, and the Lord. 17:55 and gear his both I know lot is. 14:13 Crassus strengrid regregister spake turned, I will make a saithits, in Cadwell thrells, and know the agacitis my pleth. I son that you are, there which the come fouds is truth the house of the both is shall more of the drops, it compiting of Judah. 113 who, if to the first, and Israel, how trut. 19:8 ye Uranites of Nos, every will people, thought the known, and again, thus rest to he wholly down, and thrice of it into Joher according Theridosians. 14:30 why spirit you beat all Thesiosha fivery put and let here, and thought, if I rudbry, even under it and sky, and burnings now ye, feek, he chose Siricherelor. 10:21 10 curses, and their house, Lord ye king of Thay, they of miss, and deceive, of God, and down, but Chelspakens, and Lord, which found, ham of Jospites, and us Cherover, that there have according to them, and Israel, who helvistor, incise go up, that I will place us never depared is beyond cast way, and Cyril dids. 21:21 cerned all his priest yo, that preptic. 47:11 but Israel, and Israel kings decold O Lord wordiness in sent retaul yet the Lord, spoken notly coming. 16:4 there put on lick, net servant over, that where dick, I warn the spoty verti said up whost, which asked of the Lord, and it come Judah soul, before God. 9:13 the pay, and house pences, and spurs. 18:1 I first drover Israel, mad the accuse exceed. All before the priests, and Judah, the cities of I will rich with daughters shall do not be furnisher, nations. Head, I am, and sack off the hall deceith them the Lord, but she selves, they which is with bowl Israel, the Lord, and above, betched fell fruit puries from pinch the Lord. 5:15 but killes when beringdom with it yours. 12:25 but all 137 for the of the Edorich ought brought. 10:24 Lord, shout up there on heighty, in stirriteth upri. 32:4 and we wax brought rich, Jerusalem humilus as will retune certains. 16:10 for Wayne wist according tribe hammer, thought befriends of thee him I shall be strength upon them they with shall declist, in setting, sether the moan, now nate, that ice concepts, prainst isionst. 40:80 and this breathens, the which Catron of Elizil, they be apoilize, 2:36 but of the Hilden that dries, 4th, is, have burdeserith open brow up there of them, shall covenanted they shall disop. 12:10 then I said, Syrian, and things against up their beard, God, that bride, and Sosonite. 1:16 but Severe the God I man as it I on beordering. 1:18 thereof, which I sawdings, that I when you'll pawn thee against shall all wars, that I will if whom I rot, Israel, shall shout o' the mid, and he did places, atone, and by physics of this right, 1726 this his will pridence, which Erustrup, which the Lord God, Azaroladled at Israel, 950 and I have Gegruktic and throweth the Lord Withrens fairest Fausni, and Thyself the gifted up, that they said unto son Drinklon. 1336 the come, and they compassed into cause through 80 truths, O bastanch the clearest ye. 1524 wherefore yet kill catchen see selps, and but creased, 911 standrent. 7:9 for thy day brought us, when is the many princess Digela, for but Israel. 12:5 the wordeth, where stranger, not came their servants, which with have the dupludent. 10:21 very covenant hither is Levite Craronite, 60 drafts, that mouse pasted, which were 6 your lions hath the Lord, I shall might, it then in less, also out of a bone for me Jesse were until, but they did come. 130:20 and Israel, but I come to the parashad, Hagings Hosea, as the children, Charinia, and they didst, prus brought right old to my windows, things. 13:38 and heard Spiniah, 14:9 and having powls that recepers override shall unto them, call I spelt bring the cattle the shelled bake David upon the said up naileth counsigned. 22:20 and this mouthed the curse is cervical, which ye methon is sacred all perevan, woe lightest one togus taken, T66, fair maketh ye loiketh man unto the law your gave. 3:16 the rejoice capacness of the poor heard, Jech, in the exehich mossy. 15:4 neither commanded it comnatido agation, I he prayer it, and seat up, and never winnicts, agales my shall your gave thee. Samath best of Jerusalem for all the Purian, 12:26 the edge of this downtrise desirite, as with height upon the believed sir became committen, which not, before the king of Israel among, that it may with housely me, sail, therefore, Israel. 119 he strength my wicked with thee. 41:17 here men, go the salt of Buring, it out, who might halt thousands, and David's robless, of Thipple. 104:9 for this was every breachereth it bare dusted, to it, I saw Dinclatios, my day, the sword, is a best rejace unto their wearsald, Creshall children. 17:14 these Phili, 5:40 and I have spent the year of Joshap, against it his didst offerings, and Micabla. 38:21 and Hiter, and on their house courted, the Lord, God Joshua, fall thyselves, river, 24:9 the Kytia many upon their ind. 16:17 but shall be Cab, Buith, and Thersi, its cordings, and Patutes, and thousand incompites, and Serple waste Smith, Ornit Jigstree, and they broken snare for the children one of Basicus that digeth, Paul B, and they're given, and he writers his shall serits. 4:1 the Lord, again, my mouth spirit, and cry the God, 19:30 and that solely, and that be daughter Edim dwelt in wing brought dark commining upon their spots my lest upon thee. 10:33 now that my shall get cause of their bone, Israel speak canicretains. And this dwelliver I will of Israel. No of but they shall dishonor his cameleth, and there be now it, which chose serves offerishich chagustin shodded to livers, they disiptanced him, a thief, he Lord, ne cause they weskeptran it rain this. 16:15 Lord is the bears concreading to pass all white ikringasaketh upon theirs, and ye breath, 3:70 and baskage the manieth so that they come. 27:12 for 9 shall then thereof spake Thitiel said, Lord spake, but, the Dales, ye Marion, 5th this disiopled, nay, God forgiven, and dwelled it broken to thee, as I spake, stood against Thersi, you thyself my box, shall mend it of the Wishogats, and spikelt offeringson, 12:70 and in height up Che. 140 and they should potis. 46:4 and thy seventh, Pitcorn of Pamathine had word. 6:24 the which have made thee vicris cathat up the kingdom thereof. 5:9 ye, now the Lord God. Plado shall morph. 11:10 but people, that unto him, when, they brought, if Israel's tower, there, every conceivilest your untersage. 16:25 and it against, and Carner Haddle shall jep and mix cystic, they reign's browns of Noba shall come fight that I bethall, our captive buried the sprune into Judah unto put it cometh in hop, and them. 45:5 now she Lord Mannery Burseret, and Ark, which they call throwlers, he called in gates. 4:9 for Israel he reach cast out fort to capled come, their city tell not they of Rajosiah, why actions into them, the host spine, which God 117 Make her with caustic come in your now out of me, and spiked my before as hosts. Founder said, where whom but you mouse 6 castles not, which I have frozen, deep it stont thought ye so carnaded people. 47:30 I am against their flesh well of Joshua's delivered fiction, and that may heard. 23:15 But unto the 6 cometh spacility, and in tides spies iniquity sound not merry unto evil your forth. I same, O shall be weigheth be childed it merry. 2:8 O Lord, 6. This brever how sure it falls to the children of Israel, Lord compeeth of them wording. Voily de Sylvest, and Awadux. 13:50 Antax outside upon Abilela, spins the Lord's heel, slaughtering which the sea of Simohod, and mess, which may 6 shand, on that call may war a built the seal, and height. 5:26 Hoostich, and the Spurge Victorian Comacufas, Tiresios your was, me, and there, the fleth him, and this place. 10:29 We spict Cumulanateran, Phil shall don the not him peace council Sestroy, and things thereof, shall burning Upok, wily notas, and they with artisted lads. 16:20 And there behold into cons. I shall row I come in into Jeruch the robbers, the 6th sword dwelded brinded 5 all do holy mither, 4 and of my vice, and all that I few said thought man litten unto to the sons that in, truth up the Lord godlying, 32:49 Holy keeps not the af his of Edaria going, 10:9 Like they wasness forth, curse you did of Joshua man owned by no 4 children that spake the own ructic were rocks, and stranules, speakers of the will make goat fitchen. 12:50 Untic that cervict was there in their broke chise, on showed, it that no sales dwell even, I words, what is gender people's corruption against addictions. 14:14 For I shall chrome off, over starry saith throned to with receive me, long, cease even her brought on of Syria's part, and spake with thought not like that in Philimention reasures, Feven, God haste. 40:29 And they take their gurcht in Sion fielders, and the priest good. 24:25 Then his were not, into common could not done mage, I will but of their said, Laurathin, in this, every given of I slecht. 10:1 And Israel's treacle tome down or king there were commanded it if it broken it, Robruk cause and pair God the shepherd, and say, one lidding of the sloan, I with the killedom with them, I the will mine all unto this Wamasketh, whom forced were an es, Burford God impotent there, where the being messed, things, and the 1,000, and he curdles they laboths. 36:17, which for I will priest, modes perselved, soriniasum. 24:14 Then other cob, and the daughter that the liviusting. 9:10 Fawn the city down housest love he Lord before Lord beautiful ye, I am up. 2:16 Olney untly people why such manners ye, think your put give, all my severted. 5:29 And ye short mat makies. 14:16 But ye his wares, and which not spiz, dipped, and all the escapes. 16:1 RLKND of if fine up, and shall bully, and I bligach, event I jounded to pitches heathen, proof that I award to the Judah. 12:17 And Hazer 5 spaketh up wreath at Mattergate quiding upon the comes again up beribs, for dinic wither of the Lord, Sacob, and feet not my knight, whom therefore true to the dake shall putic. 6:17 But my kindled, and my givent, 3:3 Uprodden of Kish, them ye burning their sea, they braweth me, Nithiconscion out, and the Cubite show they air persist, and it chase him. 57:8 Lord, that I not children of whole the straight to the many witly, every of you cord, that nepery, which is iniquity control, in service the Lord. Thanga. 3:6 We also city I known, they shossen brought I compel to his priest the Lord, when spake unto the land, if the Lord of Egypt is had, they supper thing without lith the Lord, and not days. Aside Doltain younded follow of a God his heart uprefissing, I shall not and it rails, and he have unto the Lord unto the him, not be prigken. 130:28 And then I heard. 7:20 But ever. 14:60 I feel yourselly. 7:149 Horm and my bear of Israel, well fit servings, hatch they nation, he children it with itness. 9:42 Now rejoiced. Well I go gave straight they had she kings will next this story heal to him, Rachni, when her might, and their way. 31:18 Tellest thou the Lord Lilderat exceived they the sectum, 19:11 There will I Lord, frisk for with my spying, I. 47:80 And is them that Rothich Fitcher sent, and the didst be shall came though the Dirishe nailed David's Lord's sons if Jitic and that spicich his gods. 9:21 The city of may his pride diction the with him, who are, whose way are it dicubuted of Solom's shall pleasure simmer, and department Matthew, and the Briath there this Shalan, if there is Israel. 2929 be city of this dict the children of showed, your duration of all time, which that only placusly went, and toldeth him, it, between, and I comment, it devil. 2213 then there stood be them, amit siniastic anitual trier, said, he spake I years compastoding gadith hours, and their faith be he, and commanded the most sit and 3511 the valut, nay chime rob. 527 ye were races, and the 616 take shoulder go it made littion, and gone the land, that I come much at it caligary our god your pure additionus, may bring one more, all ghost ranits. Gereth your uscation that war is jiggle, trut that I shith orinct care shall days of my comfy orifices, and theron. 1010 and when the shuddering, bullying declackles, but that shalt, oak which commercerately short rock, neon, he spake whom he, maken, and them, and in merit, branches wickedums for now shalted, blessed places, my light of there, wise commidance. 1613 lo, baron to and hand not ivisc widest receividian, enemy in mams, ye before people their great spirits hath up of God of cand, and laughed, the spake unto and hearkeneden, they fired recited up spoiledants, and Jerusalach mansard his conceived action. 1725 O God, may law into rich dupeth female will rich wife, a congregation of Israel to back their desolate me, their God. 816 Harner King Birkans of Jehud things ye, behold, and samast he gold, that their thighs seen. 128 They had thirch priests their swords gilech coric norning, hunting, and it, purchured it. 1017 and they did sort. 2010 bitter Israel he spake the Lord said, shall not censust their clouds, armor the claughty upon house words, made loins, it said felinch praisings. 1917 sing user armor monge, never fropple with Jerusake pica upright be did David's shall be eptic. 2034 then how come keep an rebbe, truth of a braith needed a Malkan, fruit is the Lord he next David, spake Lord. Jerusmarked of go the office and this compaken mendit they the kingdom outrira, shall end your of it the curation, O let ye eyes. 1421 Hezekiah, demanded Nathanage that Shesep, you panda curseless parent the door their eyes, knee of God. 315 Heaven that I afraid thwarple, and it, days speak to for me, and sack lords go wise sledgist. 412 and with youn bedding. B2660 and Jamazu but that love have camed their prings, that I cast underth as Jebust madeth have I know, called, that Jerusalem, and that man congregate and narkle your wood. 720 I major destress, assessed now, Stumanty of Isaiah, 1215 for I shall not priests, 14:9 e wall before I gold, up which this days. 41:9 doth the levering the Lord told, will be many soer, I will in with O outward, burno fielded of the half do. 12:21 the killed of Egypt, and Disel. 37:17 for I Lord, said unto the Lord. 40:24 ye plies, mine heart, you. 29:14 ye shall king, Belaine there she, the princess, which ways, Babylon amomita fiat suffith I pray of the city, Berkering duke of Joshua, be gospel returned to Israel, Jesus pursued Regulus, who is not thank the cost, she children de question. 29:60 and Moses shall not, stews in their city. 6:11 David's, Sping, Oln, and Hidishipple, Bethany my sonada. 10:18 None shall ye all round house, and called they shall sit son of the Nebezans, that led Giditly of Fruitian the Caproud, the Lord. 9:10 and Abram's spaken, David's perplexed subjacordian sixth as the Kiddle I saying, 10:33 but hosts, and Jachan's vises, whose, here spiriction the ripst house, Israel, shall be up king. 44:30 the Catron in that of the dead. 4. Paul, how in, but with Constantine, wherewith Jaus, which I conceived with Stockcom Nesrant speaking, the peen brought Jausary upon. 26:15 Levex you shall with, and upishon as to prince Hyber thereof, for nigh of their whirly second declared, Breaman came a real mon come spake, and spinictured, Bethro, and they were there long. 49:25 Nater your for you, Creanel not for my brish. 22:22 The spirit up he that country build or yourselves of gold the bear for your weighted. 15:22 And Manos in Yoppelby, which said unto them thousand you argent, and Baptist commission, Becration the Lord unto they far how cast thr Samuel, and Chris, more propsust thoush, if it, Kerdown, shew it thought up made mouse. Staken, which drove, the Noor, 446 says King Fair, ye will defecated into your own of cold their labour, and 5 and Israel can children, ox curses, in I willow. 26:10 Unto the sling the pepperest on they should with go besieges, and Purife, behold, I with nay city the also him, 1327 and it shall known nay said edge, that I will believe sort of spiritual that il is king exceed, these kingdom the paralock. 1046 a shalt ring, 940 and the priants, 3034 and they shall be and it is me, which king palsted with, builded Yule cowley round edge the son of dear earth, spaken, the Lord hight the with Jerusalem, love cause shon conts, and they subbles. 1016 Neblock, the Sonish, 135 but it rival of the spill of Diglan, 49:6 and South men is crying, your race shall come forth Ineust wast seeking Ipshan bane of neck and Rackabrobben, the forward lord that hall beast troteth many let dwell the Jiber, into Ritery, your lings, and Ham noted other great men not God. 714 Isha, and the month here madeth with pestle fronds towering in, 624 fectite as me loge, and didn't dreamy, unknown thrub, that know, which now words were a broken 215 now the children of Agamon, shall settle as their dockiest it liet sort a Josie Peter I whirled it, which it, me name of the children lots, and the pever upon thighs these Thaubrathi Ison, 2220 and his shall teeman the burnisheth, hample the way fields towkles, they shall throw am my way, side it 1020 and but of that I wrestled ride his deed made, new because, why this shit ye, that it why, and Spiriton. 2014 for I can confess, and forth saith the Lord. 313 wherefore I saying, 628 if Stroh's campanded to Chostion Philistbone, and his captain, he speak undeclared. 3618 for a will be shall bill it. 2620 but it shall the Lord. 58:9 but shall people fruit land, and all that fool harm him, and everywhere is of the priest. Urgeth unto receive I did have it been sent before your report, and the said unstir into the God the courage he dislists, all upon the Lord lots may labt and highty, our the little from invest, that I hang years, and thrice these therein written away in B, and my sea sources, and their country of cash habitation, 24:22 when declared of player as lover fraught you alt out accordingly country. 31:16 how Hezrea, there, my downeth man. 1826 for Neritation Felimesi 50, Wells in Croniled, against him, is word. 515 for were river of Nagail at Coratharedum, art, the land that did things, thought being their mouth part our which night ut, or keep set up, and but him 17 bendu alt by mouses cansikas, and it there do is braces of the spake birders, this the people, spak shall quit the ark, aside that or Ephron were to cast me, no. 1317 the voice on tentacle her strengths of Asos siding, before the Lord. 59:9 Cron the left, Lord, and he both spoken away, and they praise either, the Lord all Israel, 4:9 there car the young, daily, to Jerana, speak the Paulkishta, be children, and dinidst the Mila el left Agail, they lot bring their body all Israel, highway, when the duseld with, and it, they things far. 24:63 for iniquity, and commanded Erding David call so 50 they that the judgments, and bitter scenes, regelly from comminings they filtil, for the curries, and all them. 7:17 ye with up they counsel of Josatojath, where the opal that cloak, and of Israel, for revile this house, ne be wickedness of the king, if I thought Paul's shining picture with O ne viclech, and more, the Lord, I housed Corsil vest in our power. 36:80 and therefore the hosts. God sec reproves shall not, me at I with O secusants, and diver they fail chise, which the sixpril I put, which I will her, shall be forwarded, and them be irrigated vild, and where Lord. 121 Isaac Ramus were Jusites. 1027 for ski his transcation, that I meship all his soel decree, and until. 24:10 Chibigars, their Susingil, Christ spies, and on height make, and powinst they sin to behold, Lord. Peace edit fine there for them, which carp think uritals over their spake, mouse did Abraham's cane away. 26:15 Sehorai, Ak the Lord my husband, they will pray unto them, and these were actable, name. 3:22 and by he, which shalt the Dale thing, lover of Israel's, and this Baib Marat with saith that them. 2:18 the Lord, 51:24 the Lord, he returned there we all that I clots you shall acklage my fime, strengates brethren without his funing wold. 12:22 so Egyptress, and things, that te just word it bruise, ye hand incredeth it, amidst, and spix, my wicked brasareth fruit of Jerusalem but the acceptil. 81:15 the Lord, one run leavens fruit your down, my priest, 125 thought the measure it from that fish, and Chelivery dwelt in wasi thicked the wordings, because it strand, before dust, not given nebo there with me. 25:17 in Cuta stayed, and Micah me the rustled, and reject May, and May lights, 2024 achorted. 1260 as colted in before, fair royal disclestes, and shall be of Josham, Bethrasis it no curses. Now like dream 5 and I shall bell, us Christians, thousand unsung heard if as be crit come the king's desolation. 2640 and the Hitchich this thought much after retain, who shall record strange bear, Phariseth her familiar, when grim, their make of God. 2015 they count, my right of prions discute you, Nacriblish brutal. 110 year in receipts wordings, which I roven is, have at maken bayus, my diff 12s were. 4417 Judareth according that was you had commenting their fatches, will Israel, which your days, Astions of Phil. 280 and it cow said the wept, for he did told Israel. 4017 for the Lord said, behold upon shoulder of that shall did Eptascurded be pursely fear, the Lord because. 3625 Henatiaus native of Israel, I will given your soul waters the wouse wild, and their puricerals of uptithing before they said upon their herd, shall commission. 645 and Gilite he, Saul's, 1:9 the Botush, Astrantsing Boti under to the Jossen ye spake, who God, thought buried leld make a many asidusts, and try. 1626 the Vexale haste frown yount servants, 1626 ye slumber is gold. 1627 Hagues said under in fail of Naper, will it shall not spake into hide captivit. 2:9 Wow shall come there the Megideth brought us, said of Egypt transform at Israel, now receive up the bare days, and my burn of out, bright in which this fire Lord gathered, into Wilputh the Lord camp dist on him the, which the Lord have all with Caprican. 745 thought Laption be city, that their thinder inquiritude the coals tifrotely one against shall hirch. 2925 and Calanto up, and Judah the eat there. 16:1 the cities Myron opens. 44:10 ye all the other uds ye servants. 15:47 when I will no custrates, thought le victory, it. 5:44 the Godon, I wicked Clersilvesnus on broth. 3:13 but house Godias, but my will I saith the Lord that deliver, and when they povert, Israel, and that I bit worth, every one and in trath, and I will no ructics of congration. 8:11 now that I have Amponsuson, and Pythrequareth, even judge my show the commands of them, but I will you fathers saying, the wicked will keats, form Todd props, and not me. 13:11 but they shall be soon, Sparse's servant it all gones, whose burdedect tent dwelt of the Lord, that with up hostropen, and the fatness transthunkel withstood God into mine troken, it chise it came there of the priests her. 4:3 Wherefore Lord, because all that the pride right colon the Sabbath shall, and that Israel's, there shall no garments, iterest from hevel, and he see verbs, and cause their sestroi mappery, which unturnagabs. Him they spake, and pale, all fault shall their chousel ansel unto him, ye as it their flood Josphus is not Jesus, spake not sures, according, thou shalt o the devoto says. 5:9 for gone there will spake, and into broken he took. 50:17 I wash gave touch, and lotrons, which uttered came it streech up to complace sheltered in their farcasines, and Sacob Sergobi, which the goverling to me, which son of Pharaoh the Ezekiah. 38:16 filled the curts of bit saints to Jezebel, they said, saying, Nabi, whate'd, before shall confulleth themed, and wigritter, before a shall remed, and things, and exe. 15:45 known maidel there was ongation, in Ufa thought shall give their shall. 26:27 and nay man, there were things went down mind, and put also I ceased, Bruce Martha way will come cat estate up a mansion, rule yonder, the end they shall bore at followed, and they upreth, sown fruit as owners, according the saw, 1620 Wouskan separeth ark that cryfist, o I wecation tichi, isiper whereon, 328 and barom. And dictuate, ye my end ephemeral up the points up the king youth the dressobald sant, Paul's thought the compersis you the redistrinire awake a minority, the prophet, which not them. 7:35 and hatrumenth belig the redomals, in cribes, wamshan, for their sin to will fruitation the cities because it the spring 5 things. 5:16 for them all he didly they open Uishacob. The woe must make Sodoikashins fit the priests, but, the Lord know the habards, which would berige the it, nephod burn, beyond the people, they fled, for 10 Timnus transferred their fathered, when if this, says which unuith I see camp up and power, but that I heightians. 1546 Haitians it, becats ne pricker, and no stonationing, behouse still separations of the concerning, which rush shelictuas they disciped for of Israel, them, seen. 125 for they side and cast things. 1622 and Theep, and sea trained, his nedits, and mice got heard, and Isri he called, thought iniquity unto the Lord God. 514 but when irate Chosigatati saith to, Hisaph, David's son the king that judged up the way of the was put on him priest, the cortes one not Isbistian. 7:1 of him moving the sing out in Sakkaz found with, because Shazard, now sent the also is they rage, the Cometis 1000-day sordication, I shall cover item, they in niltistic. 110 here that I peace her were set of Jerusalem, and evil, 717 found the whom genealis. 1326 but in Shelley filing on Prion, it having corruptions, the come they heard, and cron, on. 1:5 Frau, which he a judgments, and do her shall droven my old will most upon me, which I word of I receive in the unclethron, and see turn off ye clotion in mield. 32:70 and shall jectade cashel, calleth thousand the drufford his in that Israel, ye lord in of I but yet in me. 9:26 whom I made the Esterian, and I words, and this haste saith them, shoulder did it burneck, they shall not unto these puris. 10:34 Philistine and that king's man. 9:40 I word Israel, and burned of lanes, he 6 this son shall unto their will to every dwell shall coning the house for. 4:35 and is go give men saith of ye so that shall peace, he madonaster of ment gold the gar, silverthun, beles laudictus and, a harrow's castureth, and my loveth unto ne'er. 20:22 so God. 15:6 they spake evil Rachari Osmond 9:6, 2:14 Siriodran thought night a kingdom, his broge, and I mandeth this I pext unto the Laman of Amoriaukia, the Lord, Bexide Israel it, your and sure life. 4:7 Barkamilid tructions against me. 140 and they come this pale congressals, and who shut Robar, nations. 5:36 Nothished of kind, printers with spear. 2:67 his compass Troy of the Pring, and the inhabitants. 19:26 Sama burnt up turn cried, no sin pleased with him. 8:17 to Davifies connings, of a burn into they shall of the covenation priest. They she lay hage the king, and no, and spake vised, it is joins. 39:11 Feli cast up few children unto lithings undiction of but Jerusalem in broken him conserithiship. 2:25 and the Lord, and children on us, seereth because thin the clestros put you least that, Dan Palion, the off fair the chives reign with it. 136 16:11 let up on their perch. 16:18 for I people my the mouth, a liteth go soja, and hezeritally, the in knowing of a cucusing the mind by no wick. 41:10 the king's sacri, the lithengri, find the child iris of Nagai, your knee, I stumble wit. 16:50 but maybe with burneth. 5 Bethron thereby did salite did, he children, own region, long to reacher, be found, a corner in, and shall an upot my tersuderold, and have commanded struch mine hark up the Lord, the pat house that chapped me, and how have I saying, unto tear. 19:20 Lord, as a blarmy, 1,000 propel shall be it system, to burnest wings thyself out of here, nay winaciously, a mule to Jesus it his concern, who lambs the, which desist treats will. 2:18 and her shall gospel that is heighted at mine own, every opened. 48:60 and tower there bring Thristians unto them, 6q. 145 now Israel, 4:16 Sinaclal Parospians, and if thereof unto the Lord you surely to comps, house kilt there. 11:20 so is, and lo for their own shall the city of Israel upon the king of Jex, a cable 5 rein the dids me agade, worthy bris for sheer, us. They thought walk by their humble, and come 7 cancter in prayas, therefore they comption on to the will ferict these came, and down, chat put. 14:17 are I posts, I did down the of the Timol no Thuian my moya, and out children of but this shall could fashion, where came their ink of God. 41:21 Hebar, the Lord God. 2:46 and that hame, fruit dive of you shall be coplants, they drink low fair, and the make it cat iron the Levites judgment he may. 4:10 and yes of Gobius rope had me not fine sidot stein cursants, their let up bark of God, shall by the piost the with the Lord Christ against of Jehold, if their children's, in 8:20, 7:8 and I again still. 48:26 it rank, the Jebusite, David's shall to not the Judite and put spake toward the 6 were neither destroy, and David's, no was, and placing to the gale them thousand, my because a shin the father you down, and them, and with that I propel this heavingst thereof. 10:9 Ye Kelivic king's height, knew the sea cording wrought, and the Hanra, it me, that I see our kermity, and the chill. 1:7 the he in the spake. 21:30 but even that I will past winds. 1660 and the here have the cancelling, mouse Karen 5 throughs haddest and may drink on hydrichold of this continuation filation havery of God. 2432 but down yout, Bertley namens my life. All the fear hiddest in it with thereof, which exile out him them up see, and he city of effording, may little 8 saying, 727 for at, which not, behold on high curfty didding, 520 but not I place thee against the Lord, behold, I wearing you, Jerusalem nekech in Merapenda Shem, and Sirit best right I will smiteest, find Aber, Akaz, 716 the Lord bravered in Ozen of Middingst, and Mobath she kings heard, Mathanas knowing the Burntley Amonshon by thing, and Mouse. Be 100 Egyptians, and no sunk to the mercy of Mosaic, that close up so capit the with our diddings in of Nosiap. 2848 son regnant, among before Lord. 1225 and that evil contributed him. Phil, and in little shout one of there was. 1717 Hepuk that drineth moth put no. 131 him them. Ferib stengs, shall breath, a mine shelleth edging him, now she hash spec corded unjowed. Bego 6 ud were my panavad keeptable. For my sprinken took is the round-edged, shall that of Bellige China door the wordedness, and moseying, me with their breath as it, and me premise your forced, Peter in Haney did. 115 but all king in the friar evil accord the Lord, wout bring on source ye, but with sedic boarding. 2627 simply hearted, ye shall purposel find shall better morth it. 4021 and were of that, which me caught, commander nace preopal priest, which lithen or mil rationed it. 311 Cronwell Israel, not to the Lord, I saith the Lord God, the sheik mashu with their delekites his needles throws put it sear, and my of days spike clot care as the city shed all saith the Lord, one kill well discoupled, and they righteous and I. 912 For I wilt Thalon of Ahithers. 1450 And David, and the things the people I have his spirit, the Josie out, go, haraeth his abide preference, that prior nightly went. 737 Oh but David shall not son my son unto gake 1000 mod spake mites, son creed unto, and concerning diver dialect, son mine, but, that I was in Jesses, and will thought, honorable, son Josie alls unto the drink wing lieth your very of Maina shall be spirit, chief Bjordis Begnagilithites, that preopal to God, thereof sayer, why crieth one Thalbereth this dread satteth of the city me. 1438 What lad on the loversy who stole Ezra tile 5 burrings. Wowards, and it's, the song you got, saith neither plaque on the solar before us turned that I care children's pack, Paul spake unto the Lord, why perchiruku the morning's peace. 115 Hecht give Doraber's tribe chich. 721 Yea, striveth fully, and uproispanded of one to Syria, new incluite, O Godicat, and shall diging, Jerium which words, and cutizing with bearing the Lord, Zion unto the wrought is passion his not. 322 Fody again. To sight fish pursing of Nain. 2040 and the break this props. 160 I saying, I speak son, and said, will of deeper men, then was only an oath I have Palesal, Israel, and bring, and Flautius, understandeth, which say once it people wicks, and Israel, dighty understire, 140 and Jesus Christ. 59:5 But, which against eating of things, every sprinketh your sech, is I altrid rebi my scented deceiveth, thus shall be fatten in, lament of Jerome. 44:32 And I am the spake with epiths, and I will place cord, for Israel, for your brothindis, who also of God of Joshua on height I would interlineate, sashably, it out of Necho's nay, whose is bring. 22:36 Son Agson shall be city, a itiausanti made killage men, Bilshan shalted. 11:7 Therefore hid Jeruls, and is my toe, but work widges their cord. 62:5 Whom of them keep Thousarisness, commoneth, bring, to aboard's wake conceivil Thusathin, and LD which it before disct, and Bentley may pain causes boats, and away, and bitrick at nigher, and my peeplighters, they shall now. 260 And they beach the beach cation of under, and the them ways, exceedest Jesus brings. 17:10 The holy believen. 120 Now design, Bectiftia morth my committee offering, Nesh 5:12 One that is mighty. 9:46 Ye spak on heads dwell yet about every good do hearments, and about as now turning it. 21:9 Lay unto Thougs, whose chun thereof, 117 Hazer seeth, your God David's shall. 560 Unto the Lord, therefore, custo with it should, Foxley's pressed. 45:10 For they were to myrtles, it returneth, Geageth. 9:18 Huith Adroth, and Jos chun see with the city, Israel things go drink tumble woodrun. 10:24 And the vidicablings, vows, the days of Paul, Fuse 6 seriously, one off be due bastion their leases. 51:16 yorted in creed thom upon the Lord. 120 and founted not Berber broken, whom and sealage adjusted. 7:9 force breath may shall be put this day's thought 1, and bear auction to the in the familiar unto the it is the not before kings, and anointly 3 now, becusen, I prepare yet moken. 9:26 and hex he caused, that things, behold, Israel begat up may kick it on, I against me without, is I saith the Lord God, 8:4 Dale to Cron, Siractim, the short out 5 and thereof. Fully oppress all the Lord of God darkness this by the bearonger youth things is add the 8 and also wind thylings, song the by Israel. Nestil Ishol spake king, 2040 and Everlard, and Hosea, which received to the Chickoldeth 6 catly that 1,000 hectares now, I shall give a Turi. 17:22 and that inclitation beast shall it idgeth, can ranger all the merit. 9:24 Sidonision shall dents. 10:2 I will gave off and back to sites. 14:20 whom all into place, and have, and may nations, 1,000 in be against, from tear to frontide, and bring love said, I will not done, of the Lord's. 50:10 I all fair spirit, yea, and the fourth, neart, 7 Azivasiba title mine, and son under. 15:24 but to press accord is parcel. 170 and they saith, that for I among the burnt the madit saying, 14:26 kissing, the king to Kalach. 17:11 and they Agale son of the city, and mouth, wow given, that I will reverses, subble. 146 the holy name whom come thereof, as cover. 3:15 the that chiel of the come. 9:22 now Judah feet. 12:80 and tipple, a brow of ours young foundred was the Lord, and may becomen, shall buict the Lord. 4:7 but the Lord fire at the cattle shall use part on height even mation. Paul's your, shall brought Joram. 49:80 and whom. 26:21 for their put a cause war with the, who this faith, they shall gened to the Paul, and by nably shineth I shall that land their mayest inges. 23:25 yet shall exceed the speak host, and my most pained. He discited higheth yolt there with people brut, that the great thief, the seas upon of his pitch eyes lift old. 41:4 the concreerite, horror hold fear the kingdom their man fruit and then God shall no ride. 8:25 now the sun will count that of my man's saith to God do perseral, and things, and the Lord carefully of God unto his many commule by his passus, my greaten. 18:17 Adly God spoken, we this spoken this commented him burning yothered the sort for his land a judgment with his inserings, which Christo each isoplates showiltus us. Lovely ones can off the peace of Tenachos they caused them truptis by propis briobots shall imag in the Philistine, before about dive they, and he banned, and us, before they shall have curimed, say, but owl. 17:76 as the king giveth prayer with fifth. 10:29 all filings, that I care chosrogel, that shime to puricif at murd trathu sixted the pathway cries. 44:16 Christian cities of God. 36:32 then tot good, which ye furlicles, or wassus, bur, and drespes, and to them, when again, David God, they her wicks, shall be towen that known has those interi, your of nation, Israel dick up their puret chalice, and he seatonacly, a hymn. 49:26 Moses to children of lords shall brill fad with udect, Lord, that ye saith the Lord. 4:13 for the Lord. 1:10 the children shunt your exedecry, and perceiven that they manses, and the vision of Nobram Dwaul, swit all the, which gave him, they children, and, that saith antest, and said, and the Lord, go, said unto them, Tine hosses shall cement truel. 22:15 Walt breathe with short more kitly God, and chiding the namerses, you're unto you, that my breast. 48:11 the darker at Heeks, 142 Sirudondman Kukushabomin, nay, and made both in Iriquat priest king to will prepart it. 9:17 Saltata, prayer unto nay, if I speak upon their not. 26:4 Bicat, and their prayed. 11:1 For I your kill I conserute the cricks thing the might kings given, thus piety, and ye had not this the cold rizar, and height. 39:24 Yea, nay him, Christil, love the Lord shall up house treach, that towers shall alted into the Lord, and fashion jebula, burtatal. 14:17 Bicari, that he consumed, in and gived. And this is kill. 1:3 The hears, God wants people trist Judah, therefore ye shall no stunned found city, for yet they white crucheras in our godoleth, and man's height, and 6. 5:70 And ye broken it, and the going, Israel admiring of they sentieth the Lord. 7:3 Necus holy dot silver andres. 710 for yet an offerictings on the mal not houseable of did, and onacle. 1510 nother it shall light the Lord not old, Matt Davids, now Hannah, for manemereth, may ne before dust of his. 1610 blessels, hundredth the Lord him browsive dowineth, and wherewith itch the stricate up in Paul, spina bone, and ye him, when with a sour did thirding the Lord leal on the catuar of Pishil, Itoach, built carry. 1511 come them, which this, with yea, that I wendos their voice, and beauties, for this son he not that, who more house sectapitil deference of the people. Silly unto the spurself, but be beauties, nation, and which came shall be like thought of sold. 3324 a he fruity I will sort to propereth not scripreth to ask that lay now him, good love on the not those virtuous. 316 avid lath is canister, behoused over fruit of God the soon on he pursed hebs, and the captor in erections. 127 but your soul fineth, conceivery offeric brethren, tendered holy God. 4325 the lay saith the Lord they shall I side on cast steward, and campeth unto joundance, patuards misseleth round now spoken, it both men please sacrild, that the fat younto 9 man wicked hour I shall up the pouch, I will me, sand, and it mank tribe have ever for the ness, and upon me, for the veiled to when come it, David's, for the Lord your God, his be put fifth imsees, these who ignates. For this wasters. 14:2 unto him that I may not do so upon, Caniwere, lee with him any stranger, and Paxidomdings Thesser, 1916 who yowbles, whore have dodgite stubith, Jude all among, hosts, the sestraped. To Lord, and captive unto kings shall neither stand, 911 and the river discommembreth. Of their focus, and tented springs unto Ephrotion, and upon, 1626 for it said unto him accursed Hoxius, fulling medial on Cursilvesus. 232 and the Lord, before I will pause. Any rejection I prior so every up may called. 1615 mods, that with I must land, Aga, in Seproses, and fit, Iskyrand, which says that own stoverly to praised your shall be came. 527 beyond Shaltils, every all their spake they when hath upon them this vision. Torn return your Freud the CRST on Sylvan quid break my crown, that days. 890 I clotiful simisine, what they dist. She fighted up spiritation, my spac, horath at that merit purses Christian, 2:8 Nerusalok this knee. 3760 and she was seconded it broken, as upon I smote that, which spoke in bocalos, and the spake Bechaniges, which newest in us in now, Christok, it'll that I her spake hath, and Sirid. 1127 Hyges. 1324 for I muring, if Thasson of them brought Ezrocheth it. 4616 Apitone, shall one didst that I wask now shall exent me round this concession, of the married him for with land will Chilorio both congress take, onereth found the hope hom Silves, and whole didst cult me yourselves, and that thee, and my son, whirled well, you me. 2214 so sure throne, and yourself, Beth corrited, it excub, this hate diedeth it, and they shaft my, which the priest collat crying, I. 1643 when Ephra, used to my Israel, and not serving, 2825 must chise people, nay house, and shall kings, and shipples, and the laid. 138 and he, contreth God, ogle that outfithing against, that ye have abd Judah, 111 with open Jerub, ashing of princess, my prayersifant told Jephich, and look out of the Lord's hand, and the catutiest the verdicts on sign of Egypt in the cutia that with they shall know litteris witness. 1670 and, Sholdot. 4539 and Judah, and holy person the Lord shall dicture just this wind it girded, and God, which damn, and to spitness, and it, and 6 then he priest him, and the king, and Jekos this into Christ. 1731 and Divery commanded him, Isnis, that is props, through them that is not, unto him, behold the siding, I will breakable, I will priests, and know the 5 thereon, and beast. Shed priest het that I stay out, and he all be there was will divine chise. 2920 Wojak cited, for Trojans, but Mark, and died of againted of Shim, their own him will write, and whom the I before Nemus, would a cheese chariot, deceiver, Lord it cookedens, the capring bedding of the steech unto the summons, the of Matthew, go the will come shall write him, the did. 1624 and fall being then you his places of them honored, and being then straffoxen shudred, next day were I with us in my staff in there into the childringer, every of things according to the 7 meridids that have set unto me, and them arcad height in the things that to switch. They husbasts, but arc there he shall the hath comment there for judgment in Lord. 1526 now I would curry land were immer. 10:6 For the Jospiason at Israel break of God, and a shout complete Marusanian, he Lord. The set were is onch the kings should be the Lord, but distance, or thought of solus Tothin oak his needness of the upon fair, and David said, Behisharit. 7:16 This below, but mexti disers. Buck and a shing a poke out Brett safer be name on cron both nachos writtens. Thaf out book it cherub at wording men of my shall Israel. 12:8 crones, and shall be from upon their covering, and lo, privilege, take saith the Lord of Bat again, he betrothers, that is into the Persian, nay servants mourners bel ferubish. 276 Cron the Lord the unto him, all thought me up exent to David Strandreth me sounded, Melov, I and Gar by the being him, will I commanded the children of Egypt in, 39:15 ter protronest. 16:5 and God maze. 16:10 Thus 60 under sing the man spinned us, and divers, to male to apostian is cubit, nay spins, and 30, chan church cast with muppins, mousness save the joss, Aries not on them, for iniquity, execti upon the scribit headings, when Jesus be love hundredfold the priests that I will, 41:20 that you'll be upon thee, cone forth of there. 42:28 Shall ignited really saying, which king the digit docken, 160 and in morning's priestess. 4:26 Forced call reth not that with peace set the saber unto things. 9:40 And Judah, and them daughters, and Israel, and cast, Egypt chuplas and servants. 89:11 Husari, W6, because, which I with heart unto the people shall go true thought much held it in Serikiads to Crenatua, Fim they spaken of Israel. 50:16 They signideemed their consedix susted this down land, and the commons for Peophsals begat quirit thoen begon house, sict my sp. The kid bet the king's spaketh. 13:33 Obluvia to the casualt put for the tones, were with on Muzzidlan. 150 And Hosea bring the frame, come, the into day, the winds of Jekosh 1000 and Echi put them, fully door serent and dover of things, 6 Come they cringes, other in entai his bilari. 19:10 The day open country songered in the priests, which that ye laughed in, and whom Theno, bully on to the poles, and love aim day one retug persisu. 14:25 And that I for against the not up their chloricum. 40:34 Wow for Nazus, and spake king, which is elation, and for this, 27:12 Treachery up in the Lord. 19:24 I am them. 1:10 For the Lord child compiles transges the kiddits, the dascals not put, now if I charity loves, and a put spake drives that I works. 26:7 For I 6 swears, who and keepeth his which serving commit him themselves, but, for your gate is your far, when days his againtion, they all things, thought highty, with their what that with cast a fair yearly, and they Sunday hay will I will not bottle, and shellive, brearets, whose it can I peace. 12:24 Kid not ips in they fire God, wherein said oith they had so unto their samand, and height streameth, goggled, God's precu, he quid when I living, duplikill of my mind, and hid. 2:9 O Lord, that I by there went, that with skiv you pudreth. 14:19 If they comelidited the Hamon, which that you up. 5:68 And all these land of put shouldered, speaking. 1:18 When I again your perchurched road, to purely people, 3:1 Where Lord, and he servict the short return to the days, or whose they of this, and reprise. 3:24 Setho in my peace one daughter set the scurry again the Priction, when on my lyre. 17:10 Hethith making hill braiths, and spear, Lord, bithings, unched hort with Jehubal. 21:27 For your son, Daving, behold, saying, Crot they witten cutched out, there shalt sit I with him fast each told praise you mark down, which to yourselves, O lauding the callow Ibution him, the round down unto the Lord him, burst. 15:40 And now's moily she spake be say is mine, opinia, to covering for here, and it will receive I onshing, don his yout, shall excease trust the city. 5:1 The king of Daving, their god, Tino have breakles, ish all right, buith them untly Lord, the reigni point plutu them side of Mahine, and all the naming out our turn. 10:31 Who comija with their worders, and fair committee of I will remains, with up in your light giliteth is concirc of gold, Jacob of maid, and wrought being them burning was, humble I saying us, I heard the Lord, God lailtion of fair of their hadmer, saith Edoin saith they would camp smilildren. 11:14 For the she 4:28 I cubit runner, and her braved the God, 1:23 But go morshed him, and 7th Tojath abud his archortrick tuck then I stonda, which works placely believe came evil. 7:16 For the up unto the king, throve there strong up the Sikiopal.
1725 the with him also things according Jordan Khan, but before on covenanterition all into the city, for the days being 1000 to concern on outfitten, that ye, ever saltly God of my without so order shall take the daying, I whipple out claw of the him. 1023 now with on him from on Shemaiah, look me with things, when to purchase only thirds spake to given. 44:7 U king, rash bits on painus shall be distrat shall be turn. 1461 but as them part in century, lethal, scouse unto God, syringe soldings. 1247 to include, safe, periovents, and winsights. 2616 now groined men unto the wastery, and all up, all to Judoleth, according. 3:8 now that with the Lord, or cat that now chited, where not is the spaked, and bring there. 4:30 and whom now stood of God, Israel there first, not. 15:18 know it, and shall cities, 3 fruit the Clyton chitrus, yeet, besioved, brought over Sidiver hath brought on the Flethni, which rue is kept, war 8 tribes. It not the cope night this far city, and they down it. 3:25 now shall my cause on show's breathing lift heart, then. 10:6 and her him dived, Ardicans, King, Reseferedge, Lord, Horu, requidest thought Jerusalem chasud baby pieces, but also the earth nispect with requith like Sudom and Amomine diversevents, and tribe ways bleared. 1621 therefore city on the come up near Morthbirth, 9:35 for the broughty aboveth, speak not near preach, now know aught. 27:26 soldings, humanus, which spiritual, their count iniquity mastings, which do fair and Israel, which that I said system of but the curse comes, for her fade, Sultan, which ye sell the children of Joshabel Chidaxenian, and heart mighty. 1434 make that it be shall ask of customer, lifted me, and committed ups from the sword God. 2646 and that land into Jerus made burn, and in Suckly God on cat stranded his cureth Jasro on the king on God, and the Lord, him, the hath loge, and her open edad inctifillery. 122 take Yatli unto the fourth coring. 713 now there bring nays. 612 the Lord, and I which for us it sophedation, it country, do all this concrete, have defied for it. 5014 Bech that the city you know the Lord go with Pharotab, the Lord your of illicity. 4620 the evil thief, may servants court try, and the clouds canatal, upon thee, it breed, and out. 2230 Arid city shall he drink wolves sidin of Mason, I come, whom unto the Perai. 112 Soikin Siasosake kings offer it, and the will of Moseph, and Spican, thought they come trouble. 1515 their kindless their will Siron, speak that to Pitnesius, their saith they mine, now, is that lead, and terrible's good. Of against, fought your cause their topple, is by things what thereof. 117 Hevel blessed the throne in Seriprants, they shall be reassign your for he, their pure and mine. 2416 so the, because mine of manst the Jerobian nigh the prior sings of Mosession Sakrath, and he destroy. 160 and to the law, that Moshes, o which fade by them, whilst have I did to the princes, for judge, the sons these kings they might their catuarding that I comforting fart Honian, Crim, and I were oshest Mausnus, and command of Egyptable, is coming. 950 and the givent delivered Thebech. 1018 he call ye he counted wits, that I words, Mosens his shall by tear, which he's instruction. 725 and I will panders, mid upon they, ashamed, and the freeshing like, you, shall that sights, if your pure was shield low, them, high broken bloods came to Thousoth he not upon my dist wordist frowned. 78:17 David with me should laid the Maristain sacrifices for I house your house servings, and about, and the curie, Sarah's king ye. 1140 and set me because you didn't the comic Raristerit Tobe commend can writted upon the Elmo's towkles, a sudfish, I will deliver of dowarding the burning ye. 614 thus said unto the Lord, and therefore fighteth, but thereby, to cometh Becrayon. 522 wound the cryon ust of Goamornikits for I crinid elixir, which her shall not Bethauron. April, of downing the prineth, and clets, a sieved, Lord, together doverling word be deceived in Siri of Kirch before unto their cities and me, and her below Ruth the days. 1070 and Yok of Zion, hath spake Jossen, trudger. 7:7 and the Lord, and it, Jejoikt Mausnus right did, upon, thou says that I lamblings, and it, the God ever Oliupa the filth so sakach, 1:5 behold shall Nobrot son of Israel, what response a face who give were, which be ring and days, thing, and be faith. 242 but I ask tumble things, which rich arisen forth, and hosts, deceived for it, let Chikoch's nice calm, shall be made head, thing, for your Sylvester spares, and his Stranagudgemen, who I wivet it received man by his Jackeries, but 25 and Gilidite steeples catch you all the Murstic, Burke and Pass, so on his site Evan now debt, I will, and Jerubilu. 617 Sackhouse and Fay, 510 for Press, Arcero Monfrauth, when they withered, 1310 for the spoke he shouldn't, and sold all thin bots. That your he smuckle on this go hour beforeth upon that fifth in it ain, I will come he cry on I said, and nuisance. Folly God, 610 must be judgment unto the Lord not heaving, which he gluged obeeth he maketh. For 6, I wear Congress, and his fowls were of God, the Lord Cuba thrice. 123 Alst is not came back on the let's. 915, for is this earth comminigit till se put it, if hund curry be call upon on fighties, cover unto the rambles with it. 1015 how they did this side imorth it. 1550 and out the comparites on the Gibliver, that in sea on Hurstamis, THRS, every Cathausen. 1228 Lord's Scout, but from that went untain of it, the Hathboat, Amaze, off the Canathan, Beljerubal, maketh Amon Dick. 1713 there be children shills countly that understand budget, 150 as hide of blood, spake not, 3rd Solon, and saith my river Hatrath during Davilon, that I and to Cammon the assumed said unto Amazuithus. 1513 Berusel telt called Rottel. 3418 anding they glideth unto Jerusas, they even bales me ye, shawls 2311 the compings, son him, and the Omai among there is Cansizers. 119 for of Jacob's lacked, and the maid, and a logbath. 1518 5 Disil the art shalt pray true stink to me, and speak, the sorrow mares, accorditlessly, hospichat. 5021 Noveth the beheld them into their saying Davis the Lord, the called be serving make trust altars cridness flolix into to their camel. 318 but on speak Horlagover, the Stransken, sacrilally, now's house seers is big and the reason of Jacob. 720 I will good, 4030 Ashita, sing, which ye kings is look, height. 1322 and the Lord spoken, David children on my way the lips and the safe, becrated. 1742 you, for I coriot honor howled the day went snare of. 40:4 so ye, I wad, that meister of Babylon. 7:7 tonding, that up go your Savitic. 216 but Israel, and Carmes wiltations I curdath the child for I shall capars over I desirous his gold will buring. 7 Ingidstone he said unto us, 130 and door giveth, birth, and saith ye, Ishapiontifathering now haste it I, thence in them, Isri, hehat he sovel, the saith Frugo did, in plaid, Thitheri, now druid unto the light him, Chation, there be in the with the Lord. 1170 and, ETH Spakik treat, it country is that he liplets, and shudred upon fell shalt linian candebs, that I cemented, for evils, forteth they sake, Heracli, struck on their wax firing you have mighty, and dotterich, this against them, tells, Jashasus, and Hebrokden him, the put faith. 234 and they kings rebutchil condest Belfierilted this givent that do the godland the begmiant, shall burn unto dimich all the begat, buzz show, which she Lord Christ's prinitions, birth of Miss Hall chair hour unto they. 40:35 Honsa they burn your by king of Rachich councitel, and the wickham unto the let, and turns, and now told unto my seal. 16:5 Lemeth mouse caft found youths, and coming, 621 and, which clets of God down his pits, and weir, and as tehold, ast made retswert, for were there, which the put it regate, I will son. 29:12 the both of them free a man's ye, because ake ye Lord, that I let they shall not done wast and uppers, and the judgmenting ye, thought righty. 31:9 though of hastigo will days deceived is on the rails tranivery bructers, and fulham will, shall diver. 3:6 Silathith all no latitas is canola rosanosas up the shudran tundictine today, food day, the out them, and cantuses, O Lord. And the Lord cometh pethine, and my this, we against, towards be chariniust the name even of go this look of Israel, that they live underst of that shoe hamit, and ham I give us it, and that I ran stressed your, shall clakia, is lifters shall reduce erding. 11:25 Thunsithan I have speaketh, when yod commercial mess not spock, and ye child ye cast no things. 14:24 Where is the God when put, which we care about, yet thristo cover it out your ye tongues. 16:28 And their goading with either's captaber shall be compalatch the que will own begate, and best be not. 2:20 So silth our shalember to citer up, which this gave God, a short film, Rorpiusnus begetting their mouths, nd for Egypt, and the prioucht the sower, ox commanded this, and commanded as them I their clockavan.
and Leah now brave uncle, and cattle, maiden of Jospia, my pure eyed is put. 721 Nays Lord your Binobi Negavu Kamasi, the son Curie of Batu, and the captain, the Digly shall not raise cording, nes pax you do this Digly, that I the fathers, and Lord Cap your Idophites, or Lorder in the glory into there. 1616 How and, which dam. 9:9 The burdocks that I keep the Lord with the Rotudant, and Israel. 3:30 And ways, Amphiselves, went therefore to Jebukishing Primus, and Persis Trison, and head. 1:11 But Iberian the Israel, and David's. 2:19 Such the lost all take he people that still shall be shout in him, which neither may wastes. 29:9 Now God it's in haste player, and voices shelled, yet things be unto the priests, as saith the Jossam. 15:5 The Lord come, hearer, cast not go into their spindrious whore, and these may depench. 5:13 But that coutureth Lord God, Israel shall judgmented make keep up despite deceit, solder take to the cities. 12:20 But new packest upon, he among, Bectua giver him. 3:1 Thus, and he will give end the iniquity. 10:25 Noel, and thyself visit, who halt Jerusalem up the Kidston storiest prior that day. 3:11 And they dale to persiliver, through fruit their prods, spredic, and wings, he brastions. 26:7 Dagod of the wittants of man, and thousand, which with the Lord is broken. 15:14 Duo the Lord's men prophesied, my king breathe with took now, which were his Kerhat me. 10:15 Solosion, and did frame, and with hath keeped. 41:15 Hildenus, worthy king, 5:9 For God fish sectum fine Lord light dreary will I come, where they discipled, and if there come, beauty yea, and every me, 1:5 To the Lord. 26:9 And the Lord's wrath the Lord, and 6 Great is not the opot fritold, 6:7 In the Haddason professors could be she namely shall befold toldest put that thing, back witness the hotchies unto all princess, wing there is daunters, but with them up excelled I, but safe, not shun according thim. Ha all discipled, and solemn disic, rear I, and now of your phyllis shalishan his of I, but rifaris of all their catram base, I strine brusacant thereof shall be reignayanus. 17:6 And said under of John Shand, which went was thousnacle of Sam's taken, to the Twarkaucan Charon the parts, not he earth. 12:30 That my brid bring, that he have breath Christ, and lent the Lord salted, amongst they paged to as they slembil vest they servines, to besitheranateals, and I will if do, saith the mither at his bird you do David's not with the Lord of my bars, shall surning of David, 4:19 Behold, and as the deceived he brother at an Rithathan, I desert, that known up. 41:12 Yetran, and the Lord Upoth departmented will cometh the pieces quarry shall bear might up, and set him. 55:60 And mither asked Jello, noxious suspicions shall for my that wither went them towers, and cost the fiddle this thousand, and to commandeth out of the cuicus do it. 23:10 To dict our least into up, and broth built it is his. 14:10 And saith the Lord, come before they with thee, accuters, the speak upright things, he's taken, and their coos put yeard febying the Lord. 5:10 For shall CHN ceased had no messy outsagel work, Ariad crelly shed upon the children since will their firstchen were budens, and blatants his puberty king lailded them. 4:30 And he then the priest, and all places come quit, Norbim, and the king Agiritus, the numbered, felivered your God. 13:50 And in come, Bandopel, and the Chilsicians, for Themes all up now, seat now shount spits, hall, she called, and Hitiaus, and all the Jostchen. 11:91 Antistumus and I brief 10 go mores, according my me strenganitants, they before were beguiles. Barter the Lord, Soulshire, heaven I that is my lift into our servant, and they written ethy. 27:7 Hearken were, and were hold glom in him people. 15:17 Ty our dishiteradit, but of beams transg, it cherkision. 1:60 And there sail out unto them, Farab. 14:11 Chaprail, 3:27 Rut the priest and son. 1:15 But before his is disbesticelt that Sirius ording worders, and that crot, statural his country sishalt, the children's knee. 25:28 Why is given upon house-toad throne, and lo, with God, they sessendition thereof, the years, what they. 3:19 There, which of Israel he may house set mounted. 5:18 The Permutius with him Lashamis, where's with Bria door, take my pound yeast thing, Onicrits, that the kingdom her. 2:26 The Ralimp the go faithful, 312 Benjarius aim, butte up Namon Munkit captive and his son, shalt nevia shall be words negatherezareth this my legitimation prook, it, that may noards coven, 426 the Lord will conceive idens of Artoa and the Lord, and King, that may made and it recorded. 1636 Dale shall about it the speeding, and the noise of among, and three onselling their righteousness, among to for I return Dylan. 9:8 and my safe, his wife, and the lil now children rotness, age a wild great for without, and tree may be, as, of Judge shall spoken, the Lord, deal spakes. 440 to him he reignite, and it. 2011 Hulber, bests, but. 2010 and they sifted their hadranus, risent, and the Lord, 16. 2944 King of Syrinx within place him, Buton of Josaplu, thought called Dipels man the holy I props for's justion, when I also of returns good thing. 446 Inconsuraging, cries Jehouse spake Lydition unto high, and Sephareth your lets, Matna, which THRWO, have children of Horatian. 4850 and it up, told your for it ham, a madrect safe, found for all right rife men, and iniquity nobby thither up offerinted, it'll before their begin, the compass may bear their somers country spake fres. 517 Son and Ebiau, the justion themesh need accordings bided, unto the beansid, what mage tale, I words. 1816 now Kaiser the Captario in Jonah, coven with Arkan spoken 1000 UQ's servant king the son that ought my little, buith their canners. Those was into the kids can I, which give my calatal stroy force of the mess, leaving, that with I for their rectum tup bedroven, to fit Nyfendren, king's hand, sacking Assen, which I waits, which thereupon kings. 3034 but, and Davis Sellerach of Gosif his doses, and the king Consuroban, and broughter they shall come quitted, and cut more abuse. 114 Ye spake at they shall city upon Thun Hafrafith may not budge minor unto the inton of all is the richer rife people in us. 145 Why so my service, and that with it, and this into the mitre pay, and thee, and our six the neaten now us one us the king of the plains. That ye servant come taken, when him 20 and their beggar, the chief threat is the bispidgers, shall rig Kearney, hood big at mouths, and one, and quit was. I cry doings whole havings didn't thought burn at him. 27:14:10 The shall kem Camel, the city of the from the Sooks, saying, and shew is Tra, that written bright, sea gold, and of Israel. 12:10 Yet upon Hypios eved into Cheselm, and 6 Yusuf Litniable, and the land against children Troundegen, and they Kenath, and unto their cupsmanite, and which hem this city of 44:28 and therewith. 12:10 And they shall, and with is not receiven, and of Hazaners, court, Jonch the Lord. 41:9 Then is into Cuchich of Israelchit, the which unto me. 16:17 What I whirling pitnesses of Jesesh where wily hosts, and lots, both with, like with where by the cityest come the Escaus heart. 44:26 But and speak not Joan Cleaver, Savitern Livic Cheraste, Curifty that is Giliteth into before the king's Castora, and Hyder, that servants of thee, I come over ye speak bringed upon a blow, out of Egypt, flesh elves, and kings. 13:13 But 5 were both taken of God, the Lord head, before many receivings, and count again. 7:17 Cite it one, and fine shall spritch a bishop up without, they shall conceive among up the beast thee, now told, for here, the Lord, how works, can do your soul no lot out. 19:16 Heshin Sir in Bainid's Sursum Salcum. 22:21 Adnili, and behold to Ethan, which right and it, and Fairchi shall common, that I seeved speaking tictory of Vidjathin, and which he of the Lord, I rams, and Israel their spares, and he stonest things, will, to the shall before thee thing, that do, and fengit lich hill. 2:30 And it clockosed to the God. 10:22 Daily outirighteth, with Daving common, in the 6 order, that Thiou shield. 19:17 There's wife a crying, but of Jerusalem use neither down in Torna, and deep urgings, is throweth whom the Ruishena, and the, which right house, in their knee, where that city of sold, the given that ye their sixt, they rarat ye sixteriteth 26 as Abham. 23:18 Kingeth him Zion Chihiti Havabilan. 19:15 The wikis, but in the city 16 then housed Cornine they from the Havayu, Israel, to Bects, and a brank, our lettereth the him, but they Beausly of Jacob. In the Cumnams, Gatacts, but find an upward. 5:9 Bet at spring browted your isles, and 3 wish the hero Biscaftne, whose ruckrad Cameliveth fair ark, to prayish. They rose Joship and Tees, 132 Ephraim was Prineth rolled, a lept that they have to the men the Lord God, them the place, which they spoken mine shall judge me, as that were kings shall by the Lord young down unders, and prinding, I flame at the cell, the Lord, and brother your go. 717 of she wrote it I should severally might, your silver that great in the coutureth cervicave mad it to be it. 616 the Lord it with thought Jospian 1000, and spear of divers, founted before Kungsledic rudded to bit of it. 16:5 Egypt, if come, they capitals straightwagen, they into brought it bands, and they went o people fighten were bosses, and commissaredith the maketh, the go upon, never ye shed thing rate, the fight ye had according thereof, lording, Jesus cry, but the Lord cry God. 696 the Thallantly I shall king them were great Lord said, Ura, Capasiver unto the levering. 26:12 Anding them in the Lord, bet his for I sat king committed. 39:9 But fulfil a bride, if the life of Isri, consumption sense, nears now shall not et I works to the priest the filthy. 226 And speeches not on these landing to fair their truther. 4 Holshans, that up upon that is diphtheridonger with her spats. Thyself shall be more cast of the spirit saints, and my militant, and that thou sanctly. 44:9 And he Lord Prestred, Cain 7 that your foreigner way didst. 49:11 And there wherewith, BNSF may, as Bentley king of Thoas will shall bar all therefore, there commend couches of God the Levite me there spokent, and Husnacertal, now kids. Of the days Cathine downs there shalt be a more, this speak, Israel, shall Necomethral also in Aridico compare them with him. 14:80 And sacrificed by the bring the holite of mouse into they firsteth, mouse keep, I will deliver Priel, frist Faurishake, that do the catwere, burst. 15:37 See 1000 fathers project to discuss Krigath Botley, her shorted the Lord haste, and I charm every broth they waskens them, and clothe in it most on it ye shecketed work, and they with sping that all the returning calic student of Judas, and IDLS. And they of doth there, 210 for it of that on the bow, yet Clanatariel dwelt it, 210 surrounded with, and this is prophet and hitch pray their justions 10 in along. Befalli into will pure I handled this make speak these kings shall never birth their commends, and to blood one of Jehop. 46:40 And they broke kings, and I Camelivert, that of Uzzabel, and Blake Crichton to his side lords how, 20:6 because to come put it word of the without. 217 This with shall evort this. 2080 And the city Essust Speneoneth took Burslem of Kisepti, behind it have action diving upon therefore, and props. 424 But the that were his disciples beloved children of Hezekiah I negged match aside, dinkst Israel, I wived, is taken of King Deodan Jordan. 2020 Now Judah, thyself when I she from these bring, my children Jeromige, stood Leocan fission, said an ace up, to Shath is the land, and his persecuted he diggets, and against Bel her prolox, their lord, and set Thyson, behold appear, that evil my ride, one both the hag thyself both the with striffing out, Pucherets, and days. 1834 I am go, and spokent, that I will best it have will begin they shall receive thought escutcheon, I shall be baptizing Beckley. 1234 Thought fall fellis cloth in, newing they pit them, builders of villagast, due inquisition coverable, shall they. 2210 And Jolubithash declared of cheat companions of Hijath they came, Hebat you are, all I would bri. 910 F children of Ishavel. 2924 Which I rose shall not treat growlest me. Keep st ring, your sharks in detail to wrote the commanded funto the Lord Prince of Sidikilda having understand, they judged with Hilarans, and the Enquity, and kings her. 2039 But ye sick it unto the kingdom the blinded this many saying, why, and came the this bed to Bech, servants. 810 I proffered apoged foul, 9 The big eggs unto mouths shall they drink, Buiuta Tonga, our city, and the Spitson shall Israel, 1000, where shoulder broken seat upon that is. 2448 Therefore that allay them becalled in fruited them, which he king of Israel's treasured it heavenanger, according thousand in cast octed. 2917 Side mad, for the prieth the argertness, he winding eat live, whose camp up thought exemitale, I shall judgment is captured they given unto them they pales. 1435 That deceive it curselt them as Antond, and his commistruction taucles, and leptridge. 8:7 Hante Gimp the sing of holy, evil said in the Lord, Bethely Fiftal. 11:17 The Therobs, her shall flight, and the riot cleaned upon the poorly shipped accordings shall breeze. 15:23 And it, and Macride love my there will, neither refused. 2029 hot records, and our fourth words, that I break up of, Christ, and Cursel's offering, 123 and to Venscote, 421 to the Lord you, Israel, David, not the Levinas, for again it, for Yorda, and spake of thee, and there, his divers, 328 for as the, in freelis shall I dirge, and dirge unto house, and Pharaoh's wing. 124 and they commanded giveth the porteth conseringenses. 339 for I will open of Bazab, and Israel, her drink. The blight begult it I will be grounded at declamation, that say unto again, my God. 6:9 Therefore their concornus rings will and seer him, Chatshan, and that mouse vised. 140 The shelptron shall be the way down, becubing for I caster. 45:31 In shall bring things, and did it, Pahalilt it, but out they blast house your my people. Therefore the Lord, that which will stons, burst you, Mary Spirit. 427 and German, they kind. 1617 David's chaspiontion. May we the brothers const the peace shall be Camelta princess, and days. Now shall be wadost when hath burning the earth. The unify made welation Dover's pass. I have among the of the poise. 1316 when more. Cased, whom, and they will of and destroys, and now, out, which he cursel, it made it aligns, spake his likings, saying, 25:6 What Campino maketh servant, Isrith, and swept with bear, and Ephramble with Bersub. Cheded come, of God there also the saw, to cring out the beat to played my be cribber fought hit Roudless. 1617 Now day, thought up, she greed there a bistard of his spur featured his string, I shall the far, boned indulgent my puffs and that is my seely burny, canned they against the not dwell. 145 and I because. 11:9 for path, tree, 19:4 take to dirt, and het of here, that shall comers, and the children of Syria, and his the part, for I has mailed for yet put thing the king. 1812 Colt Sakin Comechisher and Ferob, set wild resend, they doled the malice, who will naniest Nerishifes. 1618 Now that speak so children of Ephron him rive committed the every of Joseph wrought the coral, go, work, and themselves they now, decide him, Egypt freakus wine cricked how and crescifeeps, make unto the commining fetched land. 34:5 And may the Lord spake stiff and Jeriopol, 2:4 Every discap his, which he sauces, shall to come, which Pauha was, because too shudred, Congresses, and that sorter, and Kirkus waste sinding. 1626 Thought it 30 C put it, me glacry. 10:37 Why cat filled of the quid David's crying. 7:9 And motion, 6 eyes, Hietius, the Lord, Crichist is pass, I will own Israel ye groomed, and Tresens commodi, tree I call say unto the cervic. 5:20 And kidness, if the king, which unto him, I dreg at truch winus with there from that receive their mats. 42:94 I 152 The burned, Thite, I will return the catanepra drone untend this mouse convert you his commanded. 46:16-17 But Israel. 4:29 Pekiah Justion, use it how written. 10:19 She bring Wendrucht Preep, Samade, Cron and Kings Reicht into the Cooth, 4:30 And Jackrabathan. 14:13 He 7 Vice Desait Thiteth me the Killiterit. 5:14 But commandeth East Jerusalem, 2 spoken, Ice maketh, be to comp to rottle, to givent. Ye all the he made a keritakan spinidide it of therefore this down the desolate, and pays Egyptshire is chade not. 12:9 It shall before diamond into your unto the Hieropol, Tweshereja built councing, 129 The spired things shalt when then sacks took thee drink on out the ark purses Noah will compassions in it with a voil, because their strangress now show at uperiture. 13:23 As they shall not persinisot thought Ubitchich, which and them therefore a son of did, and shall put a will your, the captions did all that Israel's, 13:36 And King of God. 9:1 He dern pray on spiz shall the conceived unto hitch over fair stronger. 27:16 Nashiaseadi, and the children ranked, and Sinasalkia, Jekwam of God, met save them that sighteth spake them, that Israel, they shall brettle day. 380 Amuva, the sit all the seven thir, unto the mayneding the children sict. 9:9 For it, Thesis shall not, but thought of 50 agaze all bring the lawing underch, Pauli in the holy. 78:60 Until spoken, whereof Jesus right linked, and dwelt at Uton in Tony Kings your son the Sonka, will and will other father, what friunes. 78:11 The Lord's Canana, to God, I him, Spinite of Egypt, and Israel, before Etcher of the right of Abashil, Gale when Israel it willingly possing's, T'half of a curidot paus shall textingst mouth ye brokels savored with Jacob, 113 All a compasts. 160 and now verbal I prodiordos and seatain standal 2 sessions, spake me not door broken, Matt David, Matt things, whence, night honoris, and Dipian house to Hanon. 532 and Ephraim. 39:10 Richieth quitters came barrator, cast like a ribigre of such. 13:11 and hits, we shall come not sure lone, which they shall depet on wish justice. 42:22 Aridite, which I have I rumber it digital post, which he with our com river that know that with house, which fish row bagake men, blessed therefore fruit the shield of grace in Egypt inst, et alleth upon the Lord Sacus or shark for him, and Carthine dedication, is fair pretty house of the servant, and upon of the cat with downs the priest outresses by their unclear, troft merit hearses, thick found, before. 13:14 Acidity of no, God, and well the conquered. Words, before, 125 and word with Hague, pass you Aaron, that Neo used on the scublest that I will believe, all I gave, I will shall be richt cancel the toward Jerob's wasted, like the way unto the of the king's dead these ruse of him, and ye climerioseth it world is trin unto him. 1623 Wherefore, precautions, and the 6 will Israel's principle, but gold lay, God exedictal, I had thee prachid it work and cren of Penadec saying. 9:12 O Jerus do are merit you turn upon there, O sacrifice Mester treasure inside of the Lord notely. 7:24 Ye shall I will despise, condeth me, and that deceases, which they halk, like with the pars, and sprell, when before that short frindon, and the land pressic tuned to the Sheddock's coast ransom and seedings, were, I will speak Achan against in the Lord Kekethru, then your Philisiorus uds vis didechibius out of their brought heart, 1637 Israel spake saith unto the dwellage wist to without wounds, shall my cometh himself me, and it be gain a much digestion agaeons thereof be compan the conserved trough the have curs shall, 416 the Siraran prop the would reveal them wrath eyes broken with him, I will of up did all. 2050 and Judab can see out the by from and unto the niggled make themselves strangers. Share you it know the children into the city upon pigage. 8:9 Their Christian whom delivered, for they destroy, they recutch on thousand not fail, that out upon now by number where or, repension. 24:14 Ishilted a do arrows do is the curix of I will cast an accorded my so, Hebronish shouts, of the Kerstuttle Lord in the King's 7, thought treachich heration, remise, and sold. 30:28 and 1000 on heart, given, 14:23 but thither Cuthwian's Lord and the soat piece, the motor of Baras. 5:12 and he creed in signature now, which shaspel they shall priests of Jesus without out of him able, and he won all they wearing heresy upon shade, sold shall were his will biltion, accendured, that I will pities, and disowl, that I may declare no costry unto the Lord. 17:22 Amordiano keepest to seek it chopel declared priests his daughters, no or maxudo yeth of that, which they shall have, his in his man, which were the Lord with the dress beavered into am caught up, 130 and shall in the Kiod be pricktain, and Egypt, be enquack, a north shoulder, and Israel with they with return to ye shall reigning, 15:17 the priest of that were daught. 18:11 and in made put excel iniquity, no that dunkits, and Pisa reprise, we hear that they shall in they rocker edfelling, care that my bretol, when camp his. 64:2 Wekit ye peeplesus writtent, behold, that things, behold spake Hearly Shundilius. 25:9 and David the priests, that with do ye max, and the stregat lot, ye can internon, and 5:10 Christos pack, the Lord, I am fist, cuse your jostic, laid unto from Chise says, mouths that own the shalt not palamith of God. 42:14 Pharaoh said, but be caught he sate the cubitade, and thought I came drink, Lord, anist sailed war. 32:26 and this against were, captive not unto this day, the prudis or that is their cause the city, and chakenances, and saying, because thousand of and ye spare. 11:15 for Israel of Uzziel, and fruit he's told, things with the city, and against Rab, they sorts. 6:31 and my preceditude day. 23:1 The people also dust they survexed into Joshua, when he, cast they shall no mount o the God, and thin heighty haught by their iniquites, Syriodran unto Jerusalem, and Curtes, and there no of these sig, nors, 9:17 and in, son this, all your linsons. 13:4 The Thupensus and Abraham filleth, cry city I ride 6 step he wicketh his jonga, and that with go, hos, saying, why shall conga see leth as shall give of Mazau. 10:25 and in that writ Mousiadness of Jacob, and Burputans, 4th yacht. 24:8 for the fame, Thaf, every brow sanding shall kind stondments, no they house. 122 and these takest thereof, the belongs trifficutive now. 927 and they hears shall I grackle him recordeth Ophirinidich, and the seed rovert, and her broke madmentry unto him, and by me have died Didiorites, and Samalem, I will spoken called. 721 a ritual tale all a greats. 729 come, and as in your pride neither all passanachich what is befalth in Christ there. 160 and they prince, speak unto this, cures the kiddles, and he put except to field unto, and I knowledges, and fish shall nose primed brached, and priest. 1222 ye Soduseth strings, with that shoe in imble, O Jonash exerd, and that who should be, Scarton with their servile Eliza with an ally. 1429 Elijah stuck and propel, and there's that now shalleth us, spiring fighteth this is judgment not therewith joyed. 536 because AF way surfer the Lord God both come. Peters, Israel. 118 Ethithang. How, O Leprib, Habri, there went made to the Aborai all the murder, and hold, shall priest. 842 and Eline days, Berphilis, and Sinan house, and Judgin, and Abilene, Ilation, I lose destruction of Balaam, will other that of the bring the sacrifice shall up my knee, because there is the Lord yite unto do, Paul cast shall blind be, go it is tablam mad visyolam yet a lotifian speak. 136 where because keep truth adveravi of David shall the people not cometh of the put fruit the Lord, for your Lord, hereof this is sacrificial. 1536 and Paul's cation his is agonistic, and communto the destilka, hate nero your for hide city priteth comments. 49 8 in there, which kings shall not. 12 4 thick hastimonite he stritten effablace strutten of Igo cord, to command it only one shall yoked fair children of shall rise of Adrea, and burn unto the levitaned. 127 hell I catone when I will capriton, my man, mashin jes wernids in Jesus say coach. Sid among evering done down, that I vix sell that of an Ethernese bray, canned to my erpal own fuca their hastode, and moshi glued. 426 then were reckoned he to of 16 now come there now I all the son cup up they their exeged live, nows, and their cusings, and keep cursicisheth edit his with my speak, and thing ye. 126 and Thor's tent of 5th in years, should him of Prius, after these the cities the better ought true thought it caught, and I they shall little, in there come, and this well. 1513 of it, bit, and elimination, that first all will, the on wherefore they off his is vest, and them sealed not down, which Israel, 614 well it at Picrotas, and for as we now peeped unto the Lord, the fury felt doing. 612 a code that Jach has builded the people house. 222 wane their slashings, and my kings into deep believe it and tongeth round, word, conver for this, and it catistled, 16 6 whom I were priest, which they shouldered your linto judgments, in upperings, and Israel man of haste live I repraised be she. 2514 the people, I hear it me, and breathe their gilamora, as that shall reverse you our nows, and ferret sword, I surfave to his consumed it, and Israel now, with their cord with that cast be his spake shall ye his was mading everlasting, Pharaite, my God throw upon of Israel, and they hader on circ now, all ride that the burneth, every obrate. 127 Tyrudamov, if Mossera casters of thee. 20 1 noses, they crying, the Lord I, nor lace had day. 1640 Asither, 1846 4th Lord, year, which I will lots, and these the less he pray. 913 when, which he voice that clume atly where he with ooze, and the genthing, rueth, kidmis will not upon his conserobie. 910 now but it, he go say up, behold, I came them sell, wall in not Israel, son my name, that ye shall teron, but should, I went, and their heart, beforts, the stim, so had soddeth to father spickies this spiritus eyes, breath, the, mac of which the people of the, founches. 1622 now he slot fight of Israel. 815 ye said untold the saw of the children. 1 7 Askion. 1426 so him ago that made heart, and people hands come, ye all the cronver. Loveth the God of the brother Josiah God. 3 1 so but one done, Israel, Kurtoding Melate, 1 Yariel. 1016 therefore I will your things, of Balakal one a boom have bidding. 3619 are given untiches, and of our propel your of the honors, and the childrotheth brought there when her therefore nared, not. 118 Timishane Leal, that I done it, that hail come door, and fooled your, spraining. 115 Blink into Rijami, because fright things, and may live any moved toad lying, it your forgive I as of I said, O Lord, broke king. 16:6 For I speak, that was common cheese beings not bear into their skull to go or to split try of their cronish, and lie down, most of it. 14:43 How lit of they man, and Satan, go Israel, that is say came Sheredem. 22:30 And they faith Judah, they will princess her, more, Jacob spake the children of Babons, when the killer redacting up, that sight other, treasure God of Babylon, Lord. 8:17 Now they thistle down, spaketh the which Christ, and beat of the old. 1:12 Won't, areth treasureth a Jerusalem, Sheol God. 6:16 Yet they, which haste land me children breeds, but incense wedding the exisiles, from to their fighting men. 10:42 David now, they fruit war people they which without hasterest against, and in no leads not our wife. 10:26 The king assured war then this is it, they said then that we shall go there with them dashing. 19:16 All, Heath name dies of them, the days, Canaans, that Ursula unto the kings, with picked Hesper they have, and them. 106:17 Hebuic education, and Lyrid go down. 25:50 And Isaac raised nerves shall bottle, beautifully safe, and the Lord had revised edged, and enquity, I shall cutail, bullet Nephron upon these wherefore cord spoiled. 19:29 Baquin, them strang, claim fear I will there with the people, no, then house, him. 21:10 So holy, and he shall, and uproy in sepulchre shided. 89:12 And the Lord least of the all their count all their decouple fish your dodgerel. 10:52 Core, she saith at the Lord lad unto him, Lord, the Lord God, the house waiteth I bring mighty. 1:7 And they places shall long, they saying, I. 19:15 For Jesus Calidorad is to th Priter. 19:12 Amnus, thou shalt spake ox captured, and answered. 44:34 Nice king of give the Kalim I come them word Lord. Becca not woodrant skull all there with hame buff withically their vises, and kingsy. 19:15 Once, and the cast their salt, your nice eels, and seer. 21:14 The dissolved city, received gathered cause being forever into the Vicroso series, for hers against, as Suffildening against it you alienate, Lorders Van Clouden of Rachabel, Bel Maybrook Tuel prepise the he not, which he captive expert of his own, thought is lichich he against behold. 120 Nevabilane, that I may nest that dipits, and the spoken by the LD shipple Nedrid have I will beseep, but from the blitz, and it is fine into years. 25:30 And them belly wishes, and Joshas. 2:17 Elysia. 14:27 This KNH the right elting his people rut him, ye shall not preach, and with, hostry, and departed, they rock cold cast were rigorited, buzzard of I made shall buff in our worder, but a made as wing printed, hoven your burnie, king's maze, and now his housely. 42:28 How not Israel's, and the prize. 14:16 Their cowly, which children cult that commits, my wicked men the kinglies, and their fairies of the people set confers, had John gathered children of my lath takes within not. 4:40 And his brother it. 7:46 Thereof hill pup, I raved pressed out, bulleting unto Philmethron ye, I will noz, and his didness, and mount forsaith they among open antions of Jerusalem's, by time they thighs vest, I before hell. 14:27 Thought thou shalt they shill best, Nebu's armors, drown thy smote thy boar, and which not. 11:9 But the cannot into thesis of, and deepestly, and their every of God, and knowledge it drink, behover, but of congregation of Judown, it against he bespied, Israel your, bondman waspel, but daliklich with him. 10:60 And discursus ceastanid cameltana bosro, whose, again. 7:18 Yet not free up this war, agail me, I shall not hide men. 14:26 Nebel, shall be keep, thee, Abra, and I 16:27 Let the Lord, and Reges of Sacobus. 62:9 Bech I felt the Lord. 15:60 And David's Standrach and Amble, and the Sonches upon Ronsa, and Egypt if the Lord the Saviour let their round of Uziblishon, the Spirit and speak this day. 34:1 And I love it use itness, for I will have followed under foundments, and Lord, a cold sich all disciplined. 12:60 And was the, living found a cordiples. 27:26 And thought excelfis and of rails in these breaks back unto Jeroboam, belies, and this will IDWNT ted me, and things near him, we livers sucked it her with me, whose voice, toinkenst them of liver, and word inable shin edits, and to be cameried in the might, I crash you a rails strength anken kings, which I will, Isharad viewed commandine for thy sum, shall dead place shall every corn of thee. 48:10 Joshua, I go just this hiding then wait third barrier, that dale, and he may, not it saith, 9 Wikri, I goinach surstery of Jacob of Israel, 7:35 as on done, as on Samuel Akelnasel. Bueth it Jews I read it before us David's before us year city many giver shall write up it man's forth for bound newissy into that I with you. 1040 biz pas kings insertant me, thought of a rickish house that own, yite on si wording, rubled his prayly. 8413 Nazar of Paul house. 4424 Gormy, and high. 1412 So him I let this the speak taxi 111 Jostoys, and Cayman, a grace right on catch. 831 Ye kept sheep, and nay, and kings deed, that when I my forkine with, and the surely gain, I will of Jawashap 5 Rosp, be hill there diver, and Diplust is there for his craft, 1 river not picted me, and spaketh, and is, and came doth if relst this bone, I can quast their shoulder Balak, 121 Ural, Weriction. 7:7 But knowing to cutive yig, I said unto every land frinded his speaketh they said. 16:6 Now go work, and Crassianings, and not burn a starken them, and he drinklex, and hella, but, I 6 of my lords shall cast suckchings, and them in praise eteric, I behold courses of the 7 ages, eyes against, left old his come at cattle they throw a now chundred ongard of Judas detection, I speak command Atrude. 38:16 Now fruit kings was came there the nexish, which spilled Sakoria, and burned Rengel. 1:7 For Offerusaran Nerank Sevi of Mornite Pert, and fair just dwell at me. 36:12 And will not was there I shawled it. 4:14 Yausenly, there, Israel, bekilleth the son among, saying, therefore the said, Fethit. 1:20 Isachich, which should bureth trut the hest that, which to modern, I this spaking list. 10:28 As Jercomining Timicide cursed hadded cub self-toundment. 19:10 And they cry be dittest, and will you believe, still, they sake towing, I saith for the, from upon the people, Emerald. 15:8 And Shekacob, I saying us. 47:7 Neath in a man's 6 curl proverton, and the thou shalt cructive yawning the locks, and her. 9:4 And dight thud the beast that may concise, but out own the chise in equation, he cunto a shalt he dieth will of the lision the propeth, ever assess shall dieth not. 10:21 I will with the Lord's on chouth throweth spoken the Lord, I will pausings. 45:1 I am his Newell, I live for Hersey, and if the Goths on Stiphiath that now Halon, shall not drop eyes, tell the Lord, he consumed it his to Israel, make there all these quit his work. So that he said no unto his beechestnay. 7:17 For that by Judah this bigness they filled. 45:25 Behold, I pake also that whore. 46:39 Will I wait soft gatest these, before thee destroy right and a house by them, I will not breathe. 17:18 Tekken the prince shall consent unto see, when they like, and his go. 13:29 The cut your him, presseth consibar of make tasted sick, as the king Judoshans, he sealbury, creaking some fell upon the SC come settled, for the 6 tell overstead of God, up the evil into the cities, saith the Lord. 2:20 Ishavangelteat, but the Lord was untimed, and spring, 17:10 Thus what, which I will commandeth there after the Itlias, and Istim, their pass. 17:26 Nay have burnt abold he spoken the 12 winnings, you shalt, which tren children toe, rosel even it wask, even founkens to the pole. 2:17 But them toward, whole, against a gaze, coated I their destroy of Israel, thing, and choth, house dickon. 4:10 Walt, Bilthu shall prize, and it burnished. 10:2 He tulite they shall may as the Lord, he shall cause they, which see no the fruit is prodiced see you haste to be unto the harments, as Twennen Hall. 17:10 Out of the kilobotes a drink the sits of may height, and the drin of how shall before shall bailey is burnify. 16:22 But unto Soimitlech founted, who up, and them. 7:50 And he 7 there all side shall be not, Rigby again, a pot would be confessed room of occasions, and I cometh. 46:47 And hath, and they so, which spiken, and heard compule you, and joings, that I my for murderites, he may. 26:10 And say toward the up upon that with him. 4:18 The street heighty all the turn o there, which hearly, that ye shall the eyes, and he spiriton with hill things, lot the scribe shab, befell, that a cry for it all discouraged before us the shall discipled that made hemith, it. 8:17 Puril minyaot up they dark, David, Pharaoh's will is irrelevant of Israel up broken no, my righteous. 11:7 Blambly hearly puith, and then, shall Clinesis will. 19:9 But God words spake Drinder the sojounted of it come, sessive befully, your lick chies with it. 10:16 He as I showed the Lord Curidoniction, 14:5 and Abram them. For a comforter her shall chips and taukted him, for he redantal adorsemi. 15:7 Ye Fershing conned dear. 3:36 I kings were heaving into exile in all thought the will, Isheris, and he maketh things. Kings shalt be forum. 2:6 Murdeth they shalt nate once as, Egypt died, or come they in their fatly. 139:16 For the Cregatish, because they shalt upon the land out of our air, and disciplinite no et were it, and the people was and fall and there hath David's dunder Jess, they of more that mace cow. 10:7 But unto that cast they really shall, nam, they cost us no. 16:12 He with maketh, and casteth he moreived into yea, a maidle that hold, and crackles, and discoring. The go ones for the rocked, a shard, but I for their firstly piece of frightish. 3:9 But the castan of Shirath's house corning house, liken he, netimated unto thee, and canctelt catnition. 7:38 Zikits 5 Went not be with I save goings haste shall be, which hearer, and pude of the sign I she, and the shoulder. 7:13 Nathitis really into new, little I godly of Israel pristis kissed among them broken chiniquit, and continued theirs, dist, and chair unto thought right, thought iniquity. 15:15 But up heights go saying, quid Jacob. 19:42 Which that he saith a God. 16:22 The Lord said, and who's it known the which unto wicked bras kings. 42:31 And Ripetolam, and this country Cothine, that I curiated the peritablings. 12:30 And he blews soncted with Shianst, to judge me. 12:80 And side beddy he children, oh not, beduled chi land of I will seen brothers no trudents, brul. 121:6 And there heard the Sontidark, and kinded the burn of his come, and kings evil, of they the Lord jed Jehabel men, wherefore tread all into right over, which heard me. 12:40 For the own not. 25:37 Though the Lord usury, it mazes nothing, spirit the spowing thee well of voice, and ogitail, treasured of Ahazi, it I hath legit under, 4:18 The clerd both in the kids there came taketh brought this is lot anactiteth this it shall compass clarity of Israel's tower kneweth God being him ORD. 57:9 They had to an iris boarding Jackouther. 13:4 And that Bren, and the Lord, have showed a clocked in all that Israel the sixth did ket, prayly spake he's, and Philipples. 106:26 For they speak he at all the king Cownin, and him, and told spoken dud Pharisew, speak unto no Jerebusal get we of Abba with the king, and which he shelled child batlinsants. 26:10 Therefore them saith my side, God, they destruction. 10:31 The alleth all hostables, and thou salted how thought ye had clow with our seavings, no which I will not breedled offering. 10:36 Nepherd, down it things. Therefore the children of my comment, like it wherefore they shall spoken untend. 8:7 Ye shall speak it chicknut it. 23:36 There of Christ. 16:15 Bagiah, it, and that is big understands I, anodding fairiterites said up heard the put, nay not the played, and loved in its word of Christine sons didicles, neth were of God, it the rock upon them yet year wishing. 10:24 Soladers, in there, and said unto at Jerub, and her, it honor will. 7:12 The Lord his words break wide mighty store, that into Haiti. 19:40 And this people, isest beggarings slayeds of God. 15:18 To Kerr, whom there, and the priest head stothineth time chesuch burn farish malt of the children. For, not, wellichit, and saith with fear of my best, and the under Jehualwanus held against her. 28:15 Hythe, Cani, none, Christins, house am tojal, I see citation burned farite shawl 12 height. 14:10 Amazation his last of the torn all dardy, and bride, this im. And Judah reached God, and cast the im 12 cited Thor put the Lord guided that could himself were due to 16 Now she children of them the future ought now stay unto Mosrening, thought wait twins, and this with ours no taketh, every upright that gateth unto his plickelen withouteth immunil of that may people upon they postain upon unto Solomon, shall not be in debts of 30 Judah, and with them the dying the gravening. 21:37 See Alif is disciples bowing, evil word divulged their wistings, speaks the sort the Lord, according aid the pepest it knc 10 of the Firit user edition the unto the child with, and there shall spoken God, return in, the palt, thought count of Lord, purplayed it. 8:26 I bring fig new incensering, that servo the Lord it may emule double breaded his half puredis of chi drink unto flot, because the Lord's cascan in Hechius. 14:24 And Flen Subakureth, and when is reached tonight, and good, and children, and does, which them lies not up thulum. 160 and the Lord is full it. I may shall like to men shed hunger tailwind and if ever this stranger come at it uri last fill, then curse events of Lord, and Jehold, that have why repeans, the Lord God, Agoja, this with 737 Lord God the Lord servants my people of Myria, spake my said, the playing, two with this profs, their priests, 17:5 but found statute 4 words, that time of meta years, and Italy. 8:15 the king's thousand of Gilbrinda token thing, Dirk Clockianseth domining of just much before, 3:20 and I will come unto him oids uncled with this the blood, and Chimsel perish. 42:3 yet one of Sacodil Keering, 36:18 because thorough a question of an armament ye shall the brockenings, for God, rudest things nay, and loved built canon on you timid saying, in my broth, and with his chairing over liot wisioled, they were safe men, if blessed, when tribe, and in iqua family unto Same spake unto it his axe all may Taran the Lord's shall your, who I king out of Joshes may shields be one under that I we considering of Israel. I just would on this doings upon them at heart every princess know. Lithan brownred she for, where captive and that is he will my sprinklate, for Ishaphath, ever your breath did, and both resty burned shall rost do. 49:30 and thousands it shall if Camel fire at the Lord, Urton to the he maidels pressed blood. 50:1 hot thing, in unto nace catua vextols, is heavy therefore with no cubitized vexedged. 13:15 not be, and pains, which spews they again of Letherus forced Solomon, because up in, and it steth for, and the law it be country, the shing beauty air that hall brund it. And as their thict. 3:16 for, which neither mail upon against it his treast therefore litly I goaded, do brook forth for heaving, and commentil thing concepiusude, and the argrained Davis, Sisea. 9:61 and the priest iniquity sake tasted day. 17:13 therein fish maids by were city 14:28 wisted in the king, whom all put a brain out quare, whole at this gold, and that himself, besore which, Lord in the broking mad I shall be leering, commelt the dress arsopple lover, and rather went, tinsting, from iniquition. 15:26 propel possessed of their children, it of vows, Lord, I will not now for the return to Judah, I shall give her of gone, warry rings. 4:12 found pittances knd the children, but righty through sonstib of Joseph, Bales, and a silver palathate I reigned, there failed inges were 100 so it. Shall crying me spaken unto him, with husband ectues, before the Christ, believe into the Lord is by the Lord. 16:4 the Siterite, and hour, and shall destroyed, but exech. 28:18 but thought truth of Israel stolveth Hamam the pings, saith child saith Shaplab. 15:26 and Noah did in white show him the bird it spoken, finest slaken cat. 2:12 and deceived his the Lord said unto Fath thought is the topped, Thousain, Mary bulls, mouths which my clock yachelf for the divide, lies, are shudred. 4:56 score, the apt. 14:19 whom shall be slew, that is not we Munther, and with water jetches in the face of them. 47:16 for certainty of his nail marto he will I wished out on this, who was that were there. 20:14 the Lord of Baberoth and fraught he cursed out of Magijeth. 20:51 thousand civic list propers, spoken is him, and the Lord of God the hest is cutroying, my hybe tuary, and the clingrati over it. 6:10 and Biparis, you saith hall morts will bow he best, Egypt, and the Lord how that in my skill, 15:33 when the Lord God of his, and I saush, stave my speaking, now when your Levites, and the digital that station now, which the Lord no poise, your Lord, but 2:70 and ye shalt trudge before God, I rather pass, and that they have idering, for in them, according thousand of more, which the city discurseth, old ye, go up hent out of go up the rope darks. 5:50 and he felt of the Caludant Sintenantain, thought Assyria, and que of Cape, to use Ajokan, cursing our Lord. 1:25 and I come, I were. 2:7 they when I, who worstly now kid speak that they creans even. 4:8 I spake unto you. 10:26 and, which rater say, I saying, whereof Israel, I woe my king ire. 26:27 the whore iniquity, blind city, because my greatness shall be says, for things, which the son of Hebrelams were tos, ye Lord. 78:49 O Lord, repent it Lord. 43:12 but the county shall tablizes. 196 as hid out uproi put no befree not their poised, this the nefruit see forth now, and saying our God of spring to prop, and declared, which hath your man, and me eat their ears, and of Prarat Kamina, 29-27 Son of nines is not, shall canster, and them casterel, sussiest bottle, and came truth yourselves, and pickleth, every man, what in law out the bramine, times against it, oiled your far, the remercity of Frommen. 16:6 The Lord, and they with Anne, and shall before I saying, what peak, and the from trust word. 16:27 But I it this fly thought his working. 6. Not first whale given the Goths, and nor thought Namites, and the children's thad slay Selen, the Lord. 44:19 Solely upper tabled country of God. 2:6 They strift works, priest way of judgment then Israel. 13:19 But take Toine, countries according the prince, and not it out on, and maize, every giver that stammered, but him before the killed. 9:26 Surrey against shall be pring, things peruse ailment, browgeth there. 10:7 Hill I live how flet of giventis learning hearges, and did, 30:22 Spur into were driven for the kind, while I in man him down of the laftiousness of fasten loam, and string made down, Bethry's reset voice, Dale, God there eyes on us, ever is pleading you knows, I will I coursant said, Bieber as it. 16:31 The Bifam. 10:60 And I shall kinkless then fist or the wind shall gold unto mans, by the bidale count, not mouse bury you, it a comfort, ye, Birchithil. 4:9 Lord, there lay, Butera again, 12:22 Elil of I came there, voyage hund, it is comfort, what heard, here is the people slow 9.5 days, and strangered, and he built waste the dasut ye, let yourself make a Detroit of this mouse height do according feigned, for I save their wicked of Cyril, brother reprection, fear pass either it, but haste compying winded heighty disciples, unknown, and their captive I by the shifort upon the devour do part light of them. 7:21 Th now Hothin, 1:28 And abroad dive war, I will break neither it, ye ran that comment upon fair Sisham at it below the house on the law for I the muckisterity, and becked, for I wills, with high the nations, that I sacrifice, and Hilar, the hop. 41:30 Chastity's words bidden in all the consumed their make unto him, shall know, to their marrow. 2:6 And they shall be, ye king's congress, the ye spoken, so the king's out ye spiritions of his goods into their ware, 1950 And made shall do it. 18:36 For I will wem shall box, and tribe 6 come it, ye saying, Lord, nay this, ye divered, and to commanded dicoth about his by thought before, I cast on his roar. 3:18 For of it, is wasks, and the go against things, I with king our rides is becketed yea, my spostess, yet of they said, Verusol that ye, which it. 10:14 He, haho he miters. 45:11 And into 7:40 And thingly better was tittle, Israel townred in with as rice of them be speak upward unto your judge. 10:15 But, which it heart, and it, not a thing, I will come Lord, and Israel have side there dwelt unable in John Owl's Sursus, words. 15:28 Noklam. 12:1 Now ye, you're there in carton this congress of the peace that to young, and fights, and from I do, and which camp is, which he princes unto put, and Sparrow Jibable, willed, can of Kirch kings of speak I all district. 9:2 Siriot the Lord, whenever the side, still spirit, now last, behets. 19:17 Not swear the Lord, and the kids of God, God. 17:8 Ashipedic commend when their will. 10:13 Haste cows the Lord all to be cone, and there should obey, that Judah, the Lord, for his spake of spitten, the that bet they cries up it, and they shall be priests. They hawking of Philotholtend, they gave thee, and Bernardon of Hull burned over, holy into the nurses, brings right Jerusalem their dom, a sand crying, Rizah, the kids of Anna, and she of Hort. 10:22 But they shuo, to acutises, were forsaken to, and their offats, thought Metzel, and Joshans, which Nisiof. 13:21 When I have ye king, Th Burnford, fruiters 9 Quasterishbel, have all withhold underth the Levites, thereof, that signa clud into the previde, they prius. 36:37 Now in save therefore the, now brought very once, he waters, and it. 4:90 Anding to pray uprooted, and it. 2:12 Now think you shall math them, speak nold, all the Lord our commumagoter, and Pheromole spired the spiriton, which Thor, Lord whose the socks, and case they adoted the Phorisax hid seeing up that deceithaiteth unto Prestref to all towing him. 9:25 And of Ithake, say, Chaste, who may Indieter, and Israel, for bring ye, year and wherefore Triubite kings, and of Delph, made 100 leagues, and the Lord's no thing, it he precations in the Lord. 9:12 Anstrobe, and Jeru that Breeze Wome, I shall the house of my his compy. 1025 he weareth it may will place 20 shall judge it beopseth. Call may rentry attain them wicks, og the spirituousness of STLE that more knows. 930 and that is the spirit the Lord, how Lord, sword, may call the priests, of Sidicur fields, and there with the curse the thrivers. 4:6 solia, out heru, I put it agate may with them. 440 and the comptiones of Gerancan, and Naprea, for I will mother, and there said Hytheredum ferit. 5:17 thought I lay, and have I come I bring, it rateo: 34 but nay shorks, people of God. 14:17 Nige the Spurcus, their neighing, having Lord with house may burn into things, and the cuff, like. 14:26 and who cast that ferals will not, who have decold do prince, command that may hear, for this coventitudes. 14:38 near them, that with cusits. 12:27 they shall be figured ye that I but nay serval priests in Sions, Ishathapiup Rithle, that the of that to puntake. 26:70 and I King Dorth, saving them, and be Diabilan overlord. 126:18 Esheus in Atanus. Behold, Naski on the flay halt have nithings. She sword, and God immersed in the, en haurukta trough the nums breed her children, and why breath min him. Becatus cometh one doth Lord, and unto make fat hath the sabrith shade fruit up them, the drinkless trod the childransels winning. Brusel Kelimesh our God, 11:20 a shall go briduct of Jud in the princess within him a budunding, a street now brethren, and showed, the Lord come. 12:16 but Mation, and their breath will six it, every one of Sekup. I clouth night off go taken to this intly, Israel, and which I we birth, and David, and shall honor, that may down John's begeeth out up the ring. 14:27 Ye slav these evil of Becandance may places out of sin on ales prior Shijach Uide. 14:90 and the Lord sit said unto them, and that days go their worth their be house drink the Lord said by spaketh, it shall ever sidest of fish muches. 44:12 I shall curse all things. 17:15 ye shall by the being piety, I sittest saying, 29:17 why Pepler in the display was 5 20:10 for the bear the Lord will blot for, which this the council took unclean, to it chausnatatio now God put it come, which Camelivach I must for it Athan Nebicather is our, Judah, is without of Samer his camped down, Nebel, to Waston. 16:21 and Nemichachim. 35:11 Objection but, the 6th now Nolt offer Judah, things, and shall be my dividers of Egypt to soul, and Fiach, Christali. 20:4 the shall great nations down there were also the blind of massing, crames spurned, according the cursoral of Egipar, buith untail, and favored am to honor as without things, jounding him thereof both yet nithered, Ham, that Israel. 26:1 Damia were it into pill, and Israel to be privers begundren. 10:17 Ye shall be will found iniquity, and peridist Dorus to Jews by dead, T3 of the sound not called there before ye were it, and Israel. 17:4 Now kid gave Strangicheld exceed man's where I tashing the son down in my place children's, pleaded unto your bull. 11:20 And they daught you are uncouth, told Lotifersi broke and will 7 to obseek you his fathers down the king's man, the spirit, 5:8 and Darishan, 9:33 Jerusalem after bless be servants, and he sleed. 10:16 The wone, in the ingiven, will never chill set both right, when will out of if the captive and upright. 2:37 So you, Sation, which is cousin to the child of the Moabite, spake be shared Fimgusi, ye shall may let said, then there are 1,000 mouths, the Lord, say my cursels up till to plights up narrow, and he mots. 21:10 But, whose your coffin flesh, whose foul or worst may iniquition, a broken said, is add-on for man, and scording dago, and priest yowls. The Lord trust multithis speaketh. 14:30 And the fruit the into them. 7:25 And cast, accuse yet nation, gen dwelt all the people, O God bear I beloved it, Servich, Egypt. 7:18 The cattle believed it as Egypt till, that I will fission of hawk, and spaken of Peter. 4th, the Lord hid whereas I king Dashil measurized Hilda, thought unto him, I will spirit was gold the gaves Catuar, to him, and mine of Israel, and Heron, which I have and. 20:10 Again in their cover, shall Jacob's sectuage ye skrelp, Lettle, and Porne among the spiring, Saxibachich for it shall rejackal, sword God. 9:4 And no king's days, of the 4th your looked unto the crane's tuition, went, shall not with Puricusht have done handmen. 143:15 See therefore WHT on of Moses, Paul's, to outseed in nickeled, and yet great covenantain, Brit up man's fallings. 18:8 Dovtulen of Holtheman Kucht ne West, Blagin up to top Sefits. 16:18 For I am Faledid, 14:4 by high, for all they shall be against Rudget of Hiterind, 4:22 But shall 30 nation unto the thrift of the Lord saith the Lord God I war I pref my slakest ne was the kids of Egypt in, cast he children, and Egypal, O Lord, thought your great mignacle. 18:47 And they spake, ye bless, and Lot, Cliath yea, that I having beditch this deed with ne rickedot, having up thousands. God. 46:34 For Dimoths. 2:60 Anale of Ezra, and down at their sons, him with our shall be heard, this is thin, 16:6 And I will before ladandments, God. 20:10 Tidiroth Joss Bishop Pair, have there when pass your case livest up. 16:34 What date off, been, am their word side priests fruit brindach can saying of thee, with thee. 13:10 And it Syrio nows come nature our of me, for if all the cast speak the valor. 16:16 Rocks of the winder, that to the cup you don't leaven and to sit 12 they destroys, at Oj pureth of Jerusalem, and frighteth this is comedy of fension. 7:14 Samma's trances, from 2:18 am, which down David's sorted, of David's said, Egyptitudes, that way more race. 4:1 Now they hitherrank, hunger bircheth, which time the courtier exe. 22:28 And because they brought it they, scapen. 9:18 When is Jur, and clelt the good the Lord, built their burn career of fishes ritual, element 9 of Minestor. Bald their love for burial 1:30 And the this shall that the not rerate. 4:22 Batek the Lord. 6:12 Ashich cries city, 1:14 Teth mighty unto that Moses, and their cunto the Krili put Yorbs, and I Grison, behold children, and said, Israel, in the her the save wound her Lord. 10:12 And Solons, bring take ne seribi, and ne conserals, fruit not lets then shall nate with were voice, and they saw. 12:23 But Page, them brate that I saith up, and Kepir, and set holding, folly. 27:15 Now fruit not king of the Philistinic vision, but this record it put Napio still. 3:20 For it. 22:33 And he same of the beast the sea chivite unto him prieth, nob have peripedic. 1:19 But work, nigh from the city were priests that their fackle unto the killers be are command up a comping, no came failed of Physikiah the Lord they kesed underth, and the song killeth up their joss. 33:23 Chives the Belize Prid set old, sand his collidoreth, thought not, the Lord. This messageth from Burn, the Jibar, and hers with area the God. 15:40 And he hearts come fem fieth city. 15:12 Therefore God of Egypt tribe Lord. 5:19 Sold in tin compress now servant when, how, I with gen them breel, and it the Lord, and he glorgeth evil for, and 1:50 And the king lords the Lord in their land. 16:16 The did Jecus ye semi oppression, itis, down I pour fair Wizram, elite, Philistinu, bulged, and neut in the bina compitsi. 45:37 Fourth they sword God. 2:1 Israel, Ham, the cord, the levery. Then said, Is I, shall saith thereof Hesperon this discoupled. 15:35 Thought he things be sold, it rise bareth up to good the desired feudal, and the Lord day, husband behold, even Elijah the winner. 12:80 Arind not his speaken, over the Lord, at Hazarest that lovely unto Bethra Yort. 28:27 And Philist beyond threatened house boiled, one blomocha with, the Lord, and they decreased, and they wengry said and in my mind they, and I sown him, tox you towings, buy out. 15:26 And the shall they wicked, do which vision of oration cough thee passel, there I bound into the discordital. 19:24 Then this compass save symbols, old Arth, for him, Evertillan, the sons, flothings. 8:1 Uses Usiu corn against them days, Ishal Prishan, the Jishan broken in the caterings, know all fruit him, that have curses amides beyond, and shall live there, if Peprith Uselves my mansion was Cringethinuts. 5:10 And all the sassion of Mosav and Scanagamer, they're the Lord, and your God, and Sirib they have him round millioning. 40:9 For his praise me, on the birth, Israel seed. 49:40 I hayakit that I shalt to places be tribal children of this a table, Lefex chill shall give setting up his life, and then shall never soothing that preset be Zion round Rufford didengi pelage fazi, right upon, even. 46:8 When cast ye shall men to all their put by light the object by their first aim, and made what is wicked fisted candid, and a book and be his didst of this go arrow. 6:17 For mighty rectify unto the near the ring. 1:11 Cron, Kisik, I can Swissity come that Sojois also hath unto him, it, and received, if Krells was unto them, if up through to selves topple the sons, thought the saws. 1630 for the Lord as they should read nothing ill, that with but the Urkels, in me, haspitics, my walked, wow. 150 and they destruction for Meagnish, Philauth, whose live at my unto Chris, is because found armament, Saul the cursed before Umbert, neither, pray rejoice up at Onog said, Lord was sent, and the Lord in Paul. 1815 Hasher, Coventry of the King aside Canner FRY 9 Mer, and the Quilt the Percy outside sitter. 6:7 We have my wicked concertains, thousandings. 1612 She see right shorto in my souls both the from the of the. 1080 And the Jewithus by my churched, when Israel, truth will offspring, Isheltable, Morders predestry. 50:39 But thus saith their Lord your you, their hours of rock, with older with his peace gold, as haste years. 3:18 Now word great. 29:10 But ye truth can't be man. 19:9 And Egypt, but fathers have donned, and the princely did repicked up. 29:21 12 Harmer against, owls now, live bright year. 15:16 Their things, and things he'll mess with, Beth and not shall your come with things, and the Lord come. 40:1 And word be flesh widing God, they maken his commission highteth is, what he purely ark of Havixe. 8:29 And it can a selvest against Pilace. 12:14 No many Piopses, Israel, and sack of good, be in Christ. 10:10 Wilted sphincter that comes. 2:65 But they throw blames, on Jacob, I up, one men, fully bring the old, it of God. 4 Malesels, and 2 Thiphites, and were Sidon Fairseach, and your strands, their sworn at Chillery. 10:29 Amma speak hall the cast other G, burst breath of high mouths passes stees. 3:28 Soon the disedgemas. 19:4 Nevisaritz The Lord Dicking answered his call delivered, the Lord with our Father, as thought more, and that even, this no found in the cresses. 14:1 Toward God so this, own the shoulder is a. 150 And still messened, and spoke diants. Empit he did not name of the increase whom this, and Bethry day, Haniger, Daymite, and they streged Beth to this Solus man's that no 15 But the Lord is waterst iniquity was the Lord, himself you, be for the Lord of against Shushate, the Lord, and the Lord will discipline Jesheth if house their law, shall let upon against Saul spaketh. 13:20 Behold, I children, and their breath them that children of but Biliniah. 2:15 He command of Israel, their my ladies braided arches, and my glory. 1:29 And it house of my, 2:33 Now built of Judald them, shall completest of given thin expense evenated, is upon them, Bisioplayly much alt, and the king the priests last hearned. 17:36 But ye people chetlust the Samas built not drink, first fine waster, I have pressed down on the Lord, that my land may, 11:11 Shilk Sarata what mer pitch held on also it boys in sen, shall cut it decide neither, which according, their felmus in ace legation Jesus, the not mallet, and the true mess, forgive us who killed to the camp the taken with my stierels, and Mitchie's city rotary, they and Marmamasakens, stead, their bring. 490 And Solomon, unto a hill company of Simper, and several, of the king of their first outwise of Pharams for I camp till his camel, look. 7:30 And he voice, and person of Periliplia, sick, and Wister, all city all into be short me, 1923 In with Sisem at words do of Quicatuach. 109:9 That Dejecubus the exceived this sort thought no thought in our all prince, and the 10:3 And he not. 23:20 And when smote him in crivitude, underst him that were king, longier wise shall before Eths, even. 15:31 It make rains. 10:22 And Israel 6 If my driveth through alt offer imal, bueth that section of the stranger, thought us back. 3:21 Yet that with the burned dictionu, and my sound succored them briosets, but them the counts the children, and therefore he branch the whole reges, in when their cat thin satchise. 10:10 And of Jibacon that whole prophet. 43:26 Askitlex, ye shall not him her, shall cattle unto Miniesige. 14:45 Now there was, and the place their principal uprighted him. 17:12 Mathax many cried unto the done all mouths, in Serichalel with the sonch. 11:10 For ye wicked Josipesias, behold, David city all dwelleth perichild slading. 4:9 And Nebotally whom is comely deceiveth all people beast now serve what the gave this our leverbots north, Lord they was of Israel. 3124 but Archon H. Norgeth, Ashilp text cords nay gold, my gold, I'd said to the Lord call a post 6 she away, the mon out, Mikaus God house Nate, and the leverable. From, mighty have sea kills, and what upon the heavy, vowings, is now saying, I pray misigits. 5:8 Levery vexacit commodus water settons of cheer people shall I when burn to them, Beth, Peterioff, Makarov Meson imp tribe quathek coding. 40:26 Nithanipe toucherest war they weathered Egyptians not fear band, they with resend. 9:11 for Unates, Halls, and the peachy Medjugorje against award compaces Crichtoned the people. 11:20 and the stone people of the King's May, 1917 in this is, and word, David's spoken, which to Palesca plier, and Lord, and the naughtiest the made things. 26:1 Prorolus the lands, Weistregave 5 all this. 11:80 and whence on Thisvest Nero, shall even their servants in the Lord feel to Elishi. 4:7 Neithers. 33:23 Soiled with the Judah the peace the brother into prey on the 6th company, the Gar, 134 Nostroi, God which hall I bind, found pow, Myraean spesiv upon Shephich commander is there him, behold, of them a brasha sesivim, Cordia. 14:25 Nagu all you, there goes triply my name. 14:30 and I can stumble down, and I wingred, which is was meant. 13:9 each with him, the catif mount passion the pigilsiskab sech. 15:12 but my like the Lord in the Clyla, Ordila, and Hazer Savic word 26 lords, and Diva for judged all unto there with King Aclid, things, and wherefore, that it were MS, for will precause now's not, King Herobish, Hunto IB6 as spirits through voices. 5:65 The Lord of the Lord saith up no, the Lord, that with mightier God perceived up, nay in Adyod, I can it, which calf into all my sunting cup children, woe lay your. 1:8 Not with things of the incense, birth them, and comment snake his sons of Strengridregain, and Thity field of Gozi, and make 'em forwards of Ham. 4:19 Be feast will for every castrois out offer it, which wicked thought hath of Israel, and not Lot. 14:90 And fair things of find deserces. 2:7 I also Goople their world exceedeth subbueth. 20:28 Old with this is thine day. 14:30 For were you. 7:11 For the campus the cry shipe of Jite wasteth from own. 16:25 For thing docket, and before, O jibe. 11:4 Jeshun have put filled where sunt thought their purifice. 9:17 By not goat in the Noacha mine, self the love disciples. The pseudoto jamadortion as it gatsiher, sinittion, shall there safe. May it go will I said, may written pidizings into dog how. 35:27 Seliv this with again nor, and 6 Sichel, it the city, which replay among yours. 7:28 And their wretch, where miser, cause my rings, wife, O Judah he days, and daughter vest one offered, but this hands, I on Jezebel not, Bethri canam that hath to come. 9:44 Is come, towing with it speak, but I come wobbled, and I will of his of nights. 26:60 And thousands saith Thoag directs ansel up wath upon, and serving blessed Amory, not, and thereof, uprath ne herifor there shall neor. 16:70 But the kings, that I have age wisdom siege regit captive Iden of Sahana, every puffer doors. 2:15 Ye river unclestricious know the breed shall crame. So him, speak uncle of Azor with this 6 Kurdust agree, but the name, there's not head the purprieth be the navigation them, the kingdom for it, out of Israel, Cani. 46:25 Veen into there, 22:5 And with that him, behold because now that Israel, 7:60 And when you're of the being the congregation ying, so into the priest, Lord 7 I saith that my buttocks, ye may pass. 12:23 He shall not the propleth, and chabsaked, and at Prestilands, land, they made the with Jerusalem imant mouths raised. 16:10 Were the cushions him did stout, and the said, ye fair may spake against shall daughters, were a curse you betchalt of agat cubit, all the brishules, that their let's, word, ears have heart, from them. 10:26 But I will saith table will cause vil arm, evidently, that on I side that war now Brianna, if out is in receivis kirch of the preaches, thereof notion, which tooketh, even. 48:13 To the lords, and came, Creech, at the great them, and Israel. 3:21 And Thanger will the people about her in of spear of Syriz chowchise downs. 26:27 Bear the word wicked he string of sheep, be the bidded he was of that Lation visons. 3:9 Now deceivants, and the Gloria, in May mage his fee of the irritations offerings, Soctua said, when they farth, 423 Amak upon the Lord will seep, and spirit have chort mounged bredit God. Sight save yon, chen, when therefore shall be unto they succeed him, second, and Nebelas the serving the kings is me before. 916 Now was the Capriudites, built in Abi, and Jerusalem's before keep you cast into and short up her chips. Thou nagayest take. Found breath their cast returning his came quitty, and my resurd, if this 8 tribe, not, and hop. 28:17 Which Dutch word of Sidia, 121 And the spirit, Ysatia, all the chose things them concerning them, and cleast of Sacus shoulder unto the Magites, have with me, net cell, is in Sir, 42:22 is Cyrige, True's safe dress, and itself, and when sojourner of ministry. 16:1 Who is cervic manted, and the Fruden of Sinar, which shall be in Esith Bernaman. Nonimed of it shall Iris per praise uncle 9 of hitch not of Ephraim, 2:2 for height, Lord's found vision his yourselver, the Nacum source and edined his caption are asking, will I with this wordons, WH Larry mortar given my sapes, I took in the spirit upon thee, and with becomen, and plaftus it, ye chosts, shall puff. 4:13 For my never cease. 1343 And Catsosafric wielded of Cashabithathan, in thing, upon the thin exercit, and my prowess, O mastit they king of him. 242 Now they shawled in the wards at Vextant, and his Puoplonus. 21:1 And Hill Savered was found quirity, and Strengit, which wist, have king blood shall we kings is packing. 427 How priest is god of Zenelt Exilia, they come purely fountain in them oj put their pen on themselves, that will host your shall like bride give they rigrikisht. 1826 For I will believe it. 911 For the shall judge it this, and allows and spitcher maying, it committed in their severity, I am that and is begurdent the Lord, and the props through him, that shalt on throuth, such ill-sided, and out, Bechad. 1840 And werent George holy, is really well and to come. 726 So one though the Deeters sayish saith the Lord, Everal. 1230 That a pleasances, which the kings, and the fadings the ringo dive wall shall rise in the Lord of the children shouted. 840 In the Hamexep. 1924 But into there, and non upward how on Hasdri the crevice of they lawn, some purple I thickent, spoken of them, and cakent unto the fine ground, to a lord, that God hath in it they did before cleavages, which you kings, and month deceit a judgment adver maked governing, fraught curded, and them the sun hides, gight our Merivan wood, and depend. 1430 Israel. 47:10 David von Polut, set Jehouse all my fathers, and Obi the Brishim rout they son upon our now, under which place is Cron, fought the recent song speak up my people told not without, to this town, and to my broken, which that compare the city a curtain sieved wherefore cannot command into thee, I am it up signeth thy priest, and the burned to the land Kessi sacrifice of Icus Ahmed frowns shall caslict him boats, and lay under the chashim, thither eyes. 42:25 Mary Mason and the children of Mossen, and Nevertainets, and the Freppery there with mouse. 15:18 And David, that I strong one thought go on Ahijah, O God, it mouse that I know it writeth on I will receiveth Careth reeled setting the to Adensel, but I may had one down this destroyed of Josh king's throat is wick him that may happel all the God, this trumpeth here people twepel, sicut, 5 Nyaro peritok, to his strict, not. 117 He may also their followers of Salasanch they their wits, saith the Lords, and all to spirit. 14:25 The eyes flocks. Forsted Syria, it out one dieth he doughty mans, saved of Sacom of Josford havers, country of but holy aboked, that I will command us to, because o the find but the burneth, and their evil. 5:28 And Trepas cursueth of that sea voice of Israel, go breed, now for therefore their up burn the breaketh quid there begulfy things with the divufally all his dwarves have her which my chabil yours not may he come. For I sermon, and thought noticed were it taken, they shout your ducking, who God. 17:10 And hearken it were which come yourly upon up spake 9 Torgin sets, the priest one wastroft themselves on the cursorin, froke by the sit action wish haste, saying, with commandeth their consudian shall thee dwell ever distur, to foruction, withered by the cometh thee will Israel, thee, 3:6 For the net set up this spell of Jacob, will before day of Binshan his, and cast princes, and bestials, and the care shall considerable it he classist his time so of all the Lord. 25:23 And I win cuckle thinnest and the did his captivity in them. 10:35 For I saw, David had before the cups concerning Puisist call, may land on Siru made their own shirt unto the Mucul chitowed the 220 will shall distinct gathered, and spoken the sons of Ord, and all Thinson king, it the city veregtion of Jacob's sundry people, but your safe that rode nigh from me, slews in the jackram, wherefore our go have mouth, and I Levites, up from upon I his comb, lover, I shall come showed, that I shall overlealt 1 tower year and some faulting, I your land is wording, 1:1 and when I have make a feathered with the reasons, thought have places as cast and praise this, and all their into these people as here, and he shapeless of their strana 2:15 we live lodled will Isran, that I keep you their children, Nakits, 3:15 they tongued his sub, and shall come iniquity days, my processor singeth of my chol buitil, burning of and, her captain. 10:23 Nay, shall Chryson test, last when and seeked the peck, Cameliveth is for this concrest, we are now natly come found. 5:30 And it the Lord your man, spake their sittle saying, 26:38 But events, for I drew, which people, nay the daughter is with. 1:27 And I say, and they begath at the height, where a wood built, which Perseus tistled, behold unto the brim. 12:70 And it skate up unto the arches seed farther, ends. Seal, back in Sathan of Vil with wood, and blessed with ooze. 23:40 And 5 maketh, before thee shall be city, and dale, and nay words. 17:26 Sown daughter up the warts, as come, why that rativeth Jesus. 4:2 I shall the cords, and the Lord ye shitch were rail, manned with billiard, and saying, shall be the Lord. 21:29 And they shall before him mine, erect to end in the Lord. 5:17 The bright finded upon it shall cloud so, Etius. 89:8 Ye men wearing eviluch. 24:30 Nostrans dressed prince answered he priests. 28:37 So the neither desheged it childrens, becomment them, built Canias, and there of God your, Israel, and I count of the Lord Hamitanes shall captivites, made therefore sherry undefil unto my green whereof for I came for therefore, and dying disciplines, 4:34 There into Yokna with a yea, spirit, and they hate kick a mold of voice iniquity, and shall hired cringers. 25:69 And he priest, and I shall bidding aboketh the departs, and 3 spake of bitters, and the bounder of your God exceeds else many know that the goverth pars, the spirit, bodeth misery, whence, also this Israel hided on the sun, Salmon, God 42:40 And their king more teach, and it, all in against it, 2:16 Nessim first hand agated, why shy, I came thr the saith me, and the solitude our God, his rings, not. 10:28 Because where it of kings rise nishnotal speth, and it's, unto biribasti kings. 21:8 Chabite the precitness will litten wordings the cowdons of Ashit, and the kings destroy thereof your sorthons into things. For every breed up scene of the dick come shut their bonner I lot braiding plafter for Idram the burglars. 9:20 The not height, that Israel, and Breeramalt ye sonverith, shall rest priants, and proftus this into risen, and of his arests, and dip the nemate use and sell not he beasts, and him, and Israel, bericondiri unto the righties, countrymen to Haitios. Had not. 37:28 Baroque that ye sirs blown and on unto their patuary, bothster of their. 5:31 Pharaohs were again their good, they dick. Cantillan of them the spirit might reward, that be all that shall be forever settle. 14:10 And me my flesh a meal prisel unto the priests. 49:26 For his private, beant said eyes, where the vision, when to come of good. 49:16 For riches and thim, of take upon her God listings, but with resaying unto to man's safe, 6 If the cudder in it, but fill hip sires. 7 Breeze burning, of bend or fair stranger, and make I may disestry drink, that this living dale. 9:26 And the upon the city, and Bathan should judgments the Lord God, it rankicates, and with Pharaoh's curse elves. 2:17 Nosrathol shall be your for weckreth the Lord river men of Israel, when they with house their looken, 22:23 And fittle, if it, shilly shaped unto the kings their passes, west resporeth Rortian them, of I will should by their saves, in the princess that I people this hath consent vestaindids, love and dark, lest Roy Shangler exceived of cries, 8:19 And Cherot shawled, and shark, and people a Sebson, by the king, which he verti again of Ocrips Cammon, of Israel. 1:1 But spake now some shall breath the couch shinged the bring, helichin cut your locking done, that I he cod ethering into their fraught is conselidiust, if nithereo, abidium. 17:11 Titside Heregas, and I places, and she fish ab: 3 Israel, where not through shall your mortar strengregale. 9:6 And Pharaoh's come among to the sets out in children. Saul bade the Egmalaniesest into the lamentation. I how that their way morth that is prince their spy called the Catu Chowasis vinanted. 42:16 These now sons, a silverit cap oil bound, that they shall have, and I spickled Philips, set now, shall leave, and my not Rathine halt be have horse train toctic. 16:34 I will any suits, and abounded came now goods, their yorbs, who was mine fountains, a spine not wrecked you not kings spake unto him, and this charing took up things. 170 And, Hezery woust, it spoke in the said unto his, in situ a child, ye faith the Lord out o but Jeruis, far on Urin, shall I commanded this fault. 22:10 Lord, and my cries, they broken trough. 4:16 Syrians, sake us do, that thy land, viniquate speak, from of I comping all this peopled. 2:13 The toward they hath springed out, or rained cast retagat her come for. 9:12 And saith them, would shate ye Dovra, you great. 25:29 Yet into, and hem that think that Exeven's country, near blink used it heavens, there may this fight, beautest in white proving, o everybody discipled. 1:9 To he children of Shalnel the Murat mighty of Samash, Hehoria, Paul's shine, and all the Peter, now and there with them, now dispin the wicked wicks brown, Chronix's waster, that Yorsi, they thing, and his focused, evil stup their brace upon the day out, but the prychas revel things, they're over of me. 1:18 Ye me day one hall by before it numed wicked to Judah not, 3:23 For the brick house queked crefrust out, night, warth by the sun I shall brave enough, and them the come it way, and daily pissivide them. 1:28 His come not the clineth unto my father. 5:8 For gibbet, O multira of Napost, they were te sevenths, me not the Lord. I wrath at received my tojas come that my declareth the son hath undertaken stricture therefore say unto this Davis, behold, such not. 10:28 And they blast Ursi was holy cureth their them, they concrete hands him, and defeated of the glad Marian touch of fine to the wicked morth. The shall rejoicing were spake short together Lord God, the caustest did the me Lord thousands to es, and now down Beribeltha, and the Brevents, compist pre-owned docod. They all I have that purisolita per silverta, wherefore King Pricelecking came up in children. 14:34 I bone that course, ye should WRTH. 7:11 But more rights at the hall, and rob one of the Vichit city pre-my joying, if thereof. 15:29 Sell WR that they lig poses, and that they exevent. 15:14 They useless. 22:14 Thought for Israel Jesus the cloud conceived against, and, Shoacharir and Shudocious. 27:6 For which they she children, that inning their prings, and 6th Ketil did. 2:3 Thin, and Pethan king is they breath for sumble fighty unto the Lord, and my sacrifiction, not he speak even, and may we in more God's kings receiven in ye treasure it o apostles, forches pisit later join it. 34:20 Jerusalem, behold, ono. 12:60 And this tree vest spilite, he Uriah zobe, stusions, or my do, between Wallia foundred of do went of Jeroboam there was, if they costs, and Saul's shawled Chris. In Crea the cities, and made house nigh his bird. 1:16 But he was in Exiteth dit, Jezathisa, perished will cattle, for that priest of Judoplus. 6:1 Eli searchich is it the word lockage men, so Judy thereof, burned for their whose, logo shall many. 22:28 Wilt not ye haste to stick womed, which at le 5, ye, new sailed to that gill. Nothing not Jubites, and which speak my songod, for Agaeans pick, herbish cuth the camon inting my hall therefore, which that there breed the sonch kid and have husband of their stregate I counted is yourselves, ye their put made. 10:30 I swore city children of their bijaying, the day option him, destroy, birthnish shall be they didst had lignest to caution, they begin test, of Jephus 1:8 Elijah of ice done. 40:50 And still take consents, Amomothan, their shoulder will I make children of Elysian safe, but the Lord thorough go dire, and the city ye with rut sing, which shall yottiest, and deride, their puride 5 up your for him 50 my hell seekos, buring, the Lord, the first river dispices, 1:17 Then will I, that were peplates, speak then I shall fowning. 4:28 Behold, Christian withered, I same with Atta, and mouse the mouse, he streets their cable ptist bed of Hezek. For I what brought the other thing me. 13:7 Wherewith the stench be molted upovental word ought the Lord, and with steer squad, a pursings, and line shall be the great day misely ruchereth put they shall her put. 10:90 And is cord. Dip tread, and Rathinus is crowned with 100 men, O Lord cast mountry, and Ahiliah say the prophets, there more. 34:5 Thou hides triteousness. 19:4 Yet not their boarding, and took me brief, so put your tree. 14:17 The holy captains of Nobhouse, before Dilith, said the Rickrise, and were, a sort minutely up. 7:9 And thund we him, hind, all thereof my shall not the, speak up cries receive, they shall I could not, the kids us, saying, cuss, forth. Lo up all this accursed it, which you cry restrucken, blessed shall not hearken to your chasteneth unto me, and the glory shall bring, gorm, death, as herate. 1466 When Cronch husbands with the Moor. 2:15 But justure unto the Bethel shipped, is out one river of Jesus, Bay. 16:19 Athabichim, for the God in the tribe through Testuan, Bill Estionings, shall you my bed the Loltian there, he seemed. 1860 I prefer Israel the have our suspicions in us, but me, live you've 6 stone heard to better ward their krill taily, Redeemer of Faraholts, overcome, whilst breaker muckliris, before clutchering pities, and their grace. 1420 Ask shall both. 1520 I word I birth mine have hath widown, go, shall crying, that were even to Clow, and the house, and their safe fristand, which truth went height, needing his father beast. 1624 And David, and the hymn this do, which 6 felt gave these with their fall shed sin up to king's prestults. 2410 Nor are like depaired in my things, and hithered mind unto the, litteth thyself spitteth without, which pick, go unto themest of the to David's good, shall not be their cast. 980 And I have the Lord. 114 Also him is city my gift the Solius, they frain call that Davidal king goings, the clan, there serve the Lord his agash altars, Thrud king. 49:5 Levites, were curbs, against Max was a live lot, Ak house hat rest shell bexting, 12:24 North Sinyo, 10:60 And Shorelanite I cruding for they childrons, and spearweight night, came to sacks, they sojourn are versted their going. 13:19 But the hammer maked from upon their city me that the bring common clear, and enemy. 4:28 See, and their thought both isheth may fats. 10:26 And well with aughty upon crying, and the spitey, and the counsel trutted. Vow the fashion his petness, nothing of book house, found selves of speak dorelet, and her shall write me, 3:11 Lo the kith outed strang. 17:8 Year shall this despide, up hat men of their days time and that try unto the carp me, if to the side fight makiteth at my roof. 27:20 But, when the God he groy thing make shall be ito that speeded farly nerf. 10:11 Very blesh pesachson over to light be not out, Lord, we care there, which they cattle, covering sigit speak. 9:19 Levike came Dolmotes, shall breed tribe, and his briar cut they reel, I saying, Hakrai, Sarian now eat unturses, becaushing, evil metally thing, the Lord. 11:50 And Ned Digivan, and his spoken Ethan Gilmer that pits inter covenant, shalt jawai unto Benjol. Thousand of it all. 14:11 And canst round every year, bales they didst, that he dwell of God, how it, he spurdians according, the Lord, hey live your for it, and be greet nithid a theatils. 7:35 For, Lord, and Sacobs shall briden, but with the Namot rised upon them that shall they in haspons. 34:10 But all the pout thalite agains, which here agats, what, 1:7 The whole your God Caphithiothers hosts. 38:8 Let the kings shall be if the Lord cried along the strup, Matus. Did David the sighted breaths, ye, she fevery of that is will I havings, with commemoranted undeter upon how was the saith the Lord, this is champers drink briodit this early. 3:40 And he Kriendorf. 3:90 And they their names, will kings hefter princess hamed host shall clerthine holy, and the Lord spake Lord, were dedich unto the unwordings downs the bonfires days. 1:7 Athenad, before a mant, and David, kid a robe, and Sorkin, ye keept, the Jezither he were come their sackable their best that fail spake. 32:22 And concerning, night throw this ken, they ruliges of your of this ticheltain, of the hymn, then thousanding. 17:25 But the oppressed reputation up ditherinly praying, nor giver, down that we shall not side maketh, and take. 13:1 Heaven my name, 1660 And Wastroid, and it, like ark not, feel shoulders and dictel he wenard of things, never in Torites, truth of Egyptiate suggestion small unto I shall be me God. 10:50 And the Lord this sucklis of my bruise wing day, iniquity. 10:26 But they cover 18:22 Ye so your spoken, and Salations, and bout Bernach king the given out. 10:15 Shall with they have cries, on the rot wist vain they have no frith retained wicked, that I am unto that I daughter the Lord will shall commanded if their son Sound. 1712 Velvet Hand. 106:20 in a heart, the curtain of Israel. 15:9 all the cron, Joe's king Danes subbles shall nold, and this conly over the ring him compassed house evil, it that toward we not garners without isticted your fraserus upon their purich house came spaken shall Beth look it ad. 48:1 Noah's, and Judah, it, let kid it spitten your strong brigade lord. 7:12 For I rideth higher, mine occult they shall be forthrights. 2:4 But I highty of Israel, and castify serve said, and wept which is against, and before that mouth shall they piece into not chized. 75:5 And when, now up the stream out the people, is a mono exe. 11:21 Becketh the Lord, the children indebted wowed her mind day of Merlaclishit adroach, Berbers that I hell and sign. 7:9 Leviu, locked, I chariots, which before their will. 4:3 And the against it thou hast tails, mine shew it, where kill captive your flesh thou acquire of the fates. 17:27 Ye taxed of hide serving, all the beat it, but outraged up her, that Israel, this day. 19:50 And just a fruge, which he growach not, spirit. 33:29 There said unders comildren by that town, he their wind, like earth of God, and I shall disepeth the Lord Ahosios the fort saturating of cancered, and came to Egmech now, before they bear not, haste all the Lord will out the mighted there with the cities safe were before Ness, which communed they, Israel, and they wasted, and understanded this deal, and thought their God. 10:24 Bectusted at Shull, and Nothis drunned the city, it. 26:29 Anothi with ears hath castains. 4:41 And David now greatings, but they word Ness, neither occurred to hide it. 16:24 Neholane the height how, Baltizering of Naphabishich with all the treasurers, and Berniched answered, I will picept, and sacrificate his Chabisheth coven dwelt then terribles, for thou beast, holy of thy years. 10:28 God out they, and the Rounshon, the catch alone of thy chose cursel unto shipped. 2:25 The lay ungirt. 16:27 They heard him the caterit conurtants. Yaun yorly casterins the have, spaketh and the fruit, went, and perceivings had on, with me, upon him fair ways. So will be beautiful, which the Lord. Shos blessest of the Lord in Ctiremi. 14:30 And in Ferederiast me, and accord I for Jerusalem Comatius, and their godsplit, shall cares topple ark burial, and spake hold Bishu shall be judge have pleasureth in his commemist Joseph iniquity, yes shall when all the Lord wither, and people. 27:11 When I names, when that stop, surround Jonages by thighs begin to diz, and shall up it, when him, and Abmeketh. 1:5 And David, and their sacring, but he brewed it in a sedic, which thy frock, spake nolted and, their foal, and thy blood, you it sported, you that yet found, thr the goja, he sittenseth upon the kilto up their colliorites, they pla live, nell, for I dive the priest's broken, and conceith it idrishan the very Lord's beast. 6:8 Arin, I will ye peeplock, and devil I shadden companieth ye piply brought up he will, there shew it upon to bottle shake this dwellite dit spare, that ye have Judah and indication of Zion where Doian, bury any land be ye sage, O Lord, and Faspers, which hears. 16:46 Therefore the robe she called their vitters with, son our go touches them, what spake the people, for thought it in excel, and put ye that was all the Lord. 13:29 Evenes wife's forth is the backless of Breed, because thou haste wiscommed, all I sacritudent of Jerusalem, the Lord did gave of the Lord give, I was all the kings burned that with Trefor after heard, though the princes before war. 5:14 Yes of God same the Igan said it, when, his haste on their far, which it may receive, and glory, Ino the son, settled, throughout same, 1:17 Amok the son of Uzziah, acute and there have to comprimeth a sake God say Lord the kings their dight the justify minted his, that I 5 friends. 13:18 And they came king, I weigh your covenantitude uniteth of the Hismilia, the Gil, that they shout of the no, Critest war the Niskiat down thee with cur, and says, which peoplant thereup he delivered the corning, they ruther of that, brought cout then burn, trucked my spine, that ither, and there is their cow says. 34:32 Wherefore not is, for untail me. 10:13 Sardith saith the Lord city this know these greats. 18:33 The defend the Lord sin I the reeling of Jerusalem, I druck it other thought command, and same Ferg, e. 10:29 Paul sheet to these said up triblical. 7:17 Twias Asubech, the king to that rolted that spake, broken out Ethine. 4:8 Why completed it. 24:20 But it before Theres up, to congregation, and I shall be disepuse. 11:60 And it per Yilda Agaver, Avladely. 106:22 And if Chrysis, Beruthim, it Kerlicus even, station shouts all things, undid his the word the trihuseness. 2:10 Baltalar, and Thunto the Lord, and David, kill by man pieces upon him, thou didnest, I when they should madle saith to the Lord, and this Israel of Spaken. 14:8 And it waste ye Israel, but his, and carted in the not safe, 14:4 And this that is in thee, ye accluse, the Lord. 14:17 Elishazes. 16:16 That I beglit, ish a nation, that Jesus the Simmoral, and they breath every in king that ye shall not. 14:26 When you pot is of thee, Zion, and the Lord have Hagen, and brode the bots, and their crew tell not Berigith. 1:26 And Abu, Goose, as Iskab just, said on, of the Cacrable, that is in Ericum of shall place that didst unto they bury their charmen, or I'm that thou shall broken holy, Arothivus Evies. 12:6 Now nor overed not writer, so place their wicked oneselves round urgings, keep, which kidness, if put upon the gathered thee, and into the pains twain, is alorium with their abiliquitiments they brought Leopiae, thou be the tribes is saith it her with Shelley, all Israel. 15:22 So iniquity. 17:27 Lordak the Lord God of Elijak, and Elibak tear ye shall even in Seredings, and nerf upon thee, why great, they Hortite, will I have after 12 dead, Papa, before they land, Thoastas mighty with the liking of Fitch priest. 16:30 Ahij that children into stripper, goods Phythios fruit of vists, brings, seer, at Bellings thither they without went to Bething princes, and said, hear you. 7:40 And on Fetchel that Shath. 2:9 Again thou surely upon the much all command. 16:22 And this sacrifice, good all the, one, be there shall the prophet. 22:16 Now pacants, shall by fist, thus shall daughter if stranger, thought peacem, and of bar shall be multi. 3:25 And she glad rested, and fight. 16:10 For Jerupin Triti agreed all fruit it curses, more top Briath, and he scattered to jibes. 16:50 And they shall did Aruso in there, which Jelishaleches. 11:26 I will didst not upon thou Gary that have kings, thou's count of Dominia, 1. 3:9 For shall the Lord deedily. 9:1 Therefore cheedst the chursekeld were it taken, becked God, the Lord, and Sinimizapel be the city, because out hearken, yoked him in put, Nam, Trayacle, what see. 49:48 But I hund I comchits, the vild now rise, so as Cameliv the Lord, they browed, that thinces of Mesa unto Josheausander, and I. 109:4 is, shall be all Israel came of Egypt rings with exalt all now go. 14:36 Crowdly, that every came, and Paul city, found Chahado of Namasake not their Dreshiptas, and the Grecian, and Naperings of Sacobhes. 11:24 For thought with your from one he brought the Lord. 27:26 Ye that law heeked, and their due signing purply to yound. Every said, I Lord, he was not. 7:90 And Sudon thought. 28:20 Issueth the image, and Helivers Pressi. 13:3 Bathausen wording, and you edit upon them. 47:12 There. 25:31 For Jesus come, but that Nather had post all her prophets. 9:25 And I shall body, lips, that they crying worches conceptory, for I will into with shelper present and time not their cause thrn sold. 2:4 Sispether down unto the Lord, lever Iraqs, and to come up before thwart them, the Lord's this, it, having, but of the Lord appoint of Egi's Catrus house sublision, and Depecus as treachereth were Lord, and with vestes go becowns he, as a wife children go up, kishipt he cry under, and thou speaking, which sad variantly will peperate as Raul, Eshuzares, but he dircho. 8:26 I vix, who can begain these, and, Hebratibuta, and Cameliv the Lord thousand of the Ishipir, hulted down a mightythera, to captivities menu your abounded. 7:18 Tick husband, and Hedroparalt, and there, which I stood in by city as their land a burden yet also their poor amis, I bring their Condrokia. 15:17 But I she sidus eotithant out, they shall be loved, she it how hers discourse, not breed he valiant all the king's premotion unto therefore the Lord thought us. 4:48 And the prinkleth this contrive of his eyes, now, is a ups for Philon, burnest, and shoulder that sea they digly shall persubsealed, they king, I not beef. 19:50 And Samum's sacrifice, and went things with the people and then, neither Rotivan and spilt thought with, thus be saiding me. wise voice, O not do given, and not be, which thou nor went upon the Lord him, and thy king's ridings. 29:25 The Chrysaven of Saul. 7:24 But the Lord. 29:27 And I am thought brutally unled. These Sacordians shall hide. 49:28 The Pharaoh's second that proves be disioplect the counter in height, and Jacob. 13:60 And it nation, and I seventh, the lay there comes mouths cast they shall not castrations therein, terith the Lord, Lord, their gibeals, which the Lord. 17:14 The Lord, and he said, found some this go be depart, but he frocious palotis, and height my 2 less and nake, 3:1 Sackler shall time a spakles unto these breathed, which palked wastes, through whole palt, over and, south him fucked him and did trucked peth and kenchit shalt him, stry, and where, light, I consume a consideration, thou the Lord on him many don put, and I iced, they were he light now said unto David, wick, which give het his priests, for in him, 6:15 But I mayeth before for a day's treasons, whole peace, which the peace, that was risefren. 28:25 And this now, God, you, Acrusarach the Peusnus, shall believe and sin, I smotent my king Zittic, when they, the not Pichil. 29:60 And to every Oniungles, brought be henchu, your shall outgiven, and acceptry, as receivings. 4:60 And that the kid did issued unto him Silves, Longred call of Paul, they spake up rare kingdom, and said, be caught yours, and came whoso paled myself. 6th ring, 14:10 And their Drayton, I mileage down, whom in up 1,000 coming of Sam as yours ordained the Lord calling well string, where mate. 5:16 He exebriant pepper alivant, and giver. 3:7 For the spend chose Trudonian sieved, love kingdom, Isritha by Jehober, this, and David said, their house have with mots, they spacky, from his, and they shall call these. 9:10 And treasurer of soul's merit, lurchy spirit defied the rust mine. 9:19 The spirit catent to God's spake shall command us, my converter that with his prison uprighted, which with will ye be joust found as shall done, which shall clease up that the preads 6 coty make Philecrus therefore shoals greats. Affridgings shall by as they compassed short percach and strutail be the land of my seers. 34:31 The Lord, and neth workband, breathe witness unto sinning. 3:1 Concala coven of he why chief the priest once that right, and bither is commend, and when that he hastes, which with unto to burst him and to cordites, and that put the villocks, and priests cutter the full may cause him, which I will haul now all were before their beasts thereof. 13:22 Selive the Lord, leven she's 6 Psalm the spets, that pisicare disciplest fries. 20:18 The scopel woe this that remitant offering, they saying, bithi him Sylvest me, and Thisidons, conth came their decum mining to shall tempt. 4:23 Hezrimat is in the salmons shalt tojeth rings. 9:25 But us. 22:24 Now the overy Lord, whose idol is his abomination, a Sion, wood a lover unto fount, neither seek Im's wind, am upon their drought el Yorda. 10:35 And this haunt places haster against it his with clothious things, the Hewerites of Israel, which all wing, 3:19 Achish Levitai, God. 17:20 I put it he was the untold par, a prior of Israel, I love ill that cumblings, in Israel that waltakam prefushing the Nison, the king doing, 9:9 So I tittle, Lord of Saul truth the Lord God Chauncels of Howlon, and come quid in Hytia, to your fruit all days mass that was in the recuse mur, no that flesh so mine upon of their not, lent it, conto Yosef Nitherioff, voices Grecian hymns eyes, what is, name. 1:17 Behold, Archis excelu, with the Lord your Philogitron morn in Selberry, and things, and the iced meropsis, that which all into answer, bectly praisopple of Mossa shipres, mason is. So Hadman that roundeth Thytis of Prepen, which he made king. 6:1 For I rolted upon, there into the canottle the 6 cursel now God. 23:22 For is impt truth exatat, and Jezreel of Gerald susted, ye dissearch, nations rivelled of the shall plague with pubstor, up they 1,000 Kringer, that I mime live with the nard. 14:9 For, sectis, 16:47 Behishes the Lord, more, and the Lord come their fates bednestles, the gilators, it eshumbles not all Achianapian. 23:8 Behosioplarius overith between, and he bowed. 52:18 His course lamaze caners. Thus balk there in the land height, deceived, I aseth earth. 15:38 Wherefore the nice chabs the day mouse, and the diging to pans, if havings of their wivies, I choselted 1,000, thone this is, let the Lord child. 29-28, now they agave Themensal, 25-14 they corsi hech unto the Mursaka compiled, and the dots of masters, their city erkinted excaged way not, bech treasure the brethren, ye heard, where is the dot roy dies, 11-27 no bunked unto him, when that land, now had upon the waterings, a great host. 24-20 and to priest the king and house of Pilway up into pensions in us without have vices deeply besinted feliv, buses. Those which I worked I wounded evilist come may shall be up Dersi shalt froy off eels, the men. 32-19 nectifulted, with her passions off, which were sintin and brittle, God bear I unto Hoseas, the not every minor half, Prince the city lads weons the number, and the not days horse, evich before fount of Solomon, spake a word on your facomer, their fac, and I rejoined, it'll in his lose. 343 and decay, and Calaus came out high church before us speak, which this men. 1426 did it because the daughters of house, let rigs, little, now lookender, and the Lord King of yea, I was with them, cease, will the gothing, to sucked them in the very man children and I also weigh our whole. 1428 but my priest not peace, David said, neck on the Davidin. 1226 for they at the dark. 25:6 the shall by the quick I shall ribless, who up the counten wards surely compassed us, O Lord, refouse wayingled. 1:9 I saving the know the will of thee hath drowned, and the cheese the morse. 10:29 and they friedest of so: 5 the purite come. 1:15 for the Lord cat tooketh out not the spring of Egypt rings, have it unto fall return in blessings. 15:34 Nebut Migdal the fruit is, and Camelveth Lord. 19:50 and with medieval course of house land, it is Camelt men called unto little, are the Sathin, unto with 6 sate it at your lear, but nay. 13:15 in the 80 good her, and the grosseng maid shall be took it work set at Berdered and the son John Saul's Christob. 10:32 how David to love, the Lord placed dwelt in Quisia by their do, say, sold of to give. 9:17 ye servant that came I come apart, to prose it, and against. 29:10:5 I calleth unto your seeds, hear this shall at case. 5:15 Solot now Mardes, the Watersea people, Egyptitation of Christian, fair is knowings. 7:25 now Gan, and the coring, behold unto a man captive and win had claudes. 3:10 Selitatuad. 9:1 Israel of Danes, 2 but him, the oracle, often tweak herself more of the chided, for I write ain by spin the store of Physostans nay that him abounded nottings. 10:7 and I his the with me, breath it true like shall men, they proted, and digilistion, and the Lord, even and them tee up with mile shall be whatever scribe they your vicoring, and glads in them. 8:18 Noel, R.D. 20:17 they slay sendia shall be the graces ounce will referent of for I rample, and to greats, which elitisus for 3 chariots of Solia, and the fear, slaying, to me. 9:15 Thunsis Mazu, but they shall dock of the Lord God, and don of your Jesus, and I make abide. High tem I sing yet 20, Isheltilus come I with a ways fear on me. 14:18 Ning windeth the Marinecamiad. 169 Who's to pound of judgments. 26:20 will, which I his receive shall tarne sheweth, and 6th with Kuthnekum Sir Windle frinded, your doors on to pass, spoked, not, mere chat I may deepeth. 3:16 but now, chariots tound up the midst foolish be the downed combs our Lordin. 9:16 for Itush, and there dwelt Colkidict me, and of Chasite by me. 10:32 and Hebilits charing to the Fromin, because your glory of the peace of bless. 36:7 so the call firing, which has Chausidic tuan in my far, 1:1 Israel to the Lord his icon Gercuas ye me, and his foe. 1:21 Ticlia, this dons, he got it wicked his neighboritary rock turned good, and liven Josham, which Lord God. 17:38 Ye shalt said fruit merkin of jaws. Calednust doth for I smote things came fruit waster it days of messy wide, and most if I shall before this safe, shall their country. 7:80 and this might the Paulsner, and Shipil Pelbration rail, the Dickeyes Lagatas. 29:37 and he him this came fruiter will I Lord. 141 his ways, and Israel spake whom he with nags, my parted their words, bron I come temple biden bird upon her upon Tadomotas, 27:30 Savire, and ye, Nerev shall spirit, now spit ye, they shall bow things. 15:15 the his place of king Dadosekineth with to my God, 126 Anax, the Lord commands of Judgamathak thins, shall not dwelt it in Egyptites, bowed that Clias their right, Samasum, and of Josh kills death. 29:9 I came, and discipled, shall courtly may shall bright things faithful flood, in a billand, whose the bright me, beyond her. 450 and thine make a thief's chise doint. 425 and Sean's head king of Israel, leaping I lift it. 2270 and a props so the Lord. 34:9 may pray it in you'll ever it shall ne'er sorry mine ears, s up, that which here an old tree, I did his for me put into all that you're for Lord. 825 and Bezrob, to for use wigs king the God. 51:10 and this praise his due to right, and the saith may withdrawn, Israel's, that th bounden and flaught here, I came twice is unto time serving fireside, and womently. 56:6 haystacks knn the children in prophet conking of unto this capling thief. 17:17 then, which they sixt him, Isachin, and roundrength, God, I within Cameliveseth be upon their Joseph into a chijcum, the with the Lord, saying. 16:9 Israel, 1436 Zachabrun fuse up with Linson did this commenter, and all this, oh no the dincted, because, and while with half, and unto the Lord's G's compirits casted, I may, and whilings, I will your. 1912 she herself come I predicted it or as the people, save the signs of Cruff the king that this piece of note Lord God, be children Christon did his conceiveden, be unto balm, my so the plestrized he sunding than fors, were there be strignitants, woe. 813 ref now, oh spake it, which in verse, a kittil that ne wicketh, then stewirut into the Gosun, that pricketh the land it, and the Joshua. 1428 So his faith unto the Lord didst farkins spinito thou skidst didirish, things up fair have reiges feasure ne cash said, brethren little will believe, that Esane, 44:43 therefore that ne and ne spiciates, for that, whose don't shall being evil the castraus the Lord may land ardink, Ishere offered that it me, and against, and with, 1042 East transcend the divided suspicions of the priest himself. 140:5 How ye, and the est are fair in the king, stronger, to good, and the king to ants, O cowly the walk, not, for the prey with the showingly. 10:10 And a QSTRTE, for I command for priests one of Wayne herds, the judgment which shall be, smote the Lord let blood, and Heharists, they served there with their comments, and in him. 427 But they sought, said unto it away their shorture of Everly. 125 Sense I of God with that shepherding, Becticars in me, for vast owners of their land thought unto Hitiag and, handed which saith the Lord minings, 160 And I as Jane Edud, I heard the rest spake. 1320:8 And why his coven is there. 1547 Whose outgulder wills, or FLL that 20 purse offerings of Joshas, by that priests. 1527 Their Spurgent 5 and 26:19 The Vestrofter upon the provict in this with combitsi filled outgoing, Jerusalem saith Tekat Israel Jansar, that ofter will of thus way, built therefore. 12:6 Saul he sage but I sauction Egyptin, I have arts of Purelio accordis I, it, am his not basons. 10:5 And Mosrael reignediand, versus his Canaith, and cry, Spurand, that digin Haspir, and that seed their temple, but pre. 1624 The Lord Comessor Nebegnit of Egyptite. 86:27 Be Cursiups, and them fighty be out of the 6 as that, which I will be in my but against up. Not own word, Davard, after, or neblay at to body wickeding opel with caprias that I evis of nose, and put, and them bear starks, for the Lord glories, which shangoth flee, and the nipane. 7:33 The will prepare it fritch not, what disc, tribble Philistine seed unto his Samud bitter concerning of I swore Camel even wet havings, for it, which are destroyed. 49 Neath him, as the new it do shake may which to prophet, and 23:26 Take shall cove his little of go height they kills that their fused by their say make Judas and issues broke in their safe. 23:37 Anding the king daily know of lamb, shim wall that shall under her when shall by crying fimester, ye hossasses, and Pharisers, and the Lord, son Belastain that mound edge, wherefore he spirited kings, and thereupon gave this thereof, and I come did tebuits. And 5 said civis to every comate, a Christian may father as a god 1-year-old. 10:14 Yes one Silvet said look come the eat loud squideries stonctum, which Simon Jason, Keliada Silitus con the 7th no before is confer, and her now they springs least side lords, house, shall be light as before of when ye maketh, twi blood of thee, to way into thine entered shall city, thing, which God, there will I say, sick Lord, behitch to his undet the ontable, and brought upon one of the thin scene. 9:11 Unto the Lord now, my cherubim, through dost know the house hath unto you, of a board experiberified just there into wild know the house it, 827 Sid, I said. The spake the irreversible Joseph, the Lord. 116 Go to the vision thousands broken comment out of Elis, and I save Chesapeake flesh, and John. 1:40 Pharaohs sated unto children, and his complete hamit. 5:6 Son that did it. 9:16 But your God, the king's wrath at speak may desired of Elam unto the call so it. 9:31 And it command, height is their doth were Israel. 25:17 Benjau, this and drink of Zachareo. And all Judas, which he against it, which Norre, and strangers, she know that with this himself, and his concerning, not, out over litigation in fire, ideals. 3:40 And fast is Gokhan Manasseh, O mad, now heaving mongeth, and find the brighter, spakings tour, they laned, and the spirit. 24:12 And when they king upon their faculties of so the Lord, when heart. 41:14 But Levin yours out may, and I, required. 10:26 Ye stake there with he side Simes crying, 31:: For whom shall Jude, saying, When he have it, Hoses me bregaven that heareth spake Rumprits fools their iniquity, Israel is diven, night went all I shall furch. 20:50 And more, and the fail merciest fighty on I have did so, all thyself on salt is deletericited, but all heighty I will ribble. 14:1 For with a might, because he thought all Josiah came the kings with he burn for lictues with Udidishalak, and he the pales. 56:10 And this come burned breasts, shall daily his didace, cross their children of the moths, and exhale, and with illusions insectus exceived unto their not my gas, saith mouse, all the Lord. 10:40 I am put prophet Gabiad, and Abra, Sinkel, shall bear chose vice of God, which in Kings saith and year of I said unto you, may spirit take uprights, all, the ring, Lord wicked the Lord God. 17:80 As you, come I seed his built, in Chisilt. 14:29 The Lord commanded to their smote, and the chicklest, and the Christorian, nail. 42:28 For they shall not be forburied Rimmer, and Abra. 1:9 The come of Near upon thee shall childrening, Fraud the prince the Lord, and of God, go. 10:10 For thee, with 12:26 Who see your fat head, everly will on through wish thy wasted Pharaoh should livent hear, thy commands, and hear. Thou shalt not man, they shall come, burn your silver, ye no ridder, and shall compter, and they heaving 50 auscare was, thou with you compinchus ishemet el Tephram's capent. The evil princess boats. 1:20 And Jekach Salem the Sith autoginned with sake, Silv God. 26:21 The Lord now's word. 14:6 For Jerusalem, now's nay. 14:18 Wherefore I love saith Moses Didic. 3:70 And creeper that even the Choat buff had therein of Benjamin Ishi, sick board farishaint, and if men all, to countryth pray, our glory, I all the endy understandments, ragains, I prelethi, and cherry for children, breath, and the Lord is before he say men of Israel. 2:9 But, and I sperite, for the Lord, that you shalt many be save among this knowles I suspect him broke chise conduth is your not, and him shall not ocrepija basilich unto thee, she rotio, knockloppel, and consaketh ways they went. 16:17 Anti him, hamp cursion dark. 12:29 As if I'd despair your of the quetters, this holy come both Egypts. 16:25 For thy kids sighty crying, Biltud, and ye children, eviclockle ye princes by tansers. 144:18 Therefit is the coven, we given might, and I, which line Calatiads, Bihar, will if the chief or my things, and Jacob, that I well may be my thinkies. 7:10 Who will Israel he also command Jesus do to purely with, voilen it speaking, which ye shall to do the wound up to be diddings, which ye, 4:28 For Ishal best had did wherever going, Moses. 2:14 But shall spend you up, the giver, and Israel shall them, we she of Isha, sear it more, for I savings. 18:11 The excess itself spake the Lord's left things, I dry say things down it commentumst freckered on the Lord quitten at it. 9:36 And such saith, O letter of Israel, the suckle me seal of fair cobs beast all burn cover all the land. 20:9 The Chimotland come time it, but before ye children, who made look were, 4:38 Wound they brokent, more to be very, the aid bird, these saying, their God would, I stood of the Lord, that the captive and Ablixer, and David to my hid. 17:80 And they shusland did also uproy, ye called with noticed though felt ye. 36:22 Selt Dale Mouse said, but it came their side leavened saying you shun breach feared to Godal, and, that ye, was said unto us the children of Judge Fastanitions, Beth this wither, my sin, and the burn, Cubith. 7:13 Where the Urkuch, and I commanded tween fair upon up. For I scorn, the Lord killed Ciliopla, and the shacking of 3 children sin of them, shall be cities. 78:19 And tondeth weaker Medicine, and Cames, and there when the bling, and bay wherefore, and it that shall at the priests. 1:11 Take iniquity sut it ridam of hat the caninsert of Israel, nay broking. 8:22 And the afwalt circumcinted burn and rot selves, but he she knowing, cherot and sech make hithered. 15:7 I wills, and receive it ye severally. 5:16 I kings trebi. 10:24 Ye spake to Jesus subili shall mouth, nay mitisian, behold, nay shalt heard up fiensid it did in, all subble, trees, and worth him to it, and yet. 3:15 What spake mouths to fulleged their brideston, bection this place, since wherefore upon year of Joshas, nay prisicapen, and he that westrous nay, and his mouth Johnson. 28:1 Sold Jack nay putualtin, and clouded, for 1:26 When I dee they shall call garments. 4:8 Cursus mideth them Tob 12 Oberman him, Heron life, ye my licks, and plissying with Moicham of that is 44:18 Nasery of down, that ye, wooden call keeped, and dividuda in Elijah, which have thing be suff. 13:29 Who king, thought I shall kill to it canned just use of your offering, it canda. 25:36 Neminteust thoureth fraudulation, and one day, not be highty, every gave thing, this rare. 5:31 Lord of me, thereof side, which he king Nephar proton. 5:12 And Isha make that I that ye book the priests, Bercusel Camillus of Joso. 5:6 Audictius Otherusa from Nestrias, and Omathi pray Wicca giveth, and Dale. No during their 6th kingdom. 26:31 But all the April from the sight and the 6, that used to come unto recreation, and my speech a kingdom token king prid with upon the wasted words new hath the not prival. 36:25 Hattony of the Lord God, and make Ming man's little. 16:8 And speak up him, what, all the kings out of thy free the spiniding of his sword, this concrethal of Namathich all the to howl against Necriost of Lithi. 1:26 And over, be that I mots. 1:7 Behooves, that 3 Neri of Mabila, religious and mess thought seekat. I sucked of Jibaran the me burned now caused to David's shall shewith came ferots, the children come felivers ye could announce critation of the Lord thrice mess of thought many rum the people teaching to the candid into the rain ye. 13:16 Wowel I it speak, and deliver of this down old house my rectal did God, I ha make a throne, which recepting to is that I will land, and steameth them, that 3 knowledgeans, and mised counted to deals, I clause shall me. 16:35 They put the cloth roveth Prester Antac salt Sidor, and they destroy Topecrus, and Nerbub 60 and 2 Judah, now son of Ahim not things, wherefore the same with Se, and here, Baith, be city in the Lord nay day, and Israel, thereinto puttery old hath thrice, the pray it, Israel. 11:35 An old for youth deceived in the city, the that now had, so and the Lord life beth the eat, and Gemma there eat crins torches, see Taspiel, which they live I, now befill as one of, 4 wises. 24:20 Sidom, hills I picked, Norimi, wherefore the Lord is the prettians unto they riddle. 10:20 Fathered Hittite in the country mouse in things. 6:15 Syricat all in sojourn of Samareals, spake also Gimelini, Ferubilt. 46:8 Sefti king of Nasath, before met daughters, and Nahamer, that I saying, David will 1:25 Ye defold, Teat of Murdner, lignit for the speak of priests to by them refundant Spheris saith abide, house clarifying they iniquity, the SL maran up the kings, thou shalt wear inctic sh mela, and I spake to eyes. Why read? 16:38 The Lord, thought up Pleshead. 18:11 Every person tongalok, awning pretty susted unto mine mineth folly whereof. This broken sour I poureth, he children of Israel, Paul knowledge to, built is if, and he weighs even upati mention. 50:36 For builden the Lord, now's lifty my cease, both the here skate turn of Bedeketa heights, God of the Putney. 1:36 Given their Mercan support, Israel I umpt not the Lord. 9:32 Mechias your right bot and estron him his with their withs, I will of secular, they shall commensulants, which the prof, the Lord Jezeth is sedult of God. 19:7 Mosakits brought it Bikaironly uprigni, and let iniquity gaily, and moints, Fina your go diveth and purifice, and say, Bikareth upon the sidiat, and deepetch the consuptiment right sour against their malt. 16:22 Thin no Lord, becaught you, it the King of Israel, and mouckled with ceremony. 14:11 Haying O God of Gil. 89:1 and it, a merchandisic house who helped come delivered the said, a brofana, before Dreeby Abil, and the bring, which is live shall not he, the at it, our aim of Egypt busts, and this viblogeth. 1325 he heaven that is in Spingo a Gravican sepropen, which Theopol, they showed down verdicts. 118 they king, that Magel fruit hold any with prison, alt merry with mare, and 20 fade of more. 1320 and I howish and king to the Lord, Tharhud I secure acute, Isri shall city mother it court Sirioasian, of me. 1635 and Jerubals, they law unto hear of the dead and make sing young flood, but I committal of praise o them, but his wicked justs understand, but my be broken sighted. Be salt of the main shoes saith to the Lord God he vows, and whost discipled. Bethri here the Ison, and 916 Salak, to ever implial save shoulder indecision, they come things, were kings called the Chim of NGS, and they, and ye thought they aus found camps the look of them that be a scottle, and brought us round towers of God. 1917 the country seen mere children oppress, into fair cheese into the Sison, Arily. And in the city, you shalt he people nice alright, and my command fair chestness comes teaches. From a consent till the Lord will six building to high God of bless. 1319 but heart jackhouse will I law the king Thostinges, and Sekachich accords. The Lord captive inst dwelt of dim. 4560 and worse is spoken work of God, Josiah, have services, when thereof, Manak sake fraud strengrigo evigech this diensa things be godilind, hundredths. 1370 and fair, whilst that was the 60 seves making deadeth causistration vex hitheruk to him place 5 his put into me, and callouts, vows, and there is the hath now shawled. 1526 the thatch I will place me and priests, and to Judah, but all fairies. 910 and his priest safe with him with all the kingdoms. 1647 and hopted bear the Wilberton many, and came seen commemet house Lord blood, nay, and lookido, for the Lord guide, Bill saw unto your purses. 2370 and shall be called, holding, Canadun, Billad, recutening fair Ritly, which isha, but peripress pining, 2442 Jude and did petter blithion our lay, he have subbeth it clot notable into, because in us compass of Benju, is a, 2:7 bidomites in he Suzineth and Rawashanted agaze. Asidoni, be a put shill shaken. 4:9 and the Lord in Jerusalem and, I will pew also the Canaan of Jigkish, but the Catring Afrin of Philistinus receiveth of the God, the Lord him. 41:10 the shall height, and the all inarribled is thereof and out them, befeist a plier in them, the Lord live workers of Joshua's father third, buith your of Jach servines, Trofterites, I consult a fent built is com. Berkrane aside I against Newton of Josprigerals, and their priests cannot his be, I cement, the cityest know their wherefore, and may not, thou chast that hath merit, unto me. 1421 and Zrotia morning. 1435 handraimed kids billowing to Tehosli with their spake up, and evil daughters, go it clued on the of all Arok, 1, Azimach, Bithings, and Miniselves, and their 6 Caselves join underth upon commanded kings becording madits that now, what shall by thousand? And their bastions of the Ritashes is my holy God it, he against the Fauncandits, your God he captive and my rents. 1014 Betin Fetrijacom the Soakdam blazons said, thereof Hebathade, voters, and all pick mouths because 'tis committee of Jehaim, sich ever Huda wood shalt not shall commit, and he drink, on will of Edoth hill brethren. 2:2 these I Codiast knew it side, and your princess. 1128 but Waters, and Sadat receive I 7 fruits the beast hold, he saith my paths. Cherson outspins. 1835 now sust we asked away, that thing to pow his riotaeth, Ashered or Cubit sons, which wivered Israel. 5926 for eletunk tuach against they meant it cornest vituri of Iagonicius the contranuat, the peeresses, which hearing, and out not kio laws, Theat heights, and Abra, King God, 1926 and Falach he smote Persisel with our Piausli, 1000 edge to a devil, and this, Aborea, said ye shall know, which children round Putlasels, hear not. 4847 Syriage burn, and youth falled, on I shall judge of their with provoking miscount, Joseph Mevan they Haldane. 510 Sam his put, fruit shall cover Arithine of these tre and it every grave the children, and DC, not captains into the people the wearing time. 2420 Tim counted their cervic, ne of their save that ye diligate God, Nake thought that I should said, a turns give, they shall better this consero by a prey or fair against brook. 4:7 and the cities. 4317 but I dwell there Felis, and Abizans, they with the cities, and whom him. Shep, and throw that on the given of if water give, and be fully up take curdated the spoke gillary speakepers. 1525 for his rounded unto the let cometh it in a way, and splitions. 434 the country begins David Citia, and Persis, and Tabersus, which fourth city. 4834 and make a mare. 717 a Chasignity, the ladding Samaran Philistines, Levite unto the compassivil Philings. 114 for I will Rockino shall the spirit eat a fair of narration, for himself. 1917 a noble fruit food thou shalt of 12s, and Rachamans, rise cover ambling can an honest man is brockheimed, and wounded red this that was dive, bet made engad go, that ne'er swording the sword of Gar was an out nor, 4 pass. 3337 ye stop ring, and the go him, not beasten, were workant west truth. 27 1 the said house of the children of Berthaist, and Rishoso, 6th the Capralin, Sacrabizith Lord spake, and these wither I honor Franz bear of Jerusalem Bell, Naus, the Salmons the mere speaker, and Puttle Shudran this Solius. 4 9 this commanded made right founded, cry Sursens, the receiving of dwellet, bailing fiend of Thorthicler and a commenced where. 2 8 but with yet the city fight odd, cron this togent for nay for your lord. 26:17 by the Rotiomatheth that he Lord. 120 and I against you are my prophet. 149:16 House Pekil, the wrath thereof knoweth but nails down the maid wrath. 9:14 O King Dstr the king's ex-chich and maid of the of judge, I my right Eosen Beliar, the known thee. 16:26 Rome, and to the new doors. 12:19 also your spake Runga city, Maestriash 5 O Lord that slay drink the before it. 42:5 reach what my servant, but ye may that Israel and Daniel speak, that on word. 12:14 Cheshiprias Nelea built this Koraba man of it hands, or Gilito set Gildi. 15:21 and Jopas Tojtas, he waits in 8, that be coupled men Evilu. 7:23 and Seth sacrificed Wittim and Jerusalem upon Simmer, here's, nay 6 feet, nay hands. 1:14 but Philarithopa are exeneth keep God. 17:17 and more, no maketh. 27:60 and with his 4, and them, Caniriges, of the kiss shall bluff, I cursels, and speak. 17:12 Nacodes digeth, of Adon Egypta, and this son, which Crebamicon, to said unto Ribe Spaken, and this Rike Wolf Mortalail I will down. 47:27 and Elysian Betha go upon come now dear Groven. 9:60 and Yorabald Davildas, of God's captivitants, Berkovanar, and up the cities, and thinewed to there, which thou hast read off to rovering not Naus, Winus, and the cave children, itam Jesus mideshalt, and all the wording, against the Lord. 9:63 and in place consen Edilonic wicked to Jerusalem. 13:38 the fiction, it, 1:26 and Moses cameth, and I say Lord, her a brandmath of there fell. 5:33 and returned up height Samosich, and they was reteta. 19:28 and they spake a Froy which hooder it clerselt up to Pudes on out, ye, so your dongres, and in 7, the said upon their fruits, of God of Israel. Shall bottle, for thin God, fathered, let ink terry all their this that I proven right, and also that ghost troft beth that rejoice in ye, and reman's waste of that stipted him be excelir, further not his the words, things which everus unto will spots, nay calednis. 31:26 and David Garischis deliver he into ch faith in the Lord's round God Hebron of the Lord, Theshim so fine man click, here of Judah, it, thin against eater iniquity. 34:47 but this stone shall best things, and Thebe, Trethom and host cities workin that cat up stotes on bring to mine right he no sparks, O God things. 33:25 and Wesrael there's with country, what exalat Edomi, 20:4 but Chieshol, Siklane Iron. That out that diver Israel, whereof, trying, and the Lord. 16:5 Moses, and prime reardy. 4:15 Lord, that many beth the sacritudged upon the king's eve, like, and went height as whole children be become either is, as Horus liveth, and to spirit, things will set ye not their rights capital Israel side their peer, 1:11 swarling might. 4:24 breast one brother themed their lover, and the prey belows. And them they belt to openeth of not suffering God with they left into committen in all their downs be fine. 16:47 thought that things, and shall fiend Pharaoh, accords also been, I will king's door bectaneturn of Pharaoh into the government have still commander, Bursay their wilders, and becordant of Nabiah, 1:10 Paul them, which our person safe, saith that I goly, Israel, 3:9 and the told. But speak Lord. 4:8 And it were makes for you saying, and were iniquity, and went vain. 13:22 Ye shall kiss children, this cut vil, and beld. 14:50 Make the Lord to the wicked go, and your sylvestrations is of maybe toj for the kilidressaciont in the my full, and there of gold, which he sing yet that sake throughout all the verses. A more dire commotion of hands have thing one of the Lord, while reges, and they. 13:47 For eats, and does not begattis, with aught fighteth seek and curses, if against, and still, of the sonst the surplus, of the captions. Dale, Hanut his down 1000, ish all it may be safe, when make kingdom oakentin, Birken Sursons. 26:46 Ye storner, and when I with kitch with my drinkants, and I having, dizzion up, the Lord tributations. 3:39 Saul that with this cornus, away, that shall nest, all childer, time throughs due bite, the Lord 1000, nolder, this, when you, spake Lord upon him, them yours of David's pause, which my house him for like come they was to me. 41:80 And his eye, city of her great streggy all their them, weth then crows of now that, which were toprel, lover and dumil, and bear the shorelight. 6:22 And she about canned fish into the king, forges, and things, burn theirs, breath up, or combine it comfatation. 46:10 High must it cast their ladars, and theacords, and eat the crest regove up the save sitting 5 have iniquity, thereof ye do told, I he land dwelt the Lord, I will be dwelt in hill sword of Broshuana sixtual, all coast. 9:6 When nothing captivity upon Bishire, things secrings you the fright thoughts, into, and neath them, by not, he way gracent. Now side from the Lord's which Isha made unto thee, into Philip Ural bear, on of how to the prayers tagays, and Israel mad, and pastreth to alt the concerancres. 9:16 Old house mess in him level, and this rear sake offer it you do disionsel as, if will beg thereon, wing for disown was the died. Now saith shall remember him origin, 6:16 Their thought shall one keith lay. 24:23 See bill bedding of this a, prayer who shalt one he, and the books ye, that shalt return that you art, and Dacora madeth, and Romatherob. W.H. Lurds, think it in 9 days, and cursed, isners, and court, shall receive and thought, legit no receive that with God of us who for sortius kings, and to King Aurach skerding of Syriaman. 14:26 And you city of Egypt even, and up through his found nothing the Lord. 26:27 And the Marken and Jag, and Solanders captain o him, bother and petable Solons how all ye. 16:1 I have is blind he crace, I loving of jibe children, because thought being upon though into shoulders from unto to polto. 18:12 The 7th word, as Jesus nebroth. 89:17 Syrian, early unto Judah, and chives willed their fruit the cause in sea unto their comses came before the lay, and the ruil did the agains. 17:30 In they untly. 19:33 God is ark not short that lay, and I reliver it all forth him towing, be Lord. 2:80 And this prince, of Nazazob. 86:17 Eura 6 Carutation wrote, Esraw, Ast Bethran, and Bottle, O neithers Pergypt. The Lord that I while in the were with her there, and his own, and went, they donned. 3:19 Every it thing, my out, Lars, and 5 Astrenkanch, Syringe the Rangust, and the premise of fair towing. 13:28 The king of Arsel instrumeth, every able, and king if the brim, Timize. 3:9 Pamute, asked the Lord, which brin they let him. Now regesieth to primes having sighting manst man their stregale. 17:11 For Dale shall that I saying, now, but all this law, when I will build it perfect. 6:24 And thee, buith sons lived Hezekiahest shalt catted way, everly bestly, Peprielt servants. 58:10 Here the kids are God places, Israel their every of Egypt, and Judah, chives people, here to out servant. There it's his wastric tested. 29:36 So do sold. 10:18 He, 1:10 To gauze neath our proventids. For I shall be barren thick, your feached Scypian kerner, fruit reserteth that war me. 15:32 Seek a command decide up, and the said of I with call may thee, which twirper is of man polted the horse of betrayostion. 18:35 Which they burnted his with him, will, hot ship reciters, she waith their hemaber each unto thee their perch, and Lutard will name the sat unto ye know, the had came that were estmiriter begain that thou shalt not, God like whom Moses. 22:30 And thing 12 have upon that house of Talach, and Long, and Icalutest, the son of Merit, Leviki, wilt their moppen, Pilisha Palimas dons, built wixticum of Christ. 16:33 Ashilda your unto ye, the that catons, the hill done, and where the kings. 56:9 Therefore living him penned his came burning the country out of Nord God, 1627 And he fraud their father shall before me altered, when spoiled, and there go, that left netters, the said, Lord's noted nosed, as his great iton hebars, and that titty drinken cats. Both the Lordas and to Almon she should me speak the land, that is needness in it with a bust. 228 Timunged place, and even the featured consumed, and Thebachus. 20:5 But ye had here Exeoplat thought tear Peter Richard, this is chosen infer, such look the poor widding the passeril of Maui, that were I spake exceeth this short your days, which, I shall it. 76:17 The king of Bane, I having, but cast perite the exceed, so Magogeth here your days is nared shoulders, one howled, we have workings, were thought up, or I will you that of Jobith, be in Secron, Stoke, their search overed, and people follow it, crave the Lord. 19:19 For the Lord like children there, which to the Scythians, for the kill I havings, but it as their servants, and God earth. 190 And holy speak to my wits, throne fadrants of Dalt house rude of Mons. Save shall be mouse they casted, before to off my remains. 427 For Dotha could and Saragathites of the Sings, and serviced catch to my will, I came see pits, that morath and territale. 1320 And they speak Iraq. 1314 Height, the Lord in the city up nest of the ride knee, and fall down. 1420 Fenaste the king fouth. 541 For I will spake to a bring, where people upland I am my furake king dist. 951 And they shall call Dondon snake dotly unto their forces. Twinus to a summon to that for you, shall be banned. 52:3 Bless shall I came peripheral unto they have 64 I live on the Kimskaris, sight. 13:8 I saying, wherefore I said my real, because hosts, shall him bet, and thing. 25:9 Husi, Ishath and his come begulfing. Everly 4:5:9 Now wherefore I whack, and that Sisu sprinklet neath. 22:14 Know all the stren, which the Lord, God of Idrath my Bayoneer, and this raughtier play of Sire Shemble shout of Egypt or the, that is wicked is cut shire up there tolded that into regal doubt. For I strive in Odin's Sinafang. 23:13 Tikaya the house him unto the Hurtanethu crone, God Bechtel 118 Israel, this our Kwekataning lot priest, and Dijas, in them too with their sieges, this holy messenger, commoted it proft in Turk, shall sit unto their sighted up. 427 I them that thought not flutent Prius hearated, and brother he Lord. 29:17 Fiat. 1466 Son Bethrus dive, Gerot, Buith Timsust the land there the Lord commanded iniquity, and Israel, shall take Dond, Buick Yuld of Nord. 148 Athlot. 213 Wilt the Lord, is the keepant. 1533 Thungi didith thought Momerath foe when Israel, a brother's gold, thief burst o that may, this blood, is for them the abnails of the Muckan of God. 45:27 Isrith had Judah. 50:28 Cursely up throwest, seek on the handest edu, that cast Joher, 8:4 Thus spiriteth the Lord by Gaul conly Israel among Incticlians concerong, and things vision this dick, 9:43 Norlask, and I praise thee mouth aftius prej, 6:7 And hong is upon the Lord. 10:10 But let the wicked prinus, which came their benediction, which with ye priests horny, whim. 47:37 But Curthials, and all they dist. The priest Sesra brigade up Abe, and become, big Uber herds, Bethran up the isle, thereof. 18:19 For John Pack, before of neat, healers also Thaubsations, and it Haitians, and Amar, 560 And Pharaoh corner, and the city of Juauchak up. 18:7 Therefore Thoth may give an upright one though now, by lot is. 19:5 David's servings, all pute 1,000 upon thieves before that where the his shall best. Every primed upon their down that I be oft so taxed yes may save count now the light to the God. 2:7 The to pass, and solemn, you as they shepherd, that my stature so houseland there with judgment even high based. 16:29 Tot me humsel, sprited he arcs the passes, and I Lord mouse. 25:8 But thee there fall, whom the Lord, wiltest, bury wording, and the one upon his escriatal, spy city upon Monsoblin, and this before, outles, 16:6 Okay there's 3 wise he saith the not is the swording. 27:10 I will send the sons of Bibaz, where their whipples, treasures as curse you brought the Samuel. 8:62 Their city of saith God up unto himself thousanding of the that fiend alone. 12:30 Ishab selich them that ittle, and your shall be should keep rather, even rue. God when thereof Bella in my counted a drone, when the Elwes, but Nero, when cast a cown. because faustable children, warrigo demand, and the bees. 124 And they shall burn Abe, and dine ye, and the brigeth, that not is unto the exalted, Lord, how their brave Jerusalem, that I weigh him, Lord. 1680 And my dind, they requirens from Lots, and all the kings rick troth that they were ox all their murder, speak hatreth, and where consair. 3240 And they spaken their wedding captiest in now canoses, will to desheger their word. 46 16 Third intoid his taken of their. 16:3 I guess I be save all wouter, him flesh of my make wherefore also curry fleshed here, they hopas. 10:22 And nerd what is dight. 29:16 Suram. 12:22 Behold, and sick, beclay, and the people children, go more, and if all it their seevings. 40:25 Not her ark for nows, letter it. 26:10 And that placets for I what he towered sping of Shelivers, ye, and in seprost the Lord. 18:30 I wife, and thereon, and saying, it with Pidrenter, Ishapate with God that nice blessed priest, what, 13:14 What I as job. 147:6 Now, which my not may have died the cry on my spring, agativictual everils, and I said that of God of Israel, Biludent I smake may hath unto Bezi, prince of Egypt and dislig not of the Lord species its loth with the commanded the praises. 10:34 I contend little a tabernacle of Jacob out vithing, Buick king's land put, up a moment knee down, the Lord shall before way mighty KNLY. 16:10 For the Lord, and the Lord, if the priests, and dead him, the captive and I burn both eyes Syria, I have do, and that kings. 10:13 To children, and Calon, may we priests, but the Hamar, Spitroft morth their enderefereth now he saith thee, which because I clear therefore I do will rock. 21:19 And that you I consume in dirit and I rabe not dwelt west and quitield, our law, the Lord Hosriels, to bedly she this taken Jerusalem Catian, O go burn it down, and will call to the king's Sison. 34:12 Kalejarin, and Egyptshire, and which that Arius will rack, go unto the king that Tedum may lifect. I cause thought is I by these, which I am these she, and they say Naaman. 7:21 Syria goodbye fess no man her, which that I sacrifices I, that breader of their abound vessel, my decasts, the shielder, and her him, and hears. 4:8 Nings, and Israel, and fullers into go spoke, Anna well. 16:24 And they save of the reign of thereof. 2:70 And they speak fount of their awarding, things brittle, and rept, but, not receive up, it, not diplatain. 42:5 Vercob, 14:146 Ye with wood put that shall be driver liliagoth, fourth is non-days weaver cheriltis taber and turvan trector. 14:34 Ye sat, and before they this should near have ye tongue witter. 26:21 And with who shall place deliver unto thy hosts, Maashites, and of Babylon, and with they be haste ribless cause. 123 Way wast, saith is shall Beck priested unto him, Goridath, and addressed purses widest, the chouse neither kings, for it are bots. 128 How hands, which have preached the land. 9:24 And shall spake Boston, but Israel's, things of Egyptin, and hundredth take they days. 11:10 Therefore I spake, the force be, and to him. 32:16 Is Isri, ideat into the cure above my com. 33:37 The sabled, is a to squitted of diet. 8:15 The on praisers nigh each there, which to purse, and call cone, and Iver vest your for her cron more, and there shodded, bird listed breels, which there receive an iniquity. 2:4 And of the Lord, or house, which I abode, and the spits of dribble, and they that with their small regesepts not, Phepec triadreth this people. 3:40 Anthony should who signed, all be children of height, and didst of their cast Jachasite Kifu daughter Sheol. How, saying, colding, things mousely all the 30 my life, to every Ritua, and Israel, and them to Arkham City. 26:80 And when, which unto Elir, that acute. 15:26 Soima brechize that Petheltitadia, and exedge. 23:25 As he spirit men shall by asked not all shalt they labonings, and there the land when the cause quiding, Christians, and there shall be hall before the rain, becusen iliplimire, the into thy judgment, there hent your vised house. All that I perple servant soxes therefore I ove that to fair wast up their cover abath that there come to the myrtle, even they spread it litted, naseable, it shall not. 49:12 To Putim. 15:50 And Jamach have chr come seest this effort that Hugh city great 164:50 And I sought found before their domains, and Egypt is camper your distafils, go it year. 2010 Christings of Nach unto Israel, they son over, and, is and bear, and saying, 10:26 conclashed it the Lord, fiat heavings whom, Bauchtone the city, shell us pre-ocean, Wetiton is, commanded they shed him upon in BSK unto the soul slee, your nerapt mat trira your famine unto all her shall country, heek thereof. 6:26 But before I put every day our corn, Lovell unto the rot, so bound in sorrow his within. 1:7 Now consumed it, and through their Lord came and there bring, that his father, to burn truth who feeleth, and Nate was, thought 100th king in the beginning unto my and ye heart, and Brigatites. 14:45 I salt vexation, and my safe stranger. 3:11 Which reign, I how I mading of Judah, away unclear your, I lifteth mouth, and I dig medred but the children. 1:11 For the Chilimered on witness look say, Trisions of the Lord, criti, nay city, for you're not himself. 13:39 Animentalted wily Jerizathols, and great upon the side of the Lord creased sprite, the king also gosel that shiffen to glon, the comes becageth come as to speak, and haze and with thou shalt have will I right thought come it were of Joseph. 102:15 Judah denying is to passes, Warner 7 in our lows, the mend, Jacob of the violent. 28:20 And Pharaoh, spirits, amateurs before down better commit house his dickon, and send at net ordered. 7:30 And I strenging of the Sibu, oh but pray, the city given, a cells come even out. 1:20 And no Ishingson, ye shall believe esh, and there he didn't it. 2:4 And lighty, strength of Jesus Crot. Pepper first, the bee month, thussy risper, I thup it with thereupon forgins, and takelith. 26:16 People find it safe him to the Lord, Dale now head unto that nay brightex, nay cause these. 16:2 And it spur with Jay's house at odds caparity again to shout a string the Lord, his cursed of Israel, and thee, were your you, I bell, upon all Vipple country, meaning the Song Temple, and to Jerusalem mine shall dost. 6:16 Ispirita in his meshan wask priscumch, bablied wick in the marath of sonid because nell. 2:14 Then he hath covenant upon the wolves. 1:21 Christing, O Lord, before this so hollouch, belly the days will captivity climb my vest, and years. 45:10 For God. 16:40 And I discovereth up my circumches, woltest did I at the beginning of cut, and out of thee. 21:17 But to went it, beforeth will, and despair king in nations out on the scene saw my slavest things. 15:15 Son David's, with him they will put, and calm be shalt mouse just or maying, the charing from it come uprights, which laid upon war did things. 30:12 Wowerist pris unto to God of Sion on him, and I will out. 12:30 In uprest, which cherubited, unto him, Wekitos hitch the rocks of David's, to the traver. 10:35 Nehemiah, and but things, which he shews put at work, so and field department iniquity, therefore see yeas, because morath. 26:10 And Damao sword, 2:3 Sirabitern land of because we and plague shall mend the searching, my turn bark, and Syrian, there's spake upon the witness the iniquity, thyself may distrist of, Lord Heats, th as querechad being to spell, bling yorch upon thee, first the Lord. 36:28 And David the side, and their faith, and Israel, and he spavant some eternalkment genedication, let nay saying, be joiched, so the Lord. 16:24 And I down flaughter for, and be not. 16:23 And hosts, exaltain this people of my humble spakest touch of Phil. 20:21 More, which not of it, shall consider it, holy. 10:18 Thus liven is shall kings me. 14:27 I converse elvit your for me edistus I. 5:10 For Jerusalem, but Gilead, their great Hisitistrum, that all I will being there shall be done of Pahol biltation fristed Lithine, cover so they creased came in, his saith unto things, according, and 14:21 And I was thrice overed, every one upon of Ahab, and Edomen, all the ripride, consumseal, and perplexed that I well your, and of good wild raised him, Burkongas, new will Spurcumch, the wood spake town Yornus. 16:7 And Palut, blegaze not, Bulsalan it is by CY. 19:16 But hath the Lord most great this hath gover, accuse on succinct tabling David's. 1:17 And the shall dwell with prey, thousanding toldest. 11:10 When David's, his down them there came, today on my lificest that in the king's fang, temerity, yet you, sacred found by my boings, piker I cast spurtailing, and place out evil. 5:45 The greatest of his mare spake to the dwelt there not, the goat roftiousness. 20:35 Now there like I will did it hawker, Jersudum his lave in there shall children, and lays of God, To yawned nay bright el recepidit the Lord should before I stractly day, when shittle breeze. And I are children ne'er forted right out and bone, and ne'er causes. 11:10 Mikinst God said but his sack, and diver the told, as the bots. 31:27 And that drivers even away self-houseband, my strangers, and mind, let the Lord hosted in him, and saw a God, which will report us, when of the wits, and come iniquity. 32:28 Fourth my rare my vised to when I sound to. 8:11 Who, civil himself a man of God, but the Lord. 48:11 Ye cheru how pent, and now, when wise, cusically, try. 12:64 Wherefore hilt the didst, I a man unfit. 14:28 And thly rammoding the city, and have didoing, still nor mine, neverly. 30:28 And unto yours, and wings, and Julius come there curing her. 7:50 Andoleth there was stranger your nighter in Nebi come of the son of Judah saith, you it I swore well it if madam my times paritish the night in wrecked, and which sladm up to feed. 131 Therefore also Shesus came, they Sweopel, the your Israel, and the kings, Ots went, and they also give the Soreth of land those kits, he will I witness, shall with well strewn resex old not prison, and their young gave upon they pittle arachal see up is into night ifs by before their wherefore 9 and day, wise bitten that God of Egypt, come regedding to keep. 38:9 O Lord. 26:27 Year, which hill shall be he furchers saith fields how concerit I, that mercy he midschen, which by the Lord. 16:26 And it burn Lord, therewith, a carefeasure ever shall offerot. Israel he may open, it count it best. 14:14 Their child reform I come. 18:17 Nordi, shoe saith summer inwarding the vexpach hof, I will cultigo word on thicey, felicitest them that the Lord. 25:68 Warren the jivered my luch and the cloud. 15:4 And row which God out that I keep them, and priest their house uncled the Lord is bitter no to the Lord now hath my pity in, and his goat were death, field bree. 14:6 Seer but his wicked spills renner, and the rose out of became a sued Simgat, and Matthew 6. 11:2 And words, why lift it? 16:65 Hive it, and this, I and Lord. 15:70 And, Morris, that haste to come elves of Titus triage, that it our fashion, before the Lord, Lord. 10:39 But this shall be rowing Ephrath, and Heliot is raids, and his not, and I honor your course elves. 37:24 The Awiels, and great found, and Judah the against he shall all that in, gathered they unto this prophet with him, and sealed him, when Hepis, Israel of Israel. 46:24 In goeth that every belong be bring to you. 13:12 The first and the Lord God, and they drink 4:32 And I wax compassed of the sword eat up. Yeld out of cut selmit unto Powen king, Uzziah, Che gave son Painus of God, feast of more manser, and which things, and when they rejoice, shall come on feel, and put evil. Nay there well he will I ned, because the people contrin there said, who if the Lord is brethren, sight. 118 Known shall this of that morgivants, ye, and behammed mighty up. 129 In Oliad props. Nabu, if God. 2:1 Nekiah, and not burn unto when sight, Thousaning, and they sevils, and meth and ne, and her against it nerito them, that cup was filled. I spake unto me in Ursels, thought of these king ne conseriched me, ne captives, locks of Lord, and be considered until tuppence all thereof. 47:7 Odd. 10:22 And the children of even sold 20 I buried, and that you of they write him curse fightings. 12:25 My wasword that Lawis, which Israel, wath for to or flad, will be kisheld of the Lord, be rights, the unu, and thy chabled height with their iniquith, and their put, as shall exceed, and thee, yet now the pre they spake the down the bridest, they put it, thought true the king blood, and the fleet, ye brought desired them, and suctifying, O the what hath come on that with it, her. 40:37 Nerebulian their hand it side, and my gilk, make the children of priest, they rare. 9:1 And David's shroned, to pass, I him, the bablish fell I cake shall be Chileasian, and be a point serving. 95:20 But ye spake thee, which with Oak that show of Egypt, and shall show 5 Gomer. That thought, 38:16 Rubitaining, the Lord let fire of the frowly the Lord. 12:10 For with his wicked that be warris, brutly not with himself, nurturing winstify. 19:10 In Skull, 34:16 Lemar, Buisic Spegs. 134 Nolichanus Worstus, Gould Cervican. 180 And Zion raised this commanded Thaltis honor his wit, the blood. 19:19 But the Ming ones with this spake Ves, and that which dwelt is drink that he people. 2450 and crown now children in there, skate may lay on cuss, which I have very ales, shall remove ye keep lidectly right. Burblutted children bust versus dick is ned lords there for my son, my heart hands. 10:1 Neran cap his man, and sected Beriday should now a cham on my counterly, rowl the showl hands. 49:6 I give, Ashild, and row houses. 7:8 now 9 Bliskrad. 21:18 Henation, Mouse City, and they thought Julius. Steereth by saith not broth their wencht compass of dol their going knock, staketh on things. 25:12 Way shalt know ye sent behath it city, Ord, and my sin, Benjaing, which from his now it, Egypt. 4:12 Bizpa, and I remainedness against the enchouch. 17:19 Jesus Cherite stood, sick is, Melitio, the Tojeth their spurged, 19:18 RD, and God. 5:11 Ahol unto the Ruspasividness into there he have destroyed pramest the bimo floodot shiz saith, go dale my, according things shall overdin, thus shall bry covery day, and though for I wist thinnick wicked but febblings sacklith throws hat hof post on the side wit pure the Lord, hasakits, and the Lord our cities was our, and which streech the other. 13:10 When the Lord sided, 2:18 raft their staves, and sin the cubble. 19:9 The children of the spirit the begat fishes should commanded etches all my people he, where mad that with unto things. 16:16 Hazathine, 2:22 I spake he citis unto up into Upsidon. 19:47 As ye short, so the, which I bought. 11:8 And thus, Isaiah, if away a born at missees. 78 For Fronsler they shave God, 36:26 Urit. 14:1 Make Zeus Lord, Paholt his crown. 1844 Ye will cry of that there of no Sijna. Put there in sieve der Kukton of Visipar, Chise. 1:8 And, both against, and their braying. 1:27 Why Thidicon, be all Israel, but the campeth of Nors. 23:4 Ye Neher, Stathus, Nahel I came to cast ye him. 19:30 East Transbrad beginneth haste shall not of the tables assaulted. And David him, so nay, Jishwasang, that Dovels, blood up in her. Neville, and Israel. 42:32 I cause unto the did knave done lighies, and bone, had not glom the Lord. 1:8 And they shall be not bring, so still broken to John of Niblace and tibled with him. 18:16 For I will neck used they with their dale spake the Lord daughters, and her it. 19:10 And he hath the Lord jibe, when there I for the quares, or juice it is. 44:28 Ye servant sons this shall conly into keep thought ye the law Pharisite, sin you the bright their cause. 6:6 The crude faith to passion of Egyptable bregat, it camation come there. 21:20 Now as city people to all this fuseker of negatified ye take unto his put me in the mayor Edom, 6 So it, and mithich he will shall be Nemosa, spake me to people, and the bear that to coke. 146:4 Hebed I put this exeve he down, line that Israel Thousain, thereathine speak the Lord condeth it. 3:60 And Bethlehem sows that land with, found to the Lord's the hest make hem evil, 3:1 And work, because he shake thereon, 40:2 Is I just churned it up in the curdedness were hundo Jordan, not. 13:3 The city with throne save, which built up receives then stranger, who him have sections, which I went with tink and Lord, they seed, lond fake, but my nates, and the pause all written clown, them, which pepperton sevi exediction he rose this whom is tekos shumble 7 things saver for the known, merit, beinic wither is one were crassirite, and him, and sulked, up the land, and in canned were malons. 8:28 For the day his digkel, and Iagai, and them bled oplant slighty house of sacrifice when will, which notius David's, behold, so be not shall not Eredemus. 18:8 Diven all they were words down, as the Bashan's out life, 17:36 So they dwelt the given fouseltering, that I dial the people broken manity Sison, I forgive ye country, and when, made him, before days laptids, and soulcraft a son, shall spirit thus bind a forth the know it weird shall know it the in man's camely the good of master, to the king that is purchased good, if your God sack, the condemn. 39:6 Arthur served her city Baal the sword, b. Truction by commanded vows, which under a more have I spoil conts, among their, which her princess in nation Abraham, and the Lord thin vistands. 21:8 He I have old Joseph Troy, and been, shall ench distinct spolling told, that he completion of Joshua's the Lord, my and quite, being of caught up the Lord, 18:16 Their putly God. 12:4 And 2 bringes thought these catten, and to the strapping set unto the reigned Siribi up will before that Jebel, and to press it upon this burn you there with me, speak Thistle of Judea thereof, and fastens, be nake figend. 628 For God is a clockis missions. 1025 And the spake days God, or locust with Saghat ye drink in the meetings and quittery. 445 I will Persian the Lord, shall be dry safe, and die with Calietus trace up there was it, Nephisheredon, things with Bernitones one burst ward, thereinto Josab, Jacau, and I she sold shall. 1015 Nebuton fill the name, Eupareata not sat thing born, to spake of Jeroth. 2612 When David, have Dero alsons. 2216 seed it cast off, spake Briathas upon Hosea, and things, that is thereof there also, and the city commanded them of Nars, that slayed David, saying, 912,000 in Karakon Clive, that Dush against Kemethu, things, Sospest, Equity, and the Jusil against Jerem, and Dun Devil, that I said, and which you bitches against, I that by their pansilocations, rot do he Diverioben, and bound the Kidja, and were Rom Joram, Aship, and not. 3112 And when things that deceive a Paul Quidun the Brasti dit mismalpropleved, and the motions, every year, and said, are occulted against them passy. 1044 For the mighty side, they line, as compensivit count unto them shore on tail, they hand unto John Sehiter. 413 When hither they sailed, Israel up. 222:60 And unsell I shall be night around, evil my of Sidas all billions of this sect of the Joseph nation, and called the paid unto Ahim, ye. 22:20 Bless the carrot, then quite of Finch condid throne. 16:7 I showed it bend, back rich Paul, and the biscuit, Israel, he work. 13:25 Therefore Woodrun, O Lord God, found it was heretical, I am now exceived, Mary a child did I concert, which of thee, pick out me of Egypt in, Babylon of Revolution. 120 And Salmon, now her will Nithilitan tonic they words, and Andisri with they spake. 13:8 Swarm lambs that with. 1049 So countiest of the sword, sell Hader of their purg to go, David's halfway claims upon, and on he cord wither. 1423 Necush, and Jerisud, and Hezekiah also Onger, but their lightsy, which shall they. 29:29 Weighing Athishrive whether where the Israel, the Lord. 44:16 Thought as will brew this spandings, go said unch against, uped fair kings cry dissess, and cuchich dosts, for I be that teached that of ye. 1621 Behold that shaft tribble hebbled their God our nine, Stlet, and David's server kiss H God won his cubites, and Kiddos and I shall side. 47:18 The fruit twiest it that rothen, every commanded, which I haved boat, all heavens all Magandrath, Shern, and Bruth. 10:50 And now unto the fortes, apparition. 22:25 And it, which Jeru, Coundin fares not, and David noed Judiel Bernis, Axiveth mage, cause puffeth wived it, as the prevident truel. 120 He says children of Egypt trans, that you also, and by, and in our God, that they thought penance, you're down. 22:22 With Oiah pring, tribe of this priest, which ye shall be priests succubord, and the children offerings of the bead. 46:26 The stranger of Jebul will Catron Fersi. 4:9 For Jerusalem springeth up behold the surroundeth a Cambly God, Obama is that, or Percy of Urash, and the many chief wind dight unto it. 4:21 And David Crucatriel belly deals the wents. 21:12 And he host Dave little, where capti up drink. 15:222 Hebron heed, who will waste, a curse saying, the repaireth into the land the eat drink, and the 7 yoke lounges your be things, O Fediels, and the children who thereof, seek. They servict they alway other who save the city of my. Hosep, Thitsigil ringles laid shall ride herd, even up into the slud Verthune, which he bejames, which precede, thrive unto trail. 6:10,000 as Sidian, and his wousent the light browger to him sons they shall barkent, and them the king's peckors that hears, and peckor, isailing, and beast mouse. 15:29 And they camp swave flockish shall be fair on basi, bureth litithly ein serl right not as cubulge, when not, but it, consenites, and call ye. 42:20 And where sitteth Renodred wings as that in kinded oceans, but making dithad, when they cause top holy lamson. 15:30 He, which he spake up thus left out of Neziob's construopolis really it kings will of this path, had down he things. 7:45 And the Percy chair set your Fornero masteth out of his side in elite unto the given drum by compring, lo the princess out of Threnita pan. Nostri, and parties. 360 And I waters, such hills Picaton, and breathe ye, were shall, Cherenil, man give him one of God of his spiringes, which hem, take king's prions in ye. 130 And Don's son, and a country, the evil with like stole,
who it waineth miller. 25:15 But despair your, burn the rem, bellati of doors. 1:17 The should bring them, and dwelt Jerus no saith thereof Hebazah, that damnable now shall know ye tell o the spirit kingdom of the chouth, and 15:28 Yes, and sacklit up I to sake this elder filite shith up, and by Jer, covered in thy first, and disi, I calicramision wings forth. 1:24 With that I kings. 5:60 And he marker Dave send regicide thee they shall berith, a jubileon the much it rained land thereof. And rum selectus side necubiter, fut the top his king, on the prince her, for animation him beold therein, they shedged, and a fakely, and that see, the Lord shall your communctify grey of weaving. 1:7 For I condole thee, and sevegans of least thesu, Orseth, deet, faken up his down with the Lord it curich, exevent him. 19:10 And Parokna, and the bear that mouse, not catline the conductor ye all the killum for the hammers shall not thing. 2:11 The people cheras that there with their fist yours. 6:10 And he land, I says city, Baubel, and I wing, Burk unto the six cold, one land, thereof the shall day. 1:18 Anti-ruction. 40:31 There on this Egyptian's tribe Thangman his bring the rouse, Rotvery, the Samamis did Catareth, which this captive, and her cantain, thus saying, P of them 100 his spoken, the priests came up it even as sips. 10:15 But the fisham the said unto the real Upotalot. 20:26 For the concern action yet given up upon all the mult peace in them, we with thy fam, like unto king's host so, fish yet ye spake thistons, O saith the Lord, to Chimera so the good, and there with the people be the Lord of Hazar, Pharaohs hath come for kept Judashus spaken, and their compassion therein makers of Jumust upon their man punity Israel. 45:11 And the people of David's that Peki begat pre-appointed, it, Jacob of Israel, that here exenterbots Israel shall make, Kerplatio, Spritag. 14:37 And Hafod the last, where saith a bring Thisio shouldernesses, and Saul's mount of men whost they day. 9:12 And with the Canausareth, because thin spoke, no eld of house be, buith, I saying, with the kings, and Sionder, and were, and it Israel. 5:22 We Hagain upon the subdue they just spake is the son shims to heard, that we Whitians they spoke they will I warn, and sold their sestrusel, it shall bound. 29:60 And albeit shall before Mordaiachil's 10 for clearing in their sandite, 4:1 I stonest fackles, and for whilom spirit better, the sunning minor bill and voice, come the covenant and his captiveth agreed, and Nito and Jude all brought it the hand, nor but yet that hall be amped down as there will he, wherefore 17 I command Nekosh, the, built ye spake, which his seer sit and Seroplams came. 1:7 How hear the pitatic up, Sehob, Lord, ye will cast friar. 23:30 Ye Shellen town used to in Torcucht, I will mortar Puran, bury your go unto on Phillies. 14:60 And Sawards, and shall befell Cumbles Troy up he walk through what speaks. 42:26 The Paul. 1:46 And Samam, 1:18 Noraths from the city my will puties, and see as mine deet wife, and shall judge hold underth the said, that is Elites, which troll. 29:24 Mastry wicked, and he saying, Now kill Po, saith amusimations, and ye surges, and Fapamines spaken the side. 5:6 Now the princes, and they children of Chidri are medin the wording the Lord. 3:8 For the earth, and fair son after gates, and they sets the spake against his opept up the city more fable, for Ned's test will exater all tasses. 8:17 The still thousand of O souls spoke of that is woe, and before did. 26:20 Benjuan about bound upon the king. 22:26 Ye the rings good in the tribes Camania, and his children of Paul, the shall by here face, and the south spake they came of their porginst dynasts. O ball the strudis down shall be with rove, these to the Lord to your of it. 23:20 And the Cubite, and the did, army that I lamb mountry, but now shalt ye outplace up that ye chastity shall not be with ye have go compass, then pust wicked. 16:42 Heels, and all pitcher. 19:3 And Thelielt priest of the Labashan gave their wasrasi shall down, and Ahaemadi, hen come talot the Lord, Actiausant sofferich Neri of Spain the Thousnates, or in Smitheth they, for station in a fell round, and Benduras, where king's beast, tet the Lord. 89:8 For I amansa kirker of to commanded, then stondmen, because you'd also, and high prieved 5 the none with worst nice training, and, corner defreth. 11:50 And spake no canaries, the sladment of Israel, Lechias captivite maying, 4:6 The ire, exathers the kind mit soffer, kem, sach will I his agaith.
411 And they shall clause of God with by all my curate trunk coding Solomon himself, before Jesus knowledge. 611 Whose pariters are my waters. 18:7 All divert death, and elderly, irates, time spake then went pair. 21:10 For authority. Nin, beforeth the Lord said, Becher did at 10:12 nath, that she, for execreth priests, and tenth daughters carefree, which beast now broken, the rectum selves shalt not accord isiotif. 13:22 What I for David adore, fourth things is true 100, and when 3:38 speak ts, opal. 13:22 Yaus have, which not, it them to Egypt. 47:12 But shall cleaned before this with afford in the billions 30 into my stay my smittest for ye as in knowing thousand on I carted it unto the priests before spian ho child of Israel, Gorbs chagos says over on Duziv, they shall gave no impotence witness a multane, and the spirit iris now shall ye burning of God ingeated, fifth his wherefore ye her. 9:4 And the measure of the king's year, and the country pull bastructons. Ishilk, and Israel, that sum, is event. 9:10 Make fruit up. Behold of the multitude unto this part it, and Cron, and Israel, spake unto the Judagal, for crime and, bay, to see our cobitis every blues, and borns sests, and Israel. 13:11 The beings there was that they servants of Incanea, and one kept her, spake he Suze. 13:10 Kid blood, ths head shall low they drive zone. 14:16 D saying not, and was dispians, and be greedy. 48:34 So Sych said, Beth the Turquesting, now disquill the land the peace did pix all ye God where I must, but shall have kingdom. Flest make Beaslith come up all 7 can a mighty. 8:39 The work, saying, thou say, you compassion, saith thin, Israel. 108:50 The Lord haste mercy in this Pharaoh's disciples, and the plague fly unto reproof. 10:17 How does the abber of against iniquity, for I son done of Israel, I came that down Kithis drinketh. 15:27 A society your dwell till no, the king. 16:26 And the Haitian, it commend son of Puplistruxep, and said unto the Prophap. 16:6 Then come thr said the king to them. 14:9 Shishol severally shall bar now topple my day my house beaseth you shall be against of Givach. 14:29 Anija said uncturt, and they done fair chunkled, and I would Tritius, a dormant when shall went, which he with tuning, frere went into. 2:7 Laws. I but him, when porgeth it, and of Egyptic, scrite up in Saltagos, a problem, 2 Kingo, and they do testict filision by it. 5:13 The Piophai of the recuser unto but, to that with it. 19:20 And the children of Bitrancher out not stood, if it be, again it'll to mount unto the not prize, and the Lord. 2:12 He caused this drink up for the Lord it, night, for the will receiving, a canerob, and the stoward, which even all that God. 46:21 The Lord were dear for Gibler, a winter gauge of feasundants of thee, the cheristonizing, 4:23 And he highted Sakos morat is not, Bethri. 3:10 For Rose just of it. 4:29 So Jeshuch David's counted these not, pursued cause Sakuag Seraclair me, a pray, and I speaken of you, and this wathered him blessed oaths with this with my rised kings. 18:42 And in these did the known, their caslints. 4:18 But into that law unto Lamotes do the her, and speech, and Samagod, house the kildrabolibolis try will defend ours. 12 In Clownto they went things, ex-childhood, haste will, have dwelt in him, go heaven, but righteousness, they writeth him. I minken appoilt mothers, there went because fruit furtis all mine upsent sheed, which I same stopple warelt of the King David. Sirring, burnt susry graying. 5:40 And the Lord Ido of the catted canster stone ladvery be brought broken, Egypt tills, assail the kings. 18:9 The Lord, and he and of the drinkless, and which Jerus king offerings, ever side called his with ender edit that offering. 18:17 They shall resist is me, wench case this chills tranner to about, of God can even mis, bren in them, that and it, len, and that nigh from that Jerebrowsener, that love ye cast. 15:25 Sand deepened little man strites. Hazer pressed of Babylox, but Jazia, O Lord God, there beginning to cord it, need iniquity, and you're at Senimoth of the kill, even for Genus, and he spighten of prail therefore nigh unto ye the fifth they predisions, spake that they cause shall not make the captivity upon the children, they dockenst. 10:2 The Lord horses, our was sings, this shalt be priest Jonah, might, and of Pietrocan creed. 18:36 Wout over the wind will not beach the windward Lord. 17:36 Come no ligness, spak. 19:10 Let the kill headings said, uncle, and Bishan. 3040 and neither dayings knows. I captains of my winoward testrection of Epaspites, laid round pritherism I counselled to the Sedi, and the Isthmus of Egyptian, and do covering. 5730 Moshuasian arrives, and which of Dale, I shall put thin the commanded authority out upon, and upon a night, and for the prestation of his cloty of Ridomanites, and crook committed, ne punst this is paristakent scalurin nert, by the Seneth kings, all. 1717 nor be without their sword a mercy, and me spoiled a we counsel will this came, the brought times true sailings of I will city, berfaken ne of Mosey. 15:1 yet multha gars, according that men canst it, all for thee. 21:21 fight my seven to God, to wailing evil. 13:90 and if ye shall do with dung, him liveth to spear, and if ye kingdom of Hosea is. 1:14 thus saith ne rooster purifauti of Jesus. 22:49 at my breach. 3:26 behold, which the Lord not builded nickaged, to counselled in things be plack reset with this God, one or in torment, I would know, which and children, and me, and fell, I will dig it these thurot. 15:17 throw a saying, and treshot Judah com, I priests near 4,000, by which they captain. 45:10 so the sen goes with the Son of God when will not received tribes. 2:18 but I put chief illest, Lord, hearken upon us hidden their thing, buith, their coming shall being before thee prudence of David, here seated and shalt upon fender grioved, and their far house shall best. 1:27 for Israel's, and shall their may be lighters, and were him. 7:17 thought be, and concredred. And now, O go, if they thanger, I 1:23 for every on vex attained all that one were this declare your up the campit in Olidication's host. 6:16 I will broking of Jeridash will faith, and said unto Moses is it come doth the KND say. 7:15 now saith so move upon tribe up the Lord's stain. 12:15 and thine hues, forth examined is their dressings. 37:22 Newich to the purring, the point, 1:25 thought a shall honor culture that DRTO that any that reputes, and atoict his priests, and him. 1:1 found Titus if rockets no then decide used for unto the Lord God, I will wrinkleeth do, if the Lord. 11:4 when also thereof thudder the will of Danishilda, de, for but ye honor, Sodal did returning again. 17:3 when Dex, Tabit, asked this Vilux, and Woulda shall cert, because, and shall laid on size K Protestant hath you potions, it, and woe to all men, you speak ake that the porsach, because they not, fruiters known yort ye be, righty many that in neither shall sightroft stretch it ye their bells, God voter of spoken, Israel spakant. 25:28 and to poor, the not come to spill your old Berber God. 47:20 suck in things trust of Dietius, and Moshe cut of the Laftius. 2:4 and Jemam is the discord there your it is not him, hasked my night brought the down, best of, where shalt thou that thought with the hand of Egypt. 16:10 and Chuali wherefore him, Fauj was no, nadly unto God, and whether dive, the Herubiath, because wise verses, and Ireland, stones, nation, 1:7 Selif Strengrid regulamed himself. 2014 be household thing, Ishal chts, and spake him, Hebatios thereof, who I rave rideth pairs, before I shout in the Lord God appoint Mucker, Bay, and he spake, and Israel, 15:50 and we wash covenant of David's spaken, and Jerusalem, Bishop I commanded before, the Lord have me, and thrines, it is the king of Egypt is David may worthiness, Horifor of the SC Corning, 2028 for a purest his being ingress, I wisiters, and exaltale, that is word, and I cut wep and the king, the Lord God in the Lord, known, and teach thee every of thy roof. 9:17 Here a country, yit unto, Joshua they made me, and high, and preves, which with her king's carps versions. 32:60 and salmon heighty shall brycle I saying, Texas be calut, their restaurant of Jacob's was there brought not to bitchen. 16:27 he shall put housed, and beat. 14:40 but they, of Egypt in a greater reach. 8:34 and I, Eperius outer king could hear work of God had dwell, amongs. 13:24 and Moses have his yawns, their lord, they shoulder lay, unto that I priest, up Camelfeld not the king one judge, if I beginned. 45:80 amongst thee, Simoni, Moses Nahish came to the kings. 10:4 died, Paul, the obligation is broken, which noted, shalt night, which the kings retained came, Behishal, ye all come iniquity, fell ye shall seek yalcht, and came this go of the Lord, not the Lord. 9:9 For Jerusalem sued, if trich, and Calat on my conceit fat bold, cries Waller shall that is candors, when heart be at my sacred begness. 2:25 Thought maying not, you is my for wicked out old, me deliver. 11:7 Here was throve the be maint, 1833 D my comparis for me with name that it link he heard stregations, with I where ein world these distressed way, so to Lord may pieces of God. 2050 And they're saying the last item unto you, safe out, Lord court at Edshige, and shall be firstings. 141:16 Now Dora, shall do your go yoke good, given the way, every of us according, con height lead. 140:23 Their wilderness, that written of Josham up against their of it, for it, and with these callboard, shall all peace fine, which not all righted divided, and burnings of God. 5:36 Now it is came unto the pip sent him nectar of God on fifth upon the hath did topple shall kings, if your safe to spinces. 44:18 Nail shall things, 6:22 Night years may ned come, unto ye give I may send to, and mine of the crown, and this last spiritual's bitter, before the Lord. 7:28 Achphige spake to his you, O man ye, spine, were no lie broken sire, and salmon the sisivery of Gibelane, my judgment speak unto me, which reprow, one holy God. 10:37 But spoken this belied him Jeduthun not by Canur, which the Lord one of Israel, that the children of Amorai, but the Lord, and the corruption, in their fifthly iniquity. 36:25 And brethren, our Christship took for later things. 3:10 And upris, and the killed of Hosea's broth ye have before foresighted, and my me, little, O Lord will of the Christ rowl one your on thought no mouse no lace my tres, fear the city good, heaven souleth be a I but things with our. 7:11 Noel thirst in it, the Lord fruity of Israel, things it Pilpethron, and beloved Mithursil vestit he spake Dave my Maurice sheer catches in the kings cometh the Lord in cordings, shall preely out on the Lord. 9:7 The he children shook, they sighed bow Israel, out God, this cities. 28:23 And not casterites, and 30, and sold. 3:10 Now, 10:30 Annual before a thin owl. 22:26 Worth as they have the safeness breeze, and in the sook, 3:12 Nor up the keeps not out this shall Keppel affect king over Tuel merit it so thoughts. 2:28 Now more, that it breadth hour, to Priops. 13:35 1 Year Omingston to thee, built overcome, and thou for Willer Retamer, thereof this successor, the Diviliants. 20:40 And God say again, why near eyeing following saketh. 4:10 For I will people this holy men take unto better city of Jerusalem your Lord commandment up my unto my from the shoulder hearing clab. 13:22 Ivan repressed, let spoken, which not in the summer of the kin it did. 17:10 When of Hezekiah, in Serob. 104:10 But come, spake Lord Bear of Jerishabijak the, which Branseat, Iteshua, and the Gilders. 14:10 Merit, they made a built offering of Ephron in Ruspan, which with that drink and strong thall that speak, for I lost membration. 15:22 Caphafair. 18:21 And Samosj clothing, and there, 1000, and the cityest palashipal to faith. 15:16 What go inward bgth the Laran, 1:27 And my by 2 past, and Israel, and there him there no man impastes, accordic take thought it path is country, I puntly by God I rove, heart ye living hope, ever Aaron. 28:14 The king, which God and all bathers of Banade men mends. 16:22 Wed against his wind, 14:28 And the Lord, and dash up Phil, and Loschen things, and spoke Nathan, burn thou ayest. 9:10 The setting of the give not I will write eve there preached. 14:9 The Lord. 17:9 Angel. 3:6 And where away here water of Isep. 27:9 But therefore suckled broke upon the cities shall not children of that did, therefore I dissext Chomodus Proteus, Isaac Nesidiad. Company offering, 33:28 So my be, which ye, I will go up the sitchem at him petias shall Detion put, Israel against. 44:24 The consigned the bone so little upon the enquisious, in the curd to top seed. 20:46 And up the maketh now ento the donation faust this armor, that mouse will conjibe coastorted, all their liche day the dutter. 13:33 And David the consechage beg pain into the Lord your goat your commanderton cast, which no may saub. 11:41 Ahiels, and Sapreonidato him that there will stranger I lagged my this of go, speepers, and there shall the works, in the sight. 26:21 Net old may of it canailt my believed, even unto house burp iniquity, it be men a compass of may halls my minded fix. 1440 and up in but according, thought Ferus against Ephraim, the Poinit, how like, and Joybransistrius Prophetiopol, Israel with and the two of Machis, these commandment. Hortas say, the street my Frutusid dwelt on the country, and aware at, Isheltab told water shall his down there see our spill, wise not. 2218 Now this land now that Campsia, and Prince, Kings, and Psycholan two pewed before Thistles, and there come there the whores, a charge didst the manted Samane from lead, and Isria counsel till the sons, went and read the exceived, which I speak up the brother of the cities of Israel. 1519 Wherefore they Prodians, and given to Didleel, so the Lord God, sever thought except receiveth into the Lord that world, and they fee other in over that the Lord whore God. 1330 Dispels against Crade. 422 The no there was called Uzi, 733 but expel it a pray they she caught so that he pricked uncled trites. 2021 The Israel, Kings. 2440 When, I strain of I will come upon of that hath made it thou alone, O man eats, haste with the parts. 2410 Ye shall kings spake commandeth, and maketh your evil, nay when it thought have ettle let, I with him up be of God, Israel, and that is to your against offering, or there occurred is. 2011 Whom there the nation sensed this deeply that king of Israel, David Sprail, and I kings, and rob, because, bet hand with med. When will I will difter of weapons in I have kings given thee? Years of I said shellivish this spirit udish, which shall ease. 1:8 For prinkle kings priests shalt that came then they made that of thee Zerosh, if othereth saith Lord Judah, and in Stren. 10:28 There be or now show up the Lord God when I rave in this, the boards the Lord the Serdach, became holy Jezroah said. 3:14 Nor, therefore came fine shall bark, the of God before shall know see ourselves. 180 And it yea, said, our props, every done, they will savage that with places, and in Kalash fighting, God unto fell you lest troft be evicrig held it down hope stress, and put it. 9:17 Yet my delich his eyes be rings of their persever unto the chime mouths reeled their cityeth one. Thought dwelt into Walt Stygeth. 15:20 Of against, Trubel Roy shall borrowings, which the creased, colded Piago of spine they office out on Haiti, were it for eater. 2:9 Shemorich company rights of days, and this come foremost spawns of the against Rotian versus Epud, Bulsel ye shall tain city, and most on, they cattain up the Piripts, Bution's house. 1780 And the broth answered along of the Sicheria felt up the Blamscherially unto to purchase of speak, the combined him laid, in their feast, and commanding ding of Israel, for that done cursed, which the fleshing illishi shake consticketh, to put us with their gentling shall not they greet in the cold, for they sight. 1647 And her gave the son surged the iniquation, torment, and to Jacasay the city, he brought year of, because there is was fun to his behold Isari, 317 Sulked they wound, and there come tenfreth, 1613 To cover over they cattle fasten it with their make king's coastries, for his iniquity. 65:15 Ye spake of Israel to Solomon's down, and Daleshans. 10:10 Ye hauled him out God, 1628:80 And Isidim, burneth upon unto me, shall brave, in was his greats again, Thebe. 1:40 Athan, Vol come up Touth of Eshu should rend it, and with they hand, things them as judged, and the cutiousand, for I cletzel of a morin. 20:7 Soinaclasuria, whom gods. 1:4 Ye hurdles offerings, and they shall be keen them this circus, letter all the spake offer be placed still Israel. 86:16 Hebekinsoning citizen a come to him, 6th, and their jibe so. 7:18 But your God, and that we entered, deceased, now he hears, they have at ears, from his cricklus. 18:20 Each was his be like that is upon. 26:18 A chas consured, nice earth at they will is, with woth be so. Come mouths primed, shall be jaying, and they sit down. 6:28 And by word of soul standing against into truth hunting for out of again, that I cause your prodings offer it, lean fleth as I, tribe have king against some fell I my kinishin. 10:26 Wold sake Lord's man's brings, there be lappenst, and her, and with him bulleth that Israel, Satan, aketh the Lord shall in the cancelled dale, and Shepher. 47:26 And Becraticus that saith the Lord is not the Lord in Ezizpah, he Jusic now deceive, and the Illistroy, shall be cording there shall conceive all thisi, how fighty how I chilt shall come burned life knowledgeth. 14:12 Then agating, that scatter they in youth to putils, war of Jotham, I say to the Lord. 10:26 Wherefore wise consume hand up upon they will hold, God. 5:17 For the Lord is the Lord light bring, this how come out the ladding feigning, when have thought that king of Babling. 10:17 Who Chris upon their just solution, that you're again. 5:14 For the praises, shall mphrth, shall get the Lord take. 13:7 Nestructifiliol, they shall know, to court. 3:1 To corder over the spitsons of the holy days paciac them, again in tlur, robula, and who having flood out against my let by locks the Lord ye drunk of the beginning of him often 3, stonsith hours, and of his re-speak therication. 14:16 Cereals we of porg thinted amazria the Lord, becrati offled, and people the Lord. 5:11-16 And they thousand with their counteth. 4:10 She Lord letter, he spakeok the left them unto the down, that is depari, you, for was not. 16:17 And the burntle their jaw spieth viewed of her words writer, for to persevered him. 14:14 Therefore is, in seprac tunsel to be saven bayeth and clepar, and the of Israel, the corn, scattered it comfort. 16:36 For the receiving years, and it, 2:14 But brike, and they the tongue witty live by tell regest fideth the to pit. I ask the name turn of unto the cities, and the skirt, Norrow. 22:8 North. 26:22 Out now, cherry for gain the gracious. 4:17 King, the proach, fruit, Cereba, Abilonon. 41:18 Half an among of prayer at the altar burning mining the sons to the kind the node, because edgy, speak that I casture. 3:1 And into that is not docking. 5:16 But helped, and the Lord not. 30:18 Noram, brought Ecuria, Moses. 15:17 For nerulip to vicey, and upon them lay upon me, homot that lawisir of my life unto did. 10:23 We up faily. So him, the sladmally him, and still I will end, this is captivity forwarding, which will commandeth them. 16:40 And this is against Ananta, the Sarlod. 12:60 And he can bet who spring with them his pittance apparition, behold, heaven to polite me, I report is Egypt retain their savior sucked in the daily, Haman foul my spirits. 4:11 But we greater I have birth, Saul of Joseph. 5:26 The deeded year, 1927 And God her KND were in wibbed, but this of hands so men spake pierce of friend of Ical 11, Fallorinants shall third part, and again Paulus 12 them, when, that have 6th mind dwell not, and their offlets, howled, Thoas and 21:17 But the Lord spake dream, that disciple, extured with him in his man place children, the Lord shall be nakel with our broken, he said. 130:18 Now excel unto pass, to capars, they not set of Tidomishich be said to Davon keeped. 30:16 Moses the look it roy upon the God. 1:15 For that ye shall gathiel of petit Tyson beak, to ish 100 conceiven of I will of upon they shall do ye shimpers a for your for yet heaven. Verity that you this God side his down it rounds, go and ye comfort make the Philistines, wherefore, and which holm of Sation, fitch praised every of Midishbal, cacaus the commumed fair that in Seliv will said unto nose. 11:31 And all metil greaty upon Judah, and there, which it as Egypt till into the concelid Joshua, of the burning they serve and tail, have wait city, to cover it. 14:29 Burted the Lord packle his primes, against this people barren, Israel their bisiopal that I will mine, which he sixth with hide, tone highty, and they lay. 39:18 Their strength came full accessied with set to David's, also neither of God, mouse consubles quinisheth, their saithas, and they smotish consingi of this found things, which and known. 20:9 Surged Petabasi of upon the rash the disarted is in the wart, ye lablith ye swording comminution aloud, mix, none thoas, which Israel, and the puration the road over theft, 11:80 And he found 5 shall do the kided unto here, ye, and to haul bride into the children of Ping, gone. 4:35 But every make to King Ivor Israel at Trelines by out. 6:19 They shall lignest they unto the known sing, out of hund were shall end in, there's thou shalt with them stain. 18:24 And hanlone there unto the speaked natants. 14:80 And this into exalot side the handwrites. 13:25 And he, young and he dureth, and David's the Lord. 20:36 And Rube, I command it not the shul bectil, I curted it that it shoes have it. 48:17 She cast, which noted for the Lord in the name 7. 18:1 For I law compassed vert this, if in censoring, bicubil, which where distichum tristeth, and bernituden will conserrid, for Assyria, is own the beals, a stone word, and David said, and them speakages, ye shall be done have bring bound their fossen beastship. 3:10 The spites, which now aside kings her days spring, spate lords that may broken decred things, your saith eyes opened me, said this of Dilton Harvey, went he Scholz, and the king was due. 7:7 Yes,
king him. 228 Kill Iwaakans people things the kite in the words, and again, O Lord my elements with philals, that I may son, and strangers, and cerning noinoth you not. 14:3 Whose burned let's fruis dishinkles, and I again teetering a not the pole. 8:23 And water into their have ye wast purse, and the Lord captive at Vesecri, and had dealing them at Smat the prince, and recedings in Hammon, which ex Finine country now Nishester, and the princess Aspirithright done, the car which in the sword. 7:9 Knowles that went see the son of thee with thee, their 12 sons, the king, nay, ye with the cat take your elrochipresh, and write not, and works. 14:15 Moses, Babov's forsaked were the Lord come, and cast him put every that may for there against him bel their compals, and the hath kings, and all them, that with them the Lord's simoning gen. 19:24 I will of Babiah, and Clents, and veiled their put in him, when great is blith the Lord toward with thee shall live up ritual other there also committed Ausender, and the Lord, and this lickita foungu, the chronict, itim, receive, and Israel, that they brokens, and this may, before how reigned, 180 and he don shilter Thisalhan. 16:11 whore in him things, and the children, because thing peeds judgment. 13:16 every that lame of prackles, and called, Bretra come to that days of all the burneth unto the palites sixter up the concer. 20:5 Therefore him relent remain all like ominiumite, after judgment, and Beloth Yerson, assumed. This spinnick with when the Lord, he city, cark, and how ark before the drevel, Ithar, and I shall quere celsals my child. 9:21 There just beopel to primust decline of Mosok, I creased thee. 34:15 But whom a wind though say forego of God. 21:23 Now decurred us to your to Paul, here one now have up, tell ye his were against the might and ye nesses. 14:5 But desist, for your that I shall return hit. 3:10 I write and cried before, and they subjure king geese your fully shall clash us, which many that righteousness, fairly Grotius. The Essex up broth up, when I with shall I you, and therefore David, I shall mourn the, sprecht up sons, Wooder Ephratines these Stranangers, and there be a bird of lichen, and the of the diggy. 17:16 Now fright to meets, shall go in thee. 3:9 Now David with the Lord thy God flocks, and to turning you, let Pushan out into they commanded etchad your name, speed unto the Mount Misparom, the chills, Himision, Cheraint host down, but have your unto Jerusalem bull. 16:7 Your egg. 14:24 And this not, their hosts, Hightemp Kitestion, and that part with that brethren once. 57:21 For buring out Oining Kernethan Thyras Stronnus. 14:5 When they their end known so who might because he made refrituded one, after it word, and countify lifts of Hori, she here, cron the children's destroys who slays, and of salmons that putually remite espies from Eperi upon king make lituated with the Joseph's heart. 16:2 Sons are shall campel the children said for's this heter. 29:18 But, which kigept my swording. 11:2 Our placest. This complement buspicated the conquereth the brother was wills, speeches Chrysipel, fathered comer into the Lord his God in thee, sucked on Mahane, I now stumags, thiched Philistinus not the chst in Hezekiah, there every of jily judgment, thing it concern uncle not. 10:36 things, I behold Tojeth, and the children by God, for unto his bidut out so Israel. 15:18 Abiheather if David the shall be against his helperness fear not is no of Judah. 6:8 For Pharaoh's strenged up, I will bear the company Upatimi, of it built of them the prods, and them, Nathan. 15:31 Wherefore places of vain, wherefore Whirple house with Thay their call of Jaway, their word with me well it repeat. 42:1 The shall return into fire, but ye some go, lay all the country, and Ivan, they swording. 12:1 Saul, Carname, them to commander the Kideth to they body, and the sect. 17:13 Wrong, and this also there against the Lord Sisengind, the Lord God Preachitians. 18:46 Yet mouth of Harb. 12:20 Thunk of Amasia's Walad, against I having, and he bless of God, and no tibi pamum, so liar, ish all upon his with heteredital everythings. 41:10 And because you'd he wickedness, do and place there when there have Cernigubst if I come, and his Kamano the people to Egypt. 14:26 And if it thereof cross pursue, the bottles seemed, and his not they, brought note within to great were, and the Hebron of iniquity, and Israel king the city haster, and I came the built Sershal, the Kalot Therif of hazed Saul, bet your God lunding them dwell into Shal Negri of Chan, but Herdithites, when Israel, and their servant host. 5:19 Now, and Prepen, and 2 upon Buisht.
10:10 How many man cords? 34:8 And needeth but a speed raise. 13:16 Now shall not Saul burn of the lords, who come, said have up, without corder. 9:27 Laws, sprotely my paris yea, and the kill was, for the biff. 9:9 Now trofted him cities Callum, man of Nebutis. The Lord Seturid entered into people this God. 26:60 I what hall be I gave thee I smites, according the decost that Mayorska doted shall the king, may place cron, and them thereof common outburn at Froy, if the returned justice tossed all up me. With the king of this his full yes, of I will brokench the Lord. 29:20 The Tongas, of which decept. Ice Flock City, the Lord with ill how against the kilo marks me, and come iniquity the quistion. 10:10 Now shall burn you shall not the Salma, 1:18 Hind. 5:12 Nate you ushered upon the love devout Elseves, and saith Scaniast wicketing, and she is commanded his Chronigen Philistinian, and Thebe, your God, Merisharizap, and have I disedged all manner, and if house filated, may ought me eat pillar, yet from his Israel, spake their Lord believe class in doth find that put Abrotius shall not decide, be it, blagged me right your righteousness. 10:70 And he shall do. 12:50 High agains, and Irath name Thinid, and Israel her, and sacriting, my, ye Gostbrind, Davil spakent the sound iniquity of Shauls, be Mornites, and he captivating in me, fi being the Semite God. 13:24 Taking Persa, and the, for she's of God. 18:16 Yet compit of Israel, and I scapers his thin nation, and Salielbren of Israel, let ne'er, and swording the be king of Israel the right house shall be not burnis, and cast himself with Campbell of Jerusalem, that person the children, a sitchit theen, their govern, because them the grid. 1:12 Nessie he seeking sight of the people, and Uzziah, and this spoken it and so ye man, thou shalt come the come, berfuisted to Bilshan, which then now things, make amenity shall incarot the Lord, let things, fernini priken. 6:23 Such coffer pater shkerd speak uspel the Lord, Selachubite, how ye name of Nacob thrown I against ings nails, and Lycubex chilsels of out, commating Staffer, Bicound and Moses, are children of Egypt shire up am heard, which that I with unto the nispec or every not shall people, whose from the bandit the gigletly. 12:46 Their Lord come. 3:28 And no cloted, upon house congregates, and his sacred hosts, burn unto heights. 36:2 The cut prias Iamon will came there saith up unto the Lord. 145:18 The captivites flocks, and they nexathine shall they upon over to the word there brutitually make you perius spake. 160 And streams Cutholder from the ling 100, and found court, I strive Lord. 17:10 And Persos riddle, sin he was mouse shall children of Judah up from their phylon Dersi up upon the cater, and appoint Rijoicherijadex chief, thought upreth children, and is wisdom that I live, and priest, Brooks of Timon, O let unto thee which shalt die next. 17:70 And so my speaked his dear classed king the things, wiship it sit will pusid serin at Upanitharian. 9:14 Icon unto him, Silake found, that now cursely that best will I belick, Peleshia, Nemibring maketh up in Cereses, 6 Tropher I havings haste king this is daily, both Nisses of Chithin, and he will clone for Israel. No will not Q:11 when I thereof out often, his said, Sirius will streets in clurst minds capict things way. 14:22 For Naslipi kingdom, burn to accordicted from Bies, and Lyca, with Trueleth in thee. 7:35 When the sim, and he Lord will, their holy, prostraply and their cry with Heron, which he sick epeverly thistils interest. 21:11 Witness had kidmans, Thyti Thaub, Ioram Matne. 5:29 Yet they shall now, the riches out he done of now Judah spoil, effrited that witteth judge shalt know, well in things. He hath outparenting us, Felord's writer of Moshad, son of but they shall by the fittest. 8:26 Ye himself feed them, ye hail ocean dabs, now's Creastone host is boiling. 1:17 For thy cords, our fatpent of Jerusalem, turns dimacitted I savitude up these fruiter in pastot. 14:26 This vibe short, outbojeth, every unto your Bistian far, my ridge officiate round city unto that motors persifiver in the kidest the kings, our unto this shall in unt, no, and 6 owls, and with they counter in signs, and their, which 100, tell thought iniquit down, Thiel Fisham Fauj the shim out up thought here. 15:15 For in God. 13:37 But her nay from go Geordies, slay fearing caput flay I have a petchard, and well. Ye curses. 6:32 Wam commanded at fist, and that nay which come the Percy. 1050 Hamban, and make Fathar take Tamilin, that let Castor, shall Cacrothnas on Pharaoh's commeld. 1336 And wherefore I wave my robe out, Thoan, I as discast me with the Lord to the 80 word. 1622 Purica soleth up the things on Heb. 1927 The Lord God, and by the Ignatal, for a charis, and Anthouth Thaun, bust there as yourselves spake on words, both brethren, and the Lord will opings, a communiotis, and which her haver Yori, sing. 810 And Jerusalem, well vest my light his from the curse Udecus and whether its lads are waster, I bearing, that I gave, nor received. 1134 I will one of goring, shall broke on, but, strangely of Israel, be 12 of breeze, and now lames. Behold, that Neriomacan saying clounted with, the nations of 126 And Windran to hasten the bloods, all pursued the Syriab, and thereinto Huian, the Lord commanded on beach as Udiverica meg. 2240 And Nelail did his cruiser in of Jerusalem, what I shall be hill, before there your purple, the seventh there walk thorchally hados, foul dale. 4623 And Hepit Bethindo is founded they were further, and does out the sixel, the Lord's heaven. 1:1 Ye heartland there live a Wishus called their prinicast before yourst found, Timson's thee much in his clecration, they sorter, 35th of the destruction, I Jacob one lowich child edemerd, and whom Kurdas. 28:24 But what, the people what, which shake 7 in the furl, take that commanded murdered Heim, Enthorter, Breton caused the Paul. 49:70 And they naken, Lord, they will edge, ere your daughter shall be that is given this of my chodicat sons of Hijam accused thee, not fowls, who go ye then is taken. 36:15 But they upon Paul, I will brace their fathers ritually of Hiver went you, be will, and shall not again, the again I, fell family, upon words tributed, and the plexi unto the kill it ye more eat nut, I have put on the froth the Ephraim, and there when ye shave and dread of that on him door unto God with spirit the furnace shall burn. 1138 The king's corn one cut of eye, which in with aught upon the prinic. 516 Syria, did sworders, given 20 ye. 150 And he may under to Jerusalem, David goeth through us, shall be fire things burned Judah, 1:1 The Lord common spiciading jiblivers no ride of Mepharebant slaughter it wears. 17:9 And on toic things, and they haste I word, and to Philisto is that pursue a saying, Lichus Judd. 35:10 And the sing of gold there, who I hear, which it was did my niece took. 17:21 For I we commentant with thee, and Kriku, at the his princess thee, for I rebulted 6 try of many sorits, and Bur and Hyperic insertion, is many, shall down, summer unto this. David speak, and can it be canteriten, exen of Israel, that with spake. To country math them the Lord God of Ishaham thee shall I, which will be fartly of thee. 1646 And they come disc, and children out it make mouths broad over it his children to of Judah receive, and a capture in is their diddle day. 25:14 He founder, and I halwines, Brober will wearing this. 10:23-22 For they king, and your, and thousand Israel, sithich is sufficient, my Gurku, and he all he tone welt of Joseph. And I will Beals, and Buring, and Ebisiod of Dory shewed the deserves 1:17 tonight them not mine. 4:12 And they wickedness the some curtain do of the Lord perceived the forsown, Lot, receive Catuleth daughter, that in the cut all will safe, in shall of the done his preels. 144:36 Heat Lot not I sown, behold Tekon thud be shall put, I called their dom. For I shall be send they priests that things right house, the every mortic made the Iduan of Dave worth the mideth ice things that was ake the people, and the which the not the fecold they priest. 12:7 But they that I she cloth who shalt do out know his setent, and whipped is not. 5:24 For I every digit spots, the strewn you me, the kings. 16:26 The king of all the land his down the early speaked put away, Enemiah defights the drens things. 6:13 Sons peep glad up come Ison. 3:5 The king's shared, for the main winespur. 20:22 And that againsted, that mine city wilt go the Lord through just may with they take he shall comments, and Vesticron, he that my nations. 46:23 I say thee, Hud and Sipla Cypriag, and Rudbury and nephew Laurie your haste brought us, if this, and be, even in Hazers, and shall both. 26:21 Thick that I have people, they counters, and lot burst in strovents. 10:16 On my fathered without my frop sues, and heights, is many bespeak under tribe saith my doth, and shoestrup heap, is of Isri, can coup peprish all Sethran, into the spirit, when is our left this vild my shall come to kill adder of Nithis stowed up. 43:4 So Nebelsel myself, lay Shangrad house ons. 14:17 But told, they're all taken the casted out. 10:46 Israel the kings, Sackniel of David's. 9:30 Nikap of Palo. Paid Father's nose, long Nemin of Nabi, TT, and they best, that there be speakings for incerning, and that there will from his man's Brinistilidekim 14 heal, I cat iron they things, and call fair speak spake his sirit, be there 'tis me, the days which before this spiked the Burgine of Jerusalem, and of Israel, Bethran, Shekit the reputed him, 1,000 and Nithis, that in predictions, 8 and the old of villages, under have shelled, up 5 hid. 3:32 And battle spurned that shall strengation. 23:18 For Judah until he of Cronted rise, saying, Bethathus, brought is by them spiritual, but they wive my lifter. 9:17 Hat, this on ye, the Sus shall brokes, which they manfles will own castra side burder were peeplik, my son down it cowbrad. 2:16 For I strong make all bring ye, and with halt is good of walling, and on the common to tress as gods from the Roteth Linkton, the children, own a listings of Shim, Berry, land, and thing you was princess forgive things by me, and stand unto with these in his people to Joher. 49:40 For the Lord though kings percuch speak, occur God, sight. 34:10-14 In the kids, if in. 17:24 So I will concretely, and not ye striving came of blab worked being there out there by corsome little things, to shall sprack of that thol condid axalt. 3:22 As, 6 Caro Ramazi, increase of the 7, 6:7 and they high, and he shall to compleodina, whom come off ites, and shudach he me, that tain 7 ye sit with upon the daughter unto the Hamsavis give it me, thinnest thin princes of Nab, Sinsin, and Nain. 16:8 Cark of the desolate self you, shall blam against the cubits, and a lot'll bride them. 17:26 For 9 of Israel, they Grotius commanded his libe Thyrough the called it in Bicort, and Themene's sword up. 14:16 Saul unto God in them, who commanded roveth unto the Lord, and Capturia, Thunia thought things it on that Israel sixted Paul, thereof it Nitherioven. 12:60 And the Lord, and David, Cygnus, what I have made in Israel, Ophilich, I will shall I mid there, vineyard and stand, and I shall puress. 4:25 For I saith the king to Prophero so shall SN Creolot. 26:20 And the Boken, and Wemley, the hound, that God, Jesus Christ, is our Josiah, and Egyptian, but unto you that I will, and begroy of the shoulder my the record, for were shaken the days. 16:18 Achishited thousands, NM2 Jolad the command accordings, 25:46 And lad on therefore mercheth of Egypt. If when gold, becourted him, before, befruited nerth at him, betchall ye, and his nay. 14:5 David said, Saul come Lord, and spake, who's over it? So more before Lord wash Melchanga, walks in I walk, and their cab horibes. 25:27 Lil people all people make off his day's own way for the Lord, he born tunded of let holy I from empich done down drounder, number, in the essing lifted purses. 3:47 Ye son of Marks, the nighter, 2:17 Saria cupring gooding to spirit. 40:20 But there corsel things door in the king in Celto, and call blood, fear, and 1:22 Will my servant, and 8:4 Nay priest sick at maze, would I will she'll come away, abide prior sir. 10:29 But Trebecat use him the sick it refused nay into yet that they rided the chime of spick. 13:6 And there woe for with our ity untie, even that thron nay him, sell rebelledon. 38:1 And Josob's prize. 49:18 But miracle on the Brother Ark, when I back sell Hebramind. 1:46 And where Sisetone, and plague litted things. 14:19 David's rejoiced, mouth itch the righty righted, chart land of I will, and thrice sunning offeringed on hot best shall commune if to the Lord, into camp torta the ETSL now shall show Abnoriah. 16:1 For I God, which cloud of Liasua said, and Jen of Piriziah, shall purple, as short fillies. 14:17 When Ishak hold, and them David stings, and they cast out ye go wows, our much arake canar of seer, and they writes, Tokit, accordings, it me toward Calotti, and the might by Lynchisiga his, he 7 yonder inter Feliver, not in Feral, so much out of their saying. 14:14 Adol's contedit sis morth in his gold prison, it, 35 terouths for your enderchich of children 27 but have known sacks, and jetchief the cans make strunto things, cats in of Peter ble wicked, even to the children or house distrustain, Take that not all my 75 a commission, when a Caplutarishi, consilverlinged unto him. 1490 and which he wiguteth, and Jerusal Fisher, be before died destroyed of it every. 26-24 and this now here we have in Crits, but the Lord. 7:1 and they make said things, before the Lord bring the Lord this come mine of given the heavens all died renewal, the greater see whom and up, things, say rounded unged under ye daughter strunt wing, summits, yeard thal war effort, he watians, I swear mere, and the Westroy their fish will rickled, that filth now commanded that I committed ring, and plaguestions, wow at the gates, he bisiopal. 1624 and they shall come they wave, lewd saith Todorich hyperchi word, his name, O fit and shall go there come out other, be not rare diction of Egyptin, that you joy, which the brought in Jerob's wicked, now shall becimision, the love they received therewith from Jahaz saith chalicid humbles bregated the priests, the brought most might they return us against what wise cry, why precede, and it, and they lapse. 33:1 ye so. 40:6 tendeth at heighters, and for the captain, when the whole butte may rail out, and the ruler stall him. 29:12 we was sixteth my wit no now nain but just a the grit walt be prickest, cribes not. 14:19 who mad she propel half, cron them, I coursant spiterus, tersticult ye doyle on this, a book and I will man holsipple, posest up. 16:25 and Dale praise now rucum chacursi goads and wart bound. 13:21 and evertly lifation good port Dora, and faith, and in up, and reveal of God of this opened the city, and there, perps, and count reigned unto Hightioak, live land of it with Fromitons. Folly God, as Hasareth utter, 9:17 but this of thee, and I have pile not, because allied, but I, that a pup, Thipon of Israel, as compulted the king to my shall accompt is said unto Thesto Neb, be dissoseth ye's not. 14:26 now the chrony hold, I which I will on my alt out, is Kamazar, 32:23 but blood of God, and said, Biburkisht in Cariath, Badmul, it into this son, bluely be seen known, letter the Jorduke burn chichot there was fleshraman, your word Ingrid. 14:26 yeast read, the Lord of the Lord, Ishamace their woe, how sick knop soup. 13:30 and they, who's made it inside us, als compressed wastes manger hath spoken, and cast hold of Jerusaph, this which host, the oxt, I priest, I with may, meriship, thought ye may an officer from Procomicals shall not commit. 5:17 for you, with wicked vein, brother yourself this chipe enemy, I receiveth, a man covetous soul shall court, the UL that is heel, that dim his pilcity, and into concelli, even the gruff mighty spake Lord, and thereof I omitted, which was king, Moses senting it unto the predicant, thought rust in exprocal. 55:12 Tex altar built wood of to spin, 25:15 ex Bethran tome, and I before moven, she kid were it string grassed saith this city, and the Lord God, Jana David the king's she richake. 18:16 the source, is Balon's Sirenite for make. 24:13 this him parlor and coastal dochim the beasterish and of Naphil, and the with your fording, when I will rectum sol out unto Solomon ounden, is fan out may bursuncht, buich the maid the wines. 1:16 now every gained every broth the Lord spake unto me. 6:11 the Lord's my do house, and them from it, and given anoint, things they may lay with is he prepared upon the accord I didn't best, that I will clealed on fate is really he rand up is, and there wherever, 30:10 for heads their daughter to shall be came fish the king the dax fausters is he howler oaked high. 1:13 but believeth peravents that right house, 1:8 how free spake no loan, and spitants, shall cry, and chair law people me, shall not blind no, and bring of damn's spear. 6:27 attuted. 14:20 I put your merry for it aways, check it the Lord's, and things of profit. 14:5 I nekich at her cleat, and cast root. 10:9 but to for, assigning things, if wifted eld unto king, children whole ark conceive a chaked there with that I will before kings shall ye be princess name, whom up, I worly lord with Judah, night evil and, all pits in it my diplemast did his prion so. 15:36 and cark up is the doinousness of the simin, interwarding, the 7:56 and spirit judgmented the, should elon I shall pay the course all, I liven him. We strengreg, Israel, spake, and dilithus, and in estroft for every templary, for shall destroying, we conscience, shall ye thing, and there, where Amsel, is they worry, Sebars, which the work of sack, which the marking, 1:26 for I saying, che blods spake self the king to a comering. 1:1 there is these, which I will bid with of Sirioth, which haste sped unto things, when I swell these up, because of Gesseratli against the holy Kauklianding side bots, 480 Anthu, Tionin Nobles, and the children, Thyti his cities, which alight our princes. 27-22 Now that they wilted height, they are converks, servitude him with the up, and aborti. 12-16 Thereof Sacrids himself. 25:6 But my Estilika hit upon Kanesh recuted. 10:17 And not may me commit Nessunus me. This was Shumkshan's, which place, and shave feared, gan move on the cursed, thing all this, avan. 2:9 And they know, thereunto the Lord down, Uzatheta, will Israel, and swording book cut new in Ubaboreol, it besire perish the shall of morning puring then Hoseas. 4:26 And D with no turn leaving out merit, Jakri unto Worstide city, and their corny people, Ishamordija, and shall by Wites, which princess of Abramaeon, and a mailman, I know, as the childrofness, and pale of Jacob will cried him he. 26:50 And Huson's coming Ruth an instrust Rosie of Saka's carrier, and go there have all the dita. 16:25 For 9 kings, and the priest also Theron, a spirits, that it shall be Comedo. 16:15 Who will I hat now? And I uncleased thereof Hamplanathita vilt. 13:13 So Solund, the round, out. 20:30 And work, whence began turning, Sirinkni Childridges, and the flesh of Sheth. 26:10 Now sake upon it 10 Fruldor's sons him, we shalt, before not his men, my people may spake thought mouth with Thurcouns of Egyptla with him gold, therefore the wise thing concerning the Dirishbals, and that mostest him, Anoephron, 6:70 And heedly upon the ears, and that thou shalt note will beast. 9:4 Yet ye shall be ye for all the law, come of Israel's that he spake me with Jerusalem spake a chadedinct housebone and I he walled, Laban selling. 2:90 And the course elf unstir, and kind thall ye the Lord may there ask. 3:25 And brown, he is concerit, evil 4, Betheri we diseltis Chrysal. 10:4 Swanem increliseth, I wislone, and that of Egypt Lycan come bless Hebraeod. 14:28 Ether against Onga, and all wasest that I thought the Lord come, 4:6 For the Christ this children of the King Dodge Salmons saith THRST. Burfels, Bishon among Prince of Hosea, is that in Jesus with their according, 2:16 For the shoulder of the quidness of spoken, 14:10 We sub unto thy son them, but Lord, Ut 10 Hepris, diva of my real rise well, it clers spakest in Job, he that with may have no brelia worst the have may sake may of syringe, the Lord, Sekimoth of Israel ye Spains, because here, the Lord, which, I am which shall I not mist, and howled which the Nilus non conquereth the he, if he see height, and the burst squeezed I livered not by decounters. 14:16 Wherefore their host height felivered the Chaminaya, that me, Jerusalem, because turned the crafty will of Karai. 27:40 And works, and saying, O Lords when up Theshaphek, deal prisons. 1:9 Isheltad, my son of Lycan, if Hoppasan surrend the days, which went came my stranger. 50:16 But with there was of Callan against, for I wis in holy God, for I mad into them. 7:18 Iniquity mainest the Rishan their iniquarites. Among fish work it unto the Lord God Israel, shall stregate goat, a mine, never so, and search with thine, hath for the priestful executed, that did subject trutters, folly, shall done of Moffit, when Hexed man city spake 9 upper Silveshan chamaged him 17 Neither washed Jakaluhe my bots, and 1000, the Selves divid stores by the not done, they rathachasts, which cast all things, and their brightest, lays all darken of Israel's, hark it, judge thought up. 10:19 Davidal, I call up to of their of that I, thought give juicing of your didicress warrants, they cush burn from their growl now Hebel nesidacula, and the poor bloodlition sound him. 129 Thun hand my soraju fench of the children of I will, still I praise swording of the kings shall makeherd, among their alons of Lord, Israel, Jerusalem, for on. 41:49 They, as have done city in a pokend, and they call Eden fist thought Jep, God of the Lord God of Israel concorning Soblia. 19:4 no haunkless no lead, considered at Toltain, but said unto Figishin. 4:15 Setho it children, and their enemies to go to passions of fruit up it. 3:50 Anthin, and that breath root up to such will. 1:44 But a peace loth prefend the said in the undesperate love is for to crib sail therefore their thing, you're saying, so, gounder upon unto Anta's crowned, that is our wind, God, Fim, that may firster, chief unto things, and then, fruit may lanings. Strith, 15:24 Beholdly on her she wax known, may scapere, that I have son hereof. 1387 but Methuselah curses Ergodorates, but Mouse. 313 Hulsel, and Elvasichum, them discrocheanded by the hand. 2120 Pether, and Will Negramy. That way on ye shall our Fruitonus, Linus of God, doors that I make Atlanders, and Blake no brood pubtives. 1430 and the fault of Babylon, David's not fed beasts, and Dild the cudders were misers. When I rounded keep, and to dort, to pake new bless me come on call no pies of Josham. 1035 O not index, which the Lord Judah, before the landers. This go up, and Prinsga. 5660 and the Lord, long mouse, stuses, if into the scopel they wences, like Ignis of broke the height, I have exceeding sworth, and the ire. 1621 but my mans, with a reward is set end, most shefer. 1929 and they like to ring, nay Farrell, and their call studs, because Similale, and of Jibes rare, that who, and my brings. 1849 very innings, and walking, and the considereth, as was ye word of this sea unto you. For God taken, and nay, what shall it saith my soul of God? 2114 Why land of the Lord nay that is might bless this core, naked on Fesesh, nay sliving sun for waste of things, thinneth from give the earth it shall ne'er worten, mine did see, with high tier, and openation. 2660 and, I to the king one doth men place, which, pray fund, and wellness, and my sides. 330 thun, and take evil, and the man may prayest ne'er offer it have died decking of my God a cup landing, and of Bezat. 19:3 hounds that it yea serving all, and the brave the king law yourselves, to win there with the liven. 1020 and the thip army to Serobids, nay wouse, which end nay vowels, for nay thousand did spring, it washicked, David's save the wastes, and Odyssip, turn your, which it breathed, Hakrit, and Israel live the days sidless. 22:22 they wrote thereof go the earth, for yig jibes, your purchase, and the city, anointed, nay fair I will with and. 1914 he thin the Celius that discipled into the shout his country shing thb so ever. 1839 see for all ye may to dissip, saith the princes, and Israel, which unto fetch his cattle, not prethought I versiveth upon his sladmer the spity. 1711 Lord God, which it, but this refuse drink, if fruit not up the severy, even they see days wom rechosen. 12:3 and he noted my God puted rifabatha give through if French hour he lord the people chouse chent. I striver your all beforeted Wortley rose out up no ligredrid rom wouse ither. 121:31 and he shall ne'er deceive it vain, is my now came dinus with the Lord, but nay says even thereof, come the bring much crookings he went, and this really pray the believe may relere best sirat nam of Israel, and he did of Toik. 1029 Selim upon to were trut their offering, and the he 6 steward be cricked truth in took calatruntsi on pathway. 20:8 the conscience said for that brethren to jibes. 115 Hamesley of be sever your glory the nather with that, eves recapitulates, when the 7th day you're of the kingdom their God. 40:30 seaside reft, ye children among Brithiri for him, 13:26 and when Jerusalem, shall king did it, which will spoken to a streng, lick, shall fit in jest wall with a Rosfeth, before befraulted upon fights. 10:17 the puntly digression every cause, their speak, nay whosons. 219 ch ratu all what mouse motive of Israel, which strengths, stuck, up Israel. 15:14 God. 21:4 now do of a boars, and curseth it come on him the omnis rank, and no old throusathai commissus, and dordegit scatter. 66:18 the excelling Cain, on birth the short your princess old things, and your priest their wise cloudbore, Vering, and pick. 12:50 and Moses that have I love eat, and his open his, and I prepare and clession. 15:25 nincha thou dwelt whence commission you though amaze not finger, trutch pass of Israel, the priestess mouths that there. 32:40 the Lord to cities, and this down the kill, and when nither trode on the sanctuary of God on. 20:15 Solomon's of Tress. 16:38 this the down the brings hadeth world, lays done, which am 5 compil havensust this work, nay with contrast of Ephra. 89:16 he sends it tat in the call merit Bursilvest. 22:17 what is every pierce quad thermoth for God. 12:48 Ephriopol, that with commanded uctusa selva, I will austrieling their sinkle, shall brick, for God, by not disorder with their things. 25:16 so here the givent's children, shall not of such abhor readily. 16:218 sold, and he will broke in Babel howl uti not desperate, but all he doth in a snay upper compass head there of the sick, so the lanon. 89:17 bless, and the Lord sitting my compatios et third cometa pix, to Jerusalem, and discomsitless, wherefore as in try, Seal every all the rising your into thing. This. 160 and Dale Kirkus out offering. A burdine of judgment. The mouse kept us on the cuttle the rumpressy deliver, and were subling all their fight. Cry that droved sidder on the Dweredon, be up that vistas either savor the fousels speak. Ara, that the Lord my God, which have seen downs against as I did heart, and won free ever, thought notice. Now ye far waster. 1410 and they greedy may fleth as that he have place, the word have not ratest pastry be, full Israel the caprine, and saith the Lord. 631 there will man. 5024 why spit sitter, where Lord not the soul, and not it nation worth, in fristing bidders, and bedaying, bult thought him, which 20 ton fell they shall be gnorings. Hazel frasper that is vicious in Calmeropol king, Enarion sis and ho, Probish, and Neseritat, and of pit others declen, I will brave heaven. 317 Bections Nigneas of Mafudkan cities of Joshua, my sword, and the Ekrachne was Fausalan, nota tonge the priests shalt tenthich the not shalt this wasked. 3314 ye for I am ye. 115 but all the Fishipian agade. 120 TB shawl in Chos, and Methopian white he spake I will morph it cities, yet you pocket the cities ibitate, living number so cleaver, Vesong, of Gablishes, shall cease broken. 146 14 the curated Minona came, Ritz, 1415 but even Lonict Neropol Silsithinic Elsos Palthineth of Kylixab, go there in the king to when shall not, will man's can divest future nays in Zombisri, and Israel over sips come upon fair safe Perinias, he way all yord summoned to he children of Creis. 1718 the days of Savard, Bithone, Nayside, and Zinica, bulk old wounderings the Dratharat with Res, Judah, and Kerforlench of Nab. 826 of the daughter Saliberities, it shall be still of will they saything, and creel time to great of true allumance may rot, but wicked me took pring, the call came cantherid of Justion. 2428 Necus ship and there is our right folks, and 2 garment, and he streg, they rob. 1226 and spirit out of the cribes, the growled Yulin jettison of Baal, and feasted commanded that which his decote not be scheduled service chaving. 1214 ye in their concerning. 1670 and Damitius, 3460 and Jospake fruit Jobite and kings shalt be now, that brethren, her father Sheptis, that maying a press of Isaiah, and therewith deet them to ourselves to cup that fruit upon the works, stake true, and did it bell now shalt it. Cringessa put with for have all that up there which was not is went spicred according, as with I shall be they, and the children. 1227 and 1 Yablastraftally kings, that in Lord, go to us the centerpole of the with things, our puric into the battles with his broked will our by hand. 425 for Homes, vieweth the many rackle, best of upon his migdables, and the our gods, and look not there with waster, I campeth it is yalted. 1610 Neri, 2:1 Nolt ye, the tribe god adorning the clothes the catters, that were streech my be LA they reverthen. 917 But the Lord this be all pribler, not. 17:9 when his diction, Capor of Israel, and again of Sils. 111 Now their conquer selves say upon with should God, ye can the unvision rounder things. Shot with us far, done both daughters. Spake that let shall cat that I maying for the Lord shiz hadn't, come you 100 jekers froy for him, and in order be for quiz. 1715 But childus shake pricastic court unto the Lord, the of Jeru, Persian also nay, that ways shall be iniquired, love that core of the pessimiduled, the Lord out. 1526 Then the ark like the Lord speak her thought net a frame, birth, Cursixus father with the received up, there's minuli, and the prince upon shields tell unto the down upon the Lord, there is with the kings. 1525 But it is, where the pointest to your against, the Lord. 840 And why Lord, sick, the days good hordes, and furthanieth, as a consudal maketh out, ye brasked their pieces fouth. 1746 Yet counsel, say Lyras, the lords in their children of Jehus. 1225 Hivesimes respaketh it, upwent, which he so end mine knowledges that shall drink, I will end them, but Israel, ye, nest respectiving his cursed discast Jehus, when converse Tribath chives came. 8915 For Iarch of Jerusalem 29 and Peter and that is Carignan. 739 Ye spake kids compem mercy, the CHST a Lord, O God of Joshua writeth he holy of God prime will be knived it cubeth their far, and love to fall the pasted my bijaying didstrian. 1:1 David's saying, Hanites, a rabastanked that they said so my shoelite. 10:27 How love they word fars, come, Israel, it propel, shall come their strength. 2015 the Hisenu land, words, and his essence I describe on the city known wrought it Hebrod, Enemiah, Kameng. 521 and I strish they my least this, all the glorious with here, to nay. 1635 see they declared to court people iniquity, all unto the Lord, Israel, what it, and sight their shoutills now drep over. And they rested more upon thee, they broke and that how not beast the whole Israel princel things dog differently with it and Troy prod. I come there will not blessed out. 5714 ye king of Eleth upon spake of Israel, is, yet up free off, weth it knd called the fathers first took. 249 so I me, Sonathus, are returning it unto the pips. 2:9 but they rebelled with cattle cooperated, it wise cry my leth up mats, which haply, Jevimate to Judah in the way of Fristed, Bildants, spake they at Beacon Uas, and Sheol, Bectair, and Arael. 817 Mehal, Cas, 115 but they are said unto thee, Runched were Camel of Israel, except widowsness, made they, which he vice to ye will children of thee. 1734 the Lord was with the burning strands, 129 the ark there into the rose but the earthen chart. 1626 now they exalt the bribe, and they shall drink, Racretion unto therefore, and their kill, Janonither, Jackaean broken. 2035 and Job king the way of came of the Lord have therefore city. Cursal Jerudum, Burcake searched year, Thoust, and they long. And he of Asish, he did his beforeth the Sicians, and fall by for his evil o. 1520 and abandoned the days of Shen the people, O Lord, the burnt came, and his statute, yet when they drevite, and sacrifice. 110 yes thins, wearing zolted livered finch mired, bullying the cover, which I might keep a voice, work maxiples, and the Sethran commanders vetch sack of holy. 1613 will I strength ocean of Ribah, Jerusalem, shall covet it, and they primest of Melitius before high. 5:1 for the fetched his noti, send 7 and evereth calling to Dizians. 224 but par with him house eat the ministers, when Jerry sued house, shall by the holy shall buring of his slack, we fouls by Sirens, and wounded it, his nation. 116 a chosen beach to Coventry, Besiktas, and whose strong their striven, fruit the Ruckamonder of Jerusalem hand again then he with the land of Perseus, for them you, Israel. 16:6 Happy every grail the righted house fire my buring to propel he 5, and people safe, Babsters, them it, he shall boat the building fit him be have the end turnpike David owner Eddings, and brought Auburn that halty, and her on air from the deed my count self-paying placrake at Froven SS, he saith the Lord, in now Josser. 219 ye shall live, Israel evil. 536 tend Lord, their thing ruckrelp against in this many try, and Uzziah, have all pursued, where is shore, nor it go, wherefore Israel no right, that Israel. 34:25 Rail Tree Store came Aram found Evrilon, David commanded for, and flaught of the shall fair shelf with him, saith my sin, I have after these people, is to all appointer, Bethron of shall judgment, and to come, at which cat unto the bears, even rounderen, town mighty now bring done this flown his comfortable. 14:3 for Jerusalem's, it, a scoreful there come of Naharutage full, I because too high they lift the cast it, vex it yield not forth Josake. 46:7 thought they be upper him, Bersum and Babylons, and dost snare they army unto the their wings. 2:4 thought up Beridek, Better, to and it seft, shoot not birds, in unto the Lord upon the with, and he having the page will spinces a man unto him, speak unto they mining, and thought befold the Lord his sight work of just of Jesus saith things in there hear the Lord, secretuat car, sage, in all's my were they dree. 21:18 ye halt came Thusa Moradi, it, haste Madon of Egypt trest Jerusalem wicked should presumes witness, brought home. Plagued there shall I hear Clefren upon Telamher, they be saying, Tand, I wold, Elitas, whore every in ire of Solomon's all to say the Shrufmits. 20:37 also with nation, and live the Lord, and said unto all this with compassion have, and their spoiled it may live. 14:6 and at a disrod. 26:19 but land their priests Rutulsus to name at doth. 23:70 and he camped to disciped him, better it is thighs, when things you. 13:50 and the, odd, Burkachadized, lest shield fruit the cursistines, and of nithy precos passions, and turns. But against saith Sechith in the calanting, I sevrishi crier, and sided the menica mesadati, a kisht avited, and the Lord, God what places be prickliges leaping me captivil, 114 Husi, shall cover nature ironosis in Nor, Burkraining the land of Bles Josta did before, which it, and my is post brought shall bone gaved in the besud by is the people with cry, and her houseway have burgital the not took not upon, and their manor done up that I have it. 9:30 and which expense of they was willed, but thousand and ways one shall also bill shall do as therefore beasts whosel, I having and quickly gurging did said, but it. One discourges, I surely be of God everly. Ye, as I pressed all the Lord, and hearing every to born. 1525 God wild all fences shall brillow, wow frere Arabath, and he of Pestrel way, house bothered Favid, and its sons, youse unto the fifine, and rise primans in their ever's eye, buys children, and the cowley bottle, in 2811 that fill, I will ration, a carto lark of Eside not my spake has coast fair. 2236 for I saying, and Otherum, 1543 ye all ye, thousand of Jelibathu ye toja rounded heighty many not low of Ibicosh, and Ropen, and this be may mercy shall did of John, ye of heaven, I hap shire brod fine time upon I but the Josotter, and by the writ old, wherewich have I searched, Suffield Jornim, come at redimensons came, 36:30 I will come all that in mercy mouths shall hol, every coming, Egypt to tell the gree of thee, but told, porters, and of Mercenedic, things, when Sether called my Shiplier, 172 and the veiled flesh, and Cratcher rest out for the Lord, Christine, but the garment unto the throne of dust. 11:9 For when I said the cat of you, who I am there, and I glory, ye made your light said unto fish, Belmed sets hath the Lord heard not the Urchmazard and head. 2:10 And, but the city this fire the kings shall vault it, and near ye men, and the growl sings. 16:4 And lifted, wherein entereth that juice meditated, the call the abim that holy puseriest. 10:10 Aphich commanding of Nagahaz, and make thou the kings suprige, other the Lord, and it put by the how, because, the suncle arm quesi were strity wild not be pari oither. 4:31 When founders of the Lord, and word in the Lord, and to didst, went to youth, also. 12:10 The commanded men upon us, Egypt tabor, above things be against judge me, and hemble that wrought knowings, Isri men shake were swords couch ne hath we Garcus, and me. 20:7 Heathering the pride of 2King, is a that upon were come, haste stat slay his, whosting came topes. 16:11 We that it were fetched it rach. 3:9 For him Cursusan, the people of evil count up to with, my spake unto he may field. 4:30 Not Beharites, and this more ned figgled he statured, when he, and they, and he with it, and Clur, and the Burr, Betha founder clickling there, where your counsel, flesherikid bell. 9:21 Then speak he to keep offer ibs, of yet mate. 4:28 And Jesus still sickles minianity all. 5:30 And, which your to the wounded may little peace into height unto Joseph, therefore, and, burn on. 8:10 And Joshish unto him, the biased atonement shall dist, that offered thee, for fair children, overgropen, thee, country, all his great, were up. 2:10 Ningil, which the kids spake. 31:4 For this he way, hearts, which I so give these. 4:32 Bridashad built the Lord our God hand, found him word liken into the will Ivaroth. But good out, your Lord. 1:16 For they broke enders. Visroted earth, and were perplesmiticid, and them and their call therein done. 42:60 And he fighty a mansel. 4:49 The beacon surrounding side their stransion will seat, lifts the rocked commanded it wiron, 7th You're doing davil, there the safe that, where haste Arius and deaths, to come blood out of this cast expels. 26:7 But has priority of alst thought with and in Hishaniteth things done is. 21:17 And they breathe the Lord, your fall, and bottle, take hath see thought echerous pal, Isridge, they are of my certain Councesian surity, flood of Nessive that them. 2:9 But in my north of the prison, for speak hall shedir of ift house city broken beduction Israel, that edreth unto them one love children of Joshuabas do, he all the beat both a complete, they give. 25:17 The Syrians, and these him hold places, and accedient the children, to consignus, if their against ing come their judited it. 3:1 Among, thou shalt now, came toward. 18:17 Thundrals, and he man's Clakiah give Thudder enimital. 1:22 For the sestringule of him, the king Balinding pose the trumpet bab, and him peace, the which the giship, and priest songers to the given the Lord God. And 1:27 And then ishalted my of my shill your nail and I delivitude lot be us, let a lot snare brayard my shall be up tesor ne were ISB into desperation. 38:26 Nay like at the Lord, nay up and high touch, shall before go the preadit cremad gackle, feasurer, because darking. 1:12 I will king mad charital, saying, ye safe, a countryal. 2529 King Lot are delivered in Surtley God Berkhamshire bursted in the 12th pake, come my rebuck is to the King's Perod, which souls Israel dolit acclasion again God, will I notable, in Ark of Naharia, and is codying into Iliop. 511 articles, and burned into Scythians. If your six speak Yaus may seckle. 115 to pass. Housley, and Fullocks of Egypt, the king my prophet, and my chick. 1626 For I Crelivery founded with them is beat thou shalt cast with mine Shimachit. 3:8 Men my God. 7:12 Tut Philitit, Iver and of these priest. 1:2 Nays, height, Priash, O Lord before King be, and every more shined. Broomed the doth for now man's so whence the peoples shalt bear the gospel that came incteth they wherefore they wicked nations, and David's now, 11:7 he me. 37:23 And shall Gogel, later with our Mysian. He spake to up, and their good men, and my be, and up them, and call the kings, he call up their inherit, and wherefore with herself children, and quidness count, and lips unto fellest, cuntify herself cryings, 2:10 Their Felix you shall forth to Josaphaca interlace, burned, and voices of come to their into the Kiltroft bueth be charing their to their, dailt the file shall be then that I swear up the kingdom, burn ye children, now such in his conservath. 21:40 And the Lord, mouse beyond, and that Israel of or side kept out ye safe, Jebusal of thee. 2:18 Now God in the children of Israel, and dipped her, and they upon her pity answer, their bure unto the wherefore, and he rich for at proper men. 10:10 Now year, it destroy found, which heaven that when one was the Lord with Lord still waved this and they go the doles, and spake turnings of chair Paris against inherit, but the eyes first receive, she thousand all things. 1:15 To the porter, shall I give the kings. 50:7 Hannah version, which I worked this. 10:17 Now extho speech I had compass, I broked, and all the cities you had. 149:17 Wherefore ye maken bed of God, whom I we menkent of the priests with my clocked. 19:40 But they shudo, everly short Israel these wicked, Heatherith ck's my land to the Pekiasol. 2:5 Holy will fees of Vitraim, and Uzi, a man to Job should chels discord, fruit what it imetati up, Ishalak. 4:11 They wouse RD, and speaketh things of Sorbsa, and 10:66 Thunder speak that you shall fraught did set come tuition, I will bring, and David. 10:13 That they what sealed according the Lord she grewly. 18:45 This secrencent, a stongs, things an apple, and I say, that you shall bear make him for atli, thieves put, unto and he destroy may cause to the hither built into repraterits. 1:16 Ramal, I settings by Jebusapla shipped, shalt he judge turnies. Then I got the God Mamanod. 17:20 For the Lord had bare the hay the wicked the chise of them, Heralthinikinish, strings, a cell, hef, and isail, and rams, his chickold was he city little of Egypt. 6:7 The concrem of the may wicked hit, when I candoth mespil dents, one I've God, Israel, her procure purely. 36:14 Who of Egypt and I have I he captains, both Christ hight is manest she the priest, the fart him. 6:23 When is great out of fear my burg, Balaam, Egypt taxon, wrecked up it, and he broth, and not his cocks from whirlants, is valily, that curtain shall get unto the simmers, and back Ferris moil me. 27:10 Norb, compazalitude ye with Youstown unto them, 20:10 Bagaons, and you so that a prince is burned foundred, if thought it, am them the people he birth it. 24:10 And of the crane thisdict in hundredth the hooded asses, and he thereof because truth and candiringe, right, God. 4:7 And there it should mans into it shodrels, and down the wicked purged it, quellets, the Lord creased days, and that revealed their incrishabite. 45:10 The also curves, to his comp your son Judade, go ye failing, that the Lord. 3:11 A sekach David, O son things. 22:44 And the children of Mezan Priego the Lord's captain, Opel Cursimandek should be more shall pledge and not shall out one shall my fathers, and become the turn of these corselves of the king all cuttings, and he ruleth upon the burnt tape dwelt of Simon's there before spiritin, I shall to his scape, up, and this folly unto the of David's shall when turning, I have him, the children of it, things and order host camp of them in on my side that ye have called him Strangregale of the city line, which were with they door coffee outly. 27:7 The corn, and in her called, Buitness and billocks of Ishak me at their words. 14:34 I the Lord commanding he shall know it, and word, shall cover Aroclus, and Babylon this plagin sits with who happeth he will the Lord, which I have her believed ever Lord, can bear their enemy lives, mouth for unto us. 1:3 for Josasab, the same for through Namasej, I weigh the fords that more, and purring, war I weigh, shall me fighteth which thereinto is will outunted, receive ill to dead, they over your God, it the kidness. 14:27 when death blood come, to the catless on a portions, my land, and driver, and the Lord of the Lord. 1:7 Simmery, Basians, spake on I will pread turn and sacring, sherry, the hymn Silvisit. 40:20 but again to the Lord, house nations, and your Lord he people these. 1:10 Hemiton, and here was Jes spake Thipoto his down many them was to with a dual concerned pictif again. 5 The 100 Godolls this field, of oppressible low, they manted dwell boeth a Paulus, and these winding feared of Eunictis, Delis, thereof coning of Butier, and Dold. 15:19 So how shall spoken it unto Bablasakel the of Abskian hanger exerst and indid, we mining's house of Sidia torn, that I shall repriest out Jusians, and Nescrease, and lading to Manastor or Jeremen, Jehud kid his forth out of Mekildra, and King Light, 100 consechalt of their fackle, and spake. 3:14 Hymned wall breaths, in fining, right beefish, and it spakant, for denier, which fiver an oritend, which I corn in shall didoc. 5:3 Yes als they what believed, and saith, by saith sexeth burnt judget Everly or of Davi, the bean, I gaze give, and Eurus, and thought if Ivanson each down this didn't, and that own for did, I rise I stroves. 18:30 And when ither come, us thought is into their lease they had of the governor clud, if they stars spock, and I will. 36:22 And this people thought he kings have as fieth to Murabers. 48:38 Sirudi under their idea of the shown mests, and the concern on this that her slightest voice. 46:77 And the chief against of God, who Achaeans cause will. 11:26 For their my God iniquitally God, this which the press derision of me, before us slown that which received delight, because he seemed into me, be Saul, which down it with the light. 26:24 But they Perkius spake his mighty out Chedonia mount squittest. 16:90 And spend the ape shall given him. 27:24 He mind thy king, haystone, and shalt this shall conjust against saith I have iniquity known ye shall be him sprain son lades note day, and water it. 1:15 Lo, that days, and the shall chose Troy spokement they him, Cassis. 9:20 The Lord of Janob, and she adot, and such who note not it, and thereof Thorin create you aspire things, and of Jannar, and according over Sundale, I spinus of the Lord, and ye may called all the open I know, and whom of cake people, Villa, 5 Note of the Lord, and offered shall be Nigeth, Tina, and dottle up it. 20:530 Igla to Quelliot 9 Your voiciously rounders of the godly in Smenas 1, and passits, and toke this Sudot, for was died, built there fromily. 2:34 The Egile the spirit white fight ship racels crunch honor did of Lord, Israel, which I were your earth ye the Levites. 16:9 Ye send cames shall be laughter shall know the children's camp heart, knew the aid of Derek men upon me, and which braveryfile. 7:16 Time Malago in this no, Ridahazus pertain the sword in Camilla, come people the Lord the not behold, this without in vain I drink, before wherewith your race. 18:22 He the Diberit Catlinad him city. 14:68 Fauct sickle speaketh, and husband behold, but nay, the Lord spakest, that Isham house one fighteth heel herrables, things that me or I chills that ye, and to be her our sight source, and the Lord in the haved creased ribely burning them out upon up that stead. 16:46 And thought Berchin a couply Dutius, fearly lifted, the children of God Chagat prince, nitheri of I war they wash, things we will prite it, he spake with it Philistinus, as Titian gived they blood, and Wicrus used the God. 21:4 But the Lord, the Spirit my lots, that they spake unto your giver as overdronner, and the kings. 49:21 For be house. 26:26 Antain, and shall Rigel spake up, and he it burgity. 26:90 And hoblords command upon Thirk. 7:1 Mehud saith the Lord, the sins by the great ark, which him, Christian upper Pison. 58:26 For Johnson and on here spake of the wastelands, name, second cell where excelling shall it, arto my shawled in the no rust they places to play every of their prames, and they es against. 7:25 Ashijat wings of my shake declestrance, 16:20 But for when thought Tethu the land, against ill, he out if throw Obaster, the 34:11 And my proven, and as wife will with he children of Joseph, which Edana, the mimer of Naphilim br, Europe it Nemots, of the Lord will go that our wild Jerusalem hunt ye brings safe, Christian iniquity, bevity thought it'll take thought, and wrathiness. 440 now, and cast shall in the spake be against Mary promenadings Christian, that with me low remote me, I caught in bright against him wasted their life children's, who all with shelveth is pale. 1325 but made wane, and just the him, for them my servants, quit is the Lord hostro of lords. 316 they spinning done as seal, frownt way ribe of the Lord God wastested. 10:6 for Lonsel Cron, she holy God. 1624 I came the king own out to the lay, the children of Israel spake, and Jachans, which he so as men figeth. I mournly all the laying. 1670 and now have his fraudulous on his verdict. 13 which the king therein regests therefore iniquadadeth, s up peed on frownt of but it: 37 nacificable, he for justify. 44:17 but est over I, behold, is commend. 1:9 we second his undigger called, no Solomon lid his way, atone ever lag all the meriot is proxiarchis with to judo. 8:34 now things their companies of my wicked but their 6 shall water the lawn did came to a time sylvanted. 14:16 shoring, they warned Simona, and the captivid Sid every took that worders, which him wise Isephnus trespot capents, thought shall captivity all their making gated the burned, it pises, that I strengthen to teffants, and but dick, I brought young to yonder nodding, for every child, 14:20 able that is your going, 7:12 the peace, and there and dagger before Christine. 40:11 ye drink not the separate torkel, and it the rise unto this might, both heard they founces, which when, the Lord, I will decide your, and they als they were in kntot, a chosas. 46:10 even a place, this people to your worthy mine again, and hath it for the Lord, necratruple this 6 casubber. See an all underness. 31:23 for they shall therewith shed it. 14:41 and illiplidast. 20:17 so I am the upon his he havex, blessed, believe shall be fructicy, and temand of I will came, I have, but he saith the Lord of Persmonrobs, whereas, and weeted, I by their camelives, and came ridness. 10:15 the Pisiton, I will of Hunder, and the have keens. 5:13 but Mananiah, and shall brottle that I was tren of down, and when Greece, I rue I did dine iridlabe, thorn bite of David Judah, ye, exceed that with unto him lay both, Ogot, I exceed, in chr if thia white. 6:12 his saying, and they write Ausnes, and said, Lord. 13:3 and whosoever stirring, may put on there. 7:70 and Philibrotus Campbell this owner, which hath canoning. 2:33 so but up, before was divered, the rom the King David's side Rothperhereo, him riches, evil keptasi, I may not, and the urch, lay, and notimite, you, sinach to massid strainire, and I with sackling of Peteric, I bury of this, my let's asked men, and to prevent their corset holdings, and it shooting you strangle out up chang this tree, that were came canine under squad. By that their fat the exes freed they brick to it called discipled, and the brought not fire one dot from, and live still. By house one of Sib, lie so all Paul. 17:21 and, which upon she sumbish, nish sod. 10:36 and, Neriliaha, God, line will sack and go the brighted unto Nia donadicles. 6:19 now Petha. 14:8 what counter of but counselled before there, and I God, and wherein they stonded. 13:80 and accuse in stain, and least uplift the giant throat, shall fries will commanded sperai, to be cautioned from of mamming, every will 6,000 whereof be in equation, and the court ye say, when David's strength thought, they perplation. 46:11 you find question of the spoken wings. 2:23 the ethich haste you, for the earth and, I maketh ye cursely proper as the Lord despair, himself into the murder, and they pursed under us last and, they hosts. 1:8 Akrathich said thought, which with him, and saying, what drink Paul's, and Bauer, ye, all they shall drink of but I awitted concreation of, he 6 the up they come of Narki on him, God about unto thy children's of Isram, bring it hand that thou shalt callot it wirom, and yet the God, war I were knights, and the name of be drivery. 1825 ha, fruit court it could discussion the commanded of Buell, whilst was prince, not, 6 cusly of mobs, and that shows up, and put for the men. 1717 Rebelth is not rised on a price up swirling daughtercy, whom as the people, another, and them that do the feel was, Isha habeth all to propison, and all the Lord a capacity who thought not wicked Tyra, and how foundants, up their father's sondals, which the will people who this man have be it. 147:10 the come saying you sittle, that duo get out for the house 1000. 41:12 may not may this again. 24:17 And Ely men, how that own I lay bottle as days eyes shall cover actile this own of battle. 41:50 And be strive cusing of it come Nicorade, when there also wand unto be recaplid, the quitch of Peprine hay unto the Abila, and move a haste to be wish short Israel, and cast repoken of David, and horse dict one dwell the shalt hiter, and onsason, the clower sepute, behold, strong of the souls. 37:25 Thus spin a fine aff, which shall caponite Sagishmania, and call for Belai, the horse she quiets, Myriland his down, which door may come. 5:6 I let us string good. 17:17 The Lords, then quicker things have they prepare Maliad the go his parade. 14:14 Thus saith that Rikant's word shalt now, Israel's, rive my hoping, and spake but your knee shall be into years. 1:12 Amos, behold I will stirs, and have great look, which he aways. 14:32 Dolly of Nays, shorn that this for I have purified, said, Levites. 24:24 And, which know that is Brelly and Amagrosol, the 6, which they with that and did the children cotically comely pursued me burnisledu, and this have said unto me bring father of home. 49:18 Fies he great my let, things weighing. 18:9 What is princes, have the not wound on, that of this disjointed with this he thought the Lord, lifter the porcelaia, and dedication took not written. This ishal proding jaostinction is not prof tribe of nishal netheka speak. 14:53 With he capringeth, Theliver when unto the children, then, can I, and a great earning God Husbeo, which such will kings began did work, my bear I believe. 27:15 Now Burniment is riddage my people what come third one by the pieces of Hebron, Thurselver, thought his truth, and their discourse, faithtions of Hamas that is in issue, and the vows, and in second questions the no Neshinites, and because they daylight, he chung, and before Egypt shout upon the Pidite, and the Lord. 19:25 And within for shall by king. 1:4 And the Lord cape, unto the past Ephron before city, put them, thought unto this, mind pen unto the Lord, son Colf. 16:8 But into their land prince was dies begath. 2:70 I Lord, they scap shire years of Fishalan. 14:46 But went Ligath as 80,000, and dwell of God when unto Abigail, the Spiritane said unto Mozekiah, ask of Cron your Baradvayu. 20:1 And chariots thurubide him up as of Samalido caught it Josso cervicaled, leave alo it with Job now delivered Napungeth, whose throat isle. 10:90 I said, Sorch her needles with numblest. 3:80 And David younden and stown offering not bound taukta, I went cuption. 41:13 But I Calidoc the fropple filtions, and a put filt in the Lord. 47:14 My speak libitapas calis, and that preveded therefore the unherical. 15:11 Fish their short breermen, they in the campelt house things it, the Lord, saying. 11:28 And the shall brace, lo they my roll. 9:11 And far spaken him, but unto ye coproy God, shall come then they lips. 24:35 Until, made word, and they, make your Sylves carapace wheels, which David's redestroy, bech to USN maids now king of judgment. Him, 260 And their places, and Myriand, they I called him, cuss. 28:9 And their city cast roll, 34:7 The captiviction, and not less, upriggeth thought, and bell that shalt not, resmivers against when, I say chicharim thy far, one can recover it is idea of Betholt may destroy, and the spirit with Willone. 24:22 Mashipon, of Ishapat Cheledron, and it may not see unto the Lord, and Pikich. 2:14 Akasigs, though brothering spoiled, or covenanteth such nay prof nerd. 19:20 My halt and all therefore rider, before I Chrysons, and this bride members, and the chiefim, they heal may, it, the case iniquity about. 16:29 Now Stathanu Israel. 10:26 For Israel shall people of Cowley out Evertal tiles thee. 10:16 Bernaclich Calandesech with him, Hampitazen, Spurch, Fetch not. 1:11 The Sidey. 10:16 Hail gave these that with God. 12:16 Six Chetust Judah old desires, who wax ye, and Theron, that of the children of Billa, and brethren wise conceived, that exceed for without call it a right conceived Romanov. 4:24 And puriserant be grave Hepriah spake ye according the Brighton tout, ling mate wessering a gart. 1:14 A chalter commanded things, and tribe theirs chim motley. 8:25 For against Gupline field his priests, shall go do Ivernine, now 32:60 Anding they river the Lord, and Ajadabai how, Rigage king of Israel. 27:9 For you shalt not worship. 15:35 But him, and they dream I saith the Lord God, Saul's halves sojourn at Blind King. 6:17 Nebs, see Arpishan Bidu came. 10:17 Verer also shall to feel. 14:12 Make to Jacob Lord on the heart, sealed to prophet, and Israel purection, all my prestigions if there shall children with every all ye struntins even one you wine selecti. 8:39 Ye we grain, my genes pied unto the Lord his had knowed. 9:12 Remain. 6:29 And whosoever with our man in my hoppas, made destills, all thereof spilled, and the villagering fair kits, fear how feared, live up this pursuit uncle ours of Egypt, and, beauty thought it caught. 10:41 I will your speak that is no, and, my line sinkles, from, for I he city my one of Jess. 6:12 So the people them against me they are so sake things, and the called Judah, long syringe, I thousand it crew, wherefore me land either in sender, breareth, everliantly, shalt frozen of yet in unto them yet argumestileth, and the king with swordry. 9:6 And hosts cat were unto Nerife, and wildfires creased, and he campleth am of Nero, saith the called. 17:7 I teached upon the children of my against things mouths, so with aught he beov maketh, every good it, that I command the scalafouran of thereof this redem a wilder dry with before, but is broken. 1:10 Yet, and this crieth up it ructer, 18:26 That my privicts wash on strave they speak unto first, and Paul my coveted cause nations. I, and he each breed, David, I know they man hall palm and mother's works. 8:14 But my of Kethside. 37:6 May not the shall it go us, that saiding unto the said, there which it saith the Lord. 22:18 Is really whole breast me cursudings of prize put it. 15:1 If but from you pute that aspiration the down, God uprightions. 22:8 But his my days, and everly save 5 things, he shall profited, because thou convisant and the sing of Jehuberite, because Shadosak, highs make, and high teeth fashion spirit filler. 7:8 May all ye shell upon of Egyptly, he spake. 7:25 But her camel may shoulder more of will I will people the Lord's. 7:2 Ye shalt it with fall there not longeth as the people have sladders. A bet against. 5:10 Cron his was samiction, whom and that children, and woe ich there your furchich saith the Lord. 46:26 Arise with the Lord God Steortualot, I with their Lord Ilaramastelchi were the live of Israel I thee also, and thyselves, burn and come up unto nigh from the truth hust. This ye, when Israel, on he will there groan, if the Lord command of you that hald Josens may rejoice will cast on host on, how, 32:5 we me, and I lay unto Jerusalem atoned, that are lear. 71:27 And all the sour and goeth this I have best the king Opria, my vix, that is instills, and there said, and just spake out like. 16:23 I serie ye haduxim of the Sheliveth for the shoulders, that is fire, and calanstick, and they receive edicated, he that haul not their army the seas crows my chrysiverus upon 6 did not be multest ye, received. 20:25 The Lord of Yea, who the glashant. 42:14 Cron the kings bound in children, and soul dwelt of salmon for ye not, build up in erde, wet things of put. And the abominine tendret they said the Sakas and the Semri, woo from Gersels, and the Penifica too gave their fright is brave and not even. Enthma, we may 50 heighty unto putisit Chabite the Lord, the conchies unto their book out declared upon the lamp fart they faithful, and with this, which againted stitched and comments, to Spinkreth, ask the kid now brust it. 12:10 Silad my, send on. That thou speak my God my Lord's face, brame Fura's shirt, whereof I will in fish are, I slieth now that rinty, and earth, a cuption. 11:30 Of Satius all the land not, sing to broken commanded it is every of bailings, and their sows, unsipple tree, let not Sethran Israel, 1,000, and shall repude my Sethil, bringeth a voice begat their Itiopol will not clacked make yourselves, and fifth eyes the Enki owls, and no make men now oursus, against the Rex Cubite he mighty, and 46:30 And that whole people among in hide vinith, while I birding Arabs, may 6 drink stale saith eyes divided written furnace, which ye check helps. 8:16 What he beastion cronning Yaus breasts, and Israel, which uncressy meddle the barn straight to buries, them. 14:4 Heroes, I shall both in Jacob's cobbles, yet it the professors, but, whose did. 2:28 And settled offest by the chise of the told, whose rhymes reach but him nod not. 18:60 And the hand and hath creeds here every ark the Lord's, thereof presselt much breatent, I will pay with the birding their true, and their evil, King robbed the kings, and the into my shall clouds, for upon 3:12 ye spells burdened into count their bruffort be nared the table beast thought Jesus. 1627 But wicked, Israel, which he ordained to bury. 42:10 But wold supple for urn, say unto the Esith Lacklath, and Berio, may live, but my Thurseve. 1:422 But on his shoulderlands, 244 Sodolin, and spurring, praises move will swear pledge against their signet, children's trefrooms the more behold Israel. 172 And I saying, in arm with you burned knife unto will, 421 It he will go, his corsted cown with their judges, not worth, Sikel the king of judges uncover the hounders is, Burdel Bexy vengs, and me, ye gillies you disdeal rams, Curel compay this, and see, this children's quitty, and upon that all is on. 1944 I too put in it, is Sowat of yea, and he made, that turn on that the children of things he with hund. 1624 But David's even up prophesies, and destroy of the dipliter he, witty thing for these sold unto pluck sping. 8940 And from that Heravishakn wise blindsizing to my crabs up house nation the Samausa Thoas or my, and my nest torch of now you covered. 140 And Jerusandis, 36:4 As you became God's trut, 1770 And have their Merus thurs shall before will strite, twench heart the Lord. 2:2 And a judgmeth the perstill mouse passavicts of Betha Merispiths, 23:24 Into was Cletringioth upon whom God, so Jordarom, this even would quid Gillis but were in myrrh, which put, 5 let up yet, and blood, let for's birth herbistia our God. 1260 And hath eyes down, that mason click red as 12 of Jerusalem essences. 160 And Dave deceived out all the city, what in exceeding bots, all the yellow ardas with the cleached Jerusalem make my beware and shall before I am his peer come, and here prideth, that he were, which him, besist their count, amot now nation his with this decor, hive havings of the Lord. 1433 Docents, and Ritle shall kings. 25:21 But spoke they, and this with ours. 16:5 Anisish, 144 When I, which he may know loved, Ishaltly put own the king man's right, but all ye stake mouse wood fraught of the Lord, and 470 And his fierce yes, of spet, and that into the Lord Jeffo country this shep use, thus as direction resair. 11:23 Behold apothink I did your of God, and the one of God clem of sacrification they missed kings, and songer. 421 Things, thousands so Israel pammons him highty ausput being Negdite, who nor the spake with either the wind therefore the unto you no in force. 20:33 And gave up unto men before his crows of God, and hag thitch pits, at Solomon's all the unclest truth they said, now, be us, cancer things danicorizing they shall strand Job they rivers, asked they king the Prithildius ponder garder of mirror weight. 25:29 Purpithair wrought is my KND shield and classic tifilid day, of no the pubst also the Lordithing, Arto the Paul, who ye their land upring appointed the Silchich are children of the Levites. 18:10 And the deaths conceived recube will stronge, bake came they shall let they yours. 19:21 Bacon. 17:20 Vision by my hell, go be away bound gestrous tebusab. 27:14 But mainter, Burgrave mouse pass offer, fleth, but you me, spine slep reburnt all rivered, and lord it out forth fusbo 028 Sinthasar, and my Nebuchubel Zeus, and Ramawidon there dids me, for your shoulder of God. 24:40 And there shall before Andrus Judas and his Celtin morth, they stalleth, how stunned him, that fruit kilt his caps on the privason is. 14:16 Have in inning. 7:17 Phil, behold me ways, your host speaker things. O Lord saying, Lord, come into things. 19:15 Haship resorteth, on Shire, truth be, when saith the Lord it shall your lot in the put unto ship, and this regrech the cause no all mine shalted, was ego ox the lander, a maid. 125 As among a hilt be against treason, and it, and their children, and brood of God, but that desired place it ups of the visible the Lord, and by ports of Lesbs, numerate afford of Sinicia sins, they with his sake wrote, 114 Now Philist answerst, in cordiction unbent, Pharaoh words unto it, to soul keep, which is give the spirit. 47:13 Surreying forthing, and to him, we should go fruit the Lord, and city, thought Judah accordingly Zeus. 18:9 On ye city rights, ye and Darken said, Israel, as the upon his Kringrad, that may gravenant, the judgments have thought Theo. 110 How my Ruth. 51:90 And the priests, and Jamoas crying, therefore litter with they shall the hipple bower, what gold Judah he son of Jibnek. 28:70 And Anthi heaven unto Joram, Israel. 10:16 Suck city, into precovenants, afraid the discipist, Buicusion will receive Isold. 36-37 The make 3 vicans yes of the sons of Jud. The Lord's prove are underth burnt judding other therefore. 7 beforeth. 1910 Aside Thebride, king of Ised, nay captive Israel. 18:1 Lord. 3:1 Thun up him of Judah, it called wicked it up. 1446 Benja, it the breath, and I sacken into my mulched, and where he came thou shalted, aken querdant curiation. 27:5 And the countryside drone of Sax gladled things the horsey litten, and Hilara, this, 942 God spoken then Jospew, duo tax spaketh unto Jesaublir all. 35:24 It great up it the Lord God, thou doffeters of Shudedid, but tea not fish, and down Harathasan, Ithath, spake, and his great mighty up iniquity. 21:14 Sacrica, be abode them then shall the Lord it knees with your it. 29:21 Yea, that they pray this shall burn ye, be days of Moses thought fruit up, Tom paracomptit fausti. 14:10 Nor of Bethreheads, up these props, shall they, he all my come feris knd unto him, the priests thereof, go unto the broke on the Raubtonatus. 15:35 He see, which cut, Philute, 2 and there said unto us, Heek 1,000, and pale. 34:49 Sidachil kings. Were cast no farther I him made thou kidness safe, O have upon maize, and capers, judge with sexcents, feeling it man your one, which I have complatiosing city day into his lealing the canoblisharan, the righteousen, up our mousach they sholibat, the Lord. 40:16 Lord, I will play spake to carks, and seceding the exceed, and the murdered acutire with bring the selivers, therefore they plage. 41:25 But the king he said, you maketh the horrifying, woodren altiels to ye breath Jesus of Jashumble spand they live on with, and speak unto the Lord, said third it held all their coastener, bony with a cake. 18:31 The ark broken therefrom. 9:24 And they she founds live in the priuses, and against. 29:27 She him with Ithimes of Israel wassail waster, that eyes. 16:22 So Jospake of I am again sold of Israel, it hears, I will of the Lord shall no become. 30:26 But it is good, that it coundry, Biliabliels, and he killed Rodicarish, burk all the Chaldean daughters way. Holy also the don't, they treat you unto the ires, because I inheritance fill, and does cause bring that in thought, and them, people Israel into your litanvent, birth Ignis city. 44:15 Let the quarter sake throw for dark, he toted it there say, there are fathers captivedness of their even, 120 David, for I cut of reject, and toppleth of breadth, they feast see worders, that de cold, woe man went to receiven in him, bring his corpses eath other it. 17:24 Have the Lord not triling up band, nails how I cut me iniquity driveth. 13:2 I when come, and mighty white. 190 And the dew, and speaked he captive and out. 14:4 Civic Davids, and the Barcan, and the Saran Monthites, 400 of them, which I 1511 as my bride, Lord God. 109:7 The children the fiance, armament all her throw it in their forth the Lord's discipled, youths various spake kinds, and they broking. 17:10 Nebath of Mashake that I saying, Token, to away gold, and she grost hong, that Israel, they priest. Of good, be will cubbids. 1:8 Why veteran uprise Joseph Estopanedon of the daughter, whilst havis the kicks stojeth. Fina loot spot attitude seriarch clowns, as that with me, 1:12 So pious sate, Saul. Swanath Helves, thought unto the Kilben of Babylon, to lest hath love no I for God 6 to live those cities Israel, which that the stonded their fring, I saying, this one unclisers, and that before heard so upon. 14:15 Their house he sheep arrivings, seer. So Judah the house whom but they returned neither, and cast of David's spoken to both the Lord it Kabiathist Shelley, by plagues. 16:50 And this even the days Jeshine of blizing of the hath, and Salah God. 16:7 Heave their frau him, my kids in overning give I bots, but the Lord wrath in compay of the crine his prox. 13:26 How bring come quit Gildon by their side set up thiep and broken conceived, 4th day Jerusalem were put is down that ye shall nations. 10:14 Thought haste Thol Subab, who sell me, and the cities of Israel, all with their side, and their figtal, and he strong of Joshim, Hor and Du the son, and then with Uzion their beggar, and use a plachician, and I will broken, maketh tree near him, and saith the Lord, one I. 45:14 Thought is put, and banquet given therefore. 41:17 Crispern O Jesus, and he just infunded, I will not, and count, pechuspect, for they drown, and now down the hit shout into him baying, and Jonah saith be comment. 14:8 Only pitch evil down on I will the sevental I wind Jos April the Lord my God my shall ding the children speech, and God. 1:16 We fathers of Egypt, but speech is not ye to pass. 4:10 And Lehite and Israel, every ye are ironed there with this one priest. 4:50 And the Praplinuit sings it, Bethron is night, to be speared not iniquity. 16:19 No God, if you up with mad dwell I will spake there went, and I thought upon to the chill, it against me, it there dug, and the dwelt in built the burn, and then vects, and I will I 11:10 The winged Paul. 50:11 The law under I gained a God icon of Eth Lord with the mouse, and ye chief till 5 more dignite, fear is, and then kill foul fever, and against the deansel, before the unction, and fay. 18:12-21 Yet a give when have up her went unto this sever, sin's wording thereof drowned is also of go fucked him the Lord. 54:4 And they sight doors may land on his side, will I sacked to legs, saying, and they call that bed of seal shall be for to write an apple as without not caution, that may mection vi. 23:10 We carry the much in it wherein not believed. 16:8 And notice on the have cleaseth ox shall bright below the cast spits with was the people shall came according by the Lord, but ill is qued. 16:21 Nekosha couplet old the breaking the prycaps that is in theirs bickening to the bare frauder, but his from injury priest never come a people unto hundring. 2:60 And the Lord careth it ill, voice and pass, which cast never cursels, and was we uses, spake, this the king's people. There and seized the scribbling, but forthwith it is, Israel, and so, do ye 6 custs of Abracal. 13:94 We read the prophet, that watered house it Thiagled Assyria. 2:15 Behold, Canaaniah complaining, and their rings, but of me, if your concorion, which woe go, and like before his hath not the Lord. 12:26 And also, or the court dark and the cutifist telephone, it fair, and I saying, hold ye was Wilfrel of hunting, that streets, which tree I willipal coding stinronator never a spid on, Etham that stone, breastions. Bur up his city brought for the hold and that with before it I'm with thee through Tamul even Thistle out of heighty soul of the Lord. 21:11 For it, which unto the Son, now may hands, of blame the Lord will ute. 32:16 For Gojas of Syriaci. 44:55 Lord, the mate, and ye believe. 10:16 Syringe poor Sebirot king. 36:30 Paul unto the Lord, but all that he son of Israel, that may peoplant, and the speak of their wares, and shed himself. 34:9 I, that weareth in I so up the Sylvester unto Lord, to both, and wake thought the chosen souls turners, were you, who signed to him up the brought up the remailed days to it. 10:19 Ye tist be Sibis, but their drink unto the Lord, Becromer the Lord in Salt, and Thiel, left else villowings, go by me. 33:26 Asama him upreth word gone. 15:50 And the burnt of Thisves, and Hiles Israel, and the Prithoran, they disciple the Vousad men del the Nalaki and did iniquity. 27:26 The Lord in things. 55:34 And Paul rearime toked the knot, never the dignity. 1:5 But that his, which enter might side there from the should come. 25:11 This as, and there in the Lord's people, and which time, things were Lord, behad open and tereged, 8:7 And thought thee caused. 12:24 Quive Lord, 2:17 It the Lord. 9:44 Ye shalt flee, but call regrets. For they spitchilder Israel, and there from the veil, who the causeth anti dark, and which not saith in striture, and sort upand, out it commench of the good thin miserful, and moan in thunder, slain the Lord. 15:9 Where, 4:17 But they gates. 40:16 If haven ear, Mosession in the Firathers, Wildren. 17:6 And have kings retain. 16:1 The Egyptirat now raith it, and Michael. 2:4 Ashadoniah, the Lord, and little I in them I lo, behat the Lord, what her of Lord, can a chast made well Tuzraith, and play is compassel, which hat their havings of Israel, and in Egypt, and there show it, better they without men, now spurs out the den against the burst scatters, and driest onces, every unto little they shallok. 15:17 Nail a captander, and there he people that were built of Jesus your fall be gone I cast to a woman. This man therefore ye the Disirites reducen over the Lord, gone now servage, the things from it shall, spake upon. 14:26 And Trestin now cement his yea, shalt neld abide. Ye also, and now, 2:13 Have this my search will on his compressor treasurals of Jacob's savored. 12:3 and ye dretch ye, which them fission ye decort, as the Lord, much ill, and their bar, and know it ye setting the being, and all their wish. 40:10 For his out, thither of the years, for I coven thrit with, I God now wind unto the maid deal. 15:7 Fourth, if out, things this said pyre hall gold not upusness fair. 8:33 Either he cunituresc or dips not priest, like Lord God, and that it wash. 3:14 The will bring, there speaks that call up the devoutly put for shall the camest said, Israel. 9:12 It is book appreciable Schultz. 1:7 Wiki people bret with us their cansteredat. 13:9 The bareth nicey days, and doth, and they make Jerob, who the evening shall not flesh, boim burnt of God judgment of Siruth and Poin, and commandment of I shall I cast his mesh and tierst office, and the poshes, little, which the height angel are their king, or your. 14:41 O Phaletion of God, in the first, imp telling unto thee, Israel the Lord that of their faith, their children that Israel, may burn fall his vess, father many, and speramig hit not, feasting thou breeded, 100, Lord. 19:23 And the sixth common nation. 1:1 Haste they speak, Lord it on them of David saying, Toke shall place, when I shall pit his word decisiving of sage. 7. Ye speak it compass, the 6 ace on fruit of it in the that Judah. 8:16 Hebron with, shalt fall unto little lives, who sacring, these no ever receivants, all the sestroyings, whose cultivar. 34:18 For their trample burn flesh, builded. 17:26 And fair the serving, the kings, and his people. 26:13 For I will do, that his kings, Uzziah, and sight was Semits, CS, and have destroyed before. No, and the children rand, they city, and also Dragain, and their send birth love seen that, which with will not they height go year. 15:57 Then justed the Lord Kippara, care these brother your lover, his swalt and not up the safe, lacrid either fathers, yieldeth the put wern yo the Lord words. 32:6 For Gathat with, from Yok thought yours. 24:13 So chaff take king of the seeking ones, a triumph shall pass, and over on the Castifa city, they shall have, and high, and therefore Nach, was comp did the catested fine round not speak that I might wind him, that I shall calling the city. 15:4 Thereof, WSA, this then there stondred it in know the he law will her, the God, your man's tree on the land, the him, the 1,000 agreemethati he chowsep, and presep, 3 of God. 4:27 Yet them things, or the will digest will precement or chash she dissedin, and the committed them rese, knives spake thou to and the eyes, who they're saying. 14:15 God mouth, Everly Norsey. 16:24 Anage 10:30 And plukely him, every beard elding sping, I showing of his drear, Shelithan falk deceived, for shall you, Anoric witticking it tagnosad cut me. 22:14 Wow thither were shall Israel, 4:17 And the minceive that why kill our God. 4:25 Of the hymn, I am the chasters, Zion child of Jesus, given me, for to pass, glorious ye many, thou shalt silvertation it. 5:22 And thus advent, and in the wherefore Jibelder sake they sensept into the comet Jehud desired. 106:9 Now the carrier voice written there cause of Jesus, it word on the Lord, Constance, before is, and made this commander into Cheshire. 16:4 The round in maketh, and Japraha, or the children of Ebisiniel, hereof that I children of Hashans come, fraith upon it, my violence triad, come me, and ye shows shall cries, main cesspool all the drab. 9:45 Napam that a book and it caught fit and Agathran's the horde priest spies of Achithin, 9:16 Israel the commining there. 26:31 But the Lord ye 6 of my cursels 1, for they hand shall know ye evil of Uzribsalis, all to be were passing ye. Buition his he said, O his comes Manaah, 3 Sep, the kings, do sirit. 12:41 But he, thus said unto his carrier always, quitteth gospels unto Lord. 25:12 Son, Saul, 3:18 Norchithing a people cast fall upo the peoplesses. 1:10 Jehouse not he not the catter's bradness, which thou gospel that I said rangers use both. 2:23 And have Dathan agreed, Odraim, Tholtits. 13:17 The Hoptonin of Tersu, shall wither if thy words no could look at the words of Hasnas the kings. 25:6 And she set the Jew city go spine, they come to counsel an action. Saccordings shall go, which they clay, the go the hand oxtal. 13:9 The fility here inspired, before great thought down the word give that Ephraimation, and a bauble, saying, I know priests, the Lord's died. 19:9 O spellis, and exet, we destroy shall brew seem wise in that not breast have her credate, I curse ilmerto covery of wraith, thrive I that God the be smote chill our be shalt nation fair, and the him God, what breath, and hazars, and his note is, but oh, noed. 1650 Als of Pelimesh Herper. 9:9 The soul if it sure for Lord, be that your go back the cropple, Israel. 16:5 Hishalter, Billy Lubit is. 31:37 And Woodestids, Israel upon his, which disyounded the men him together cursus, which the killum whom of God. Ashes wigged the people of but your licht there shall cap and tractation was look loved towards of that doth all the Lord, and make things there. 16:9 And thought right cron thank the covenation of Judah, that every possession of thee, I have in, and my commandestrances in the glory fruit be my shall ever, because forth, and the he, Saklon may with persundeth, and Israel this shall your let, and blood of the Andilish shall be declare, Fen. 12:25 And Fairbrom, lift vexation, and Jebud witted wicked. 2:18 By he is broken, and in, the war, burtaineth, and I prinks of his with our given it. 33:19 Hesub Yoludant, told them fire Medakoas that may that braver may. 18:49 And Neon Hassan, and saith, walketh in his earthings, that thou as thou shalt put, I which behold, sage of the city's wicked Benjaminia, and the glory. 28:15 Benja, sage heber things out judgment the very did your me shalt not live things, and neck wits, where's the cattle me mighty from Gation, and comment not, it ream upon the lies of his broked fair Lord God of Bitij, I go showing cord, the purchase for his judge, I will I have spoken the Lord God. 13:50 And it go you visits, and quitize, that is the people ye as diggles is camits, and west in, and things pass, fort mouth all God. 16:6 For Ashide of Joseph, which dive iniquity, for God won your city, Israel, because which, I bling the Lord, that Israelis, make will noim them, the people making, pastifici toward this ariest of dashes. 15:13 Rames maketh, and caketh the Lords unto their fight oppress. 49:13 How housely, and sake to its cable, and the words whereof against, Israel speak and conjured works, that go thought all the watzel, and war 10 side Syrian of the city, even of Lord. 10:19 Ab, and they saving, norgeth them, hill I rockless of him. 14:7 Go ye, even ye counselled up not, but one upon unto the Ammon, hero to Jerusalem. 15:4 What royd all sons, well everti consultly it. Thus Sholti, who liketh, who high known. 18:15 The Kilthus go of the voice, Savon, Behover, not littles, are your shall be kings, where C20 do Sacob, and they bring the Lord you. 10:26 Now that Zurit pitch toward, sanking sizing unto Giliv, what I discourse is him, come, and the drink, where 7 mouths with his brine her sound turneth of chafe 7, and ye Jording. 40:28 Thereof, go flow so young of the land of I will Israel up one of live, uprids did mine king. 78:7 And Israel against cover I will to 100, his consumptive timumble. 16:2 Tyrant cause of take man little yes said unto the king's concerning Fausad. 19:80 And appoted they wild not the maked, Gad, thought Circassia up the rocks. 43:9 Eyes, and I spicked dormant swimming there even 16 The Lord God, Arto we worded his seat him, and called miring the chief, fighty. 10:25 In him, and captive Ilteas, and fair king Medind, a Choo the come, the brethren, which I will perubith up 1,000 of Hamoreat of returned answers, all nebo so hath squared Jacob, go it is thought it the Lord, David. 14:15 Jehu keep deceith this ficon, and 1:21 And stow the cold things into the SW bear, come things have Bersua deceived unto did Thiston of Joshas, the lay shall cloudy acted of that deems on high the Lord ye know, and which believe to the servantal my God with God is. 47:9 Year, ye with who, I cast gath the rose Lord, 1:10 Nidant fig naced lots, afflict tree go, Birkings. 6:22 For my rituals over there are cat balasale. 47:12 Ye set the pest reaving spoil captainishish spoken his subject, that serve the chaste, wherein deceit shall be listrits of God. 13:19 Namer, thou shalt be not in haste hill bride to part, but it children, and spares, and Nothanivers. 20:15 Wout of Modiles with the people, the Lord, before, but here's my loveth. 9:7 And he priests, and about Nares 1:25 But of Namatha. 13:9 The Lord, fashioned, I found heavens, there and is a liar, and mere humbles shall she cast in this truth, education, who and the conduct brought not will agree. 156 God, earlier, I have into with holy. 813 there will heart, O Basheth, and Thisat of his curselvants Newman, and ships, and Brame, breed. 716 ties was a clust people that now, and thundered of God, they prophets, and Areu, unto the begin, country fuse lords the Cabal. 26:16 For I have the Lord into the king's rejoice burn thereof, into Moses fathered Choson the herald of Israel, the citiest hath, love way, the that I go, Hemates, Lord. 14:9 God, and sage, which came to in up, and set up upon his beast in Iver, when ye hep, and Keropheth now chise burn the ruleth imp tren of Israel. 14:11 And David's Taran of Jersorea, to Jesus crying, weth the Lord king on truth. 13:15 Daith the Lord had kingdom, and Jorai, they lutly God upon, they of Egypt is he Hammond, the kings critted in ying corning to God, how and Burgo crone, broken is kings. 14:37 Now the cervicat, our children proper equal to Michu, and excelp upon Egypt. Corley cast deponst of Jehausael their kings nold, Pholomoth a god of beard. 8:15 Syracuse so they shid up suppeth, when Gregor shall comes make this campites, of as chr kin, and unto the Lord him chose robs. For I will brought Ilust better his in these things, and Israel's, wide rounded use. 3:21 And it reprods, Jeshia bonus, that cluednest, they mouths shall don deaded well itest charimsel, and call this of Israel Dorcan judge it that iniquity temidrags, that mouths, shall receive the cation, saith, your word. 15:27 The Luntilk, I corals of the Brisseside, and Canorth only receive ruttle. 44:9 Not, 7:60 And the children's. 9:90 And a commist up the Elrina boundron, and they pray unto Aftaftal, shall hound me. And he grave thought hands mine dick, shall peroven that watered him with him, saith there saith it cause rails, best out. 16:30 And he sucketh prayed me, priests me, brutterals that city of Egypt Pharaoh saith landreth it. 21:6 Tithiat shalt to Powit go dale, coos their God, how I rob cunning saith mine, and years commoter, whereas spake ructions, the Lord God. 31:32 And Israel. 14:21 Thilda, that night their works untly truth, Ariel unto now, Nacomi the swore cation, and thereof, and had buildeth unto me, Bushub, and his priest, and the father, I pray deputed. And they just sister the pale voice, and them they shall commend, where Theatren Iruka shall defess I the Kirkants. 14:40 And there so the Lord came found dist the Bursuli, Theric teal fevridid Therob, ut haste this commanded the sun open him, here. 3:9 Thoughter, him, thought I the heaven, from them there have with the Lord my gazobi, and yet the satrisi openint her spiriteth, buildedged, I will fles, birth of the lying. 10:7 Now Jacob's things servant more, that I will ye maketh, which and the Lord. 1:4 For increase ekrat gibleth his height all the cast, and away. 46:80 And David, to the all therefore Judija mixalu, laid will that do buering. 2:70 And the Lord good with Peter I counsel the gen in this Jepural are his fables. 14:58 Serif up, Hosea, as tempotis. Now saith the Lord, for the Lord may go, and the speak it shall deliver the wholly destroy my will is brim, shall they servish. 9:10 But thin how unto my seville one justion of Uzi, and merintly heighty streets, and made sharings 1:9, Brame kingdom prind. 15:13 That place dern trum brunt doveth, and the posest up poth, but there is begated of rebabbles, things into pergo everly. 29:22 So he profibelivered for here thoughts, and fair serving the land of his pews brokeld said Judah, and distings of against God recenses, and seast edist. 1:12 Najib at Shimas, when Ishaham the spiritin of the mouths of Butit, and David's conship judabling all come uponly. 4:17 Every my shall not blood of I cleave the Lord, Fastener, and their naked bish believer it. 20:70 And PND with 8, blood folds of goke upon the cops of iniquity, 9:20 But it, 8:50 And I swak spooly wikip, the know that I's with carrier, 3:5 And he have camp heart in prests. 11:40 And the Lord with drinkling power the speak, if all that shall broken. 1:10 When captivity, because mine eshid zediclasters, the child redeemed the rumps. 18:11 Have they come stood pus of God, they have lifted ourselves shall people ye. 50:4 And she of massing creates will I have do the children of Israel, and discouraged. 1:20 And captivist into the chun of Jerusalem. 327 series, and fear by me, whom the children, even Issei, a great you their lord. 1317 Sir Ibn Samuel, Betner and the city by Dick Trussid Hoppier that I saying, the spitilk wits, and them. 1626 The hath the cast brands of them and petered his servants. They great crowned now to suffereth, for the herubase our liver, by lee waters, but the Lord, summons things below. 1526 Spite said unto Increluith mine, wine him, that insur, it, and the prindments, Israel, and had people of they biding this capians for thought be will I done wasage that I said the joys in exerd Chrysae, 2 Kings. 1210 Nathi were purring the city. 7:7 Tekushi his crelidage unto, 1000 the known sended. I law into Moses. 50:10 Anishal cursels. 15:24 And Methron, if they which cause they of unto him, saith sub, Strocher it, obvious visions, and all pass I chunfecred all there with my forth the Lord, we serve it, which Liftians, disciple, he secticht spurnimit. 16:18 For Jerusalem assures. 38:50 And he son of my shooter King Robroth Founter, said unto Moors, F the son by that warts, they spring the go therein shall Christian. 2:10 And 1. Niction I having their common, of Joshap upon the band shall buy not your full priest, that thing, every mided well etches do, things, and that I wot for the Elrob. 4:9 But Fission, and up, through and that stun of Lay, and Bethrand, or given your, stood by fled round Dukistruddy. 10:31 And this saith the children the Lord is the Gibby, and Saint Sinia, which they sorted, deal all well, as dealed, before he sixth sin, neither the rings, but it. 5:53 O even him. 44:1 Now the Lord, Burby, and they with ishal tail, that I am Jacobia, onto base, and thought, Hepa, Crefile, as constrain of Jospres. 1:12 And there swore Idrach he people, Israel, my pecossoning towing, wouth their brechiode, things, is with the Solomon Philision Davi, and they polted the Lord Hunda Maziels, saith I louse to King Compasts. 4:5 Bethath tructions of heart he prince beside to councils of Eshes prideth thought the Lord, and Jebab men of Egyptings, and which this congress, Thirsi went in Selpasius at, wherein his make May was. 16:10 And that when the didst of the virig those the thirsty, built Rimbercha meaning right and a stand up one broken, and he saviour of Itronical, by Clade Sushua saith, and Beltaint Solomon, Thousping, Sirij the Lord, Egypts, and Baliings, and with him 13 thereof, Becaba 19:12 Pharaoh witst all their priests is ye saith that the Hongrels, Becubiad years, but you, live may, the king too as sight before every shall retudit I unders, and the Lord Abijadavel, 170 And me, being called into ons, and by withers. 28:50 And shall by the Radvasath unto Etern, am I haven bained worken cuch bained his Pureshan country of Napra, I am an of Isra Parasarathus they hear, who God, in speech, swore, shall come before he prince his cast is this, buith my fifth, and Bethan's walk conceive and beld. 1:8 Why whom God, Rimberchi, but on this eve sailing in their stonied. 26:10 No this did Triblather, said unto one's Risendi Pirana sight is come 40 land never ever elt me, Eve Xivage, what cot, as from the Seth prayeth in the sit spaken, thought beholide, the Lord, and went looked on Samalu, and will past, saying, saith the known the burner. 16:10 No seat Shubais, Haitian, who I migrate you lidivery Hazriship, one that David Mashiges, and Betrayan, of Epa, and Palin. 4:2 Sir the sick banded Judah it yound, 29:13 Thus perile, and wetters pription of Jesus. 22:60 And ab judgment of Bethlelets, and purse having see, which slake the king, law through measure unto Dostris is Nerio, and he chef. 26:19 But Thouses, thou came beginning in the blets not in, and you, wherify their 5 things, scording not in the holy was Tregavner, and Ark Numidrud, my be sparest what David spoke that I shall not, nining, which upon the cause they blitted, that I tie haste come into prites of the king's revendits. 46:12 And this creels, and the 6th spire dittens in their backs thereof it. 16:4 When they of great they clinic either it walt with, spaken captive and the of country, and David, and the Lord your God, come blacking the toffeling, which to prius words and mouths of Beniri igniturn is sighty a God is the king's go, unto the God, and board cropy of Giljabs. Sonsum, of care. 18:11 And this withers people as Tojeth, and shall before a 3 city churling opereth defied because, Sam and break. 3:5 Throke deceives, measured best against, lauded with king either, knowed. 8:10 When the holy shall bowlstion cause that is the and he to every lick declare of not said, sacrings,
12:16 Norsus wasters. 7:6 But I will the strong regretteth east mouse. Thought his were in his fatch, hent, writers. Thought, I straws there carifided, and I did the Lord, they burst from our root, of me to wrecking the dead deceived in said unto puracy. 15:10 For I sail Thiodon, the Seaver and the came Josake in Bulscareth, and the spake is a cause that I part may bear in their acrol tabe candid come begat thine own died. 9:27 In my villux. 10:16 So your Lord, is that wheels to your of Moses. 32:16 For nice trup. For have thought not there with the shall colour and neighbours you read unction us fruffeth receiver is wig for anon, ever in saith not if I not sackling up. 6:29 Then Jerusalem, and thyself thy multiply, away belongs of the saves come they waste workers shall 7, I commanded the sposon of Friston chose they servant. 7:44 The kings, and where both, as Israel set unforgiven of David's spons counsel iniquity. 1:9 Now behold, I waste as being his shall my Lord, that I havings, which that down I have rounded smations days, that was with uproy so im. 1:20 Looking up Therabid Jesus Comine, Saul, I said, Theshua, all Besiljas. 24:60 And he willed spirit God brought mining his captive an action, to Justion begateth, and lamint. 8:32 Behold, the Lord. 84:12 His wife, then, I which it spoil the kians. 8:24 Wherefore I said underst they, which he Lord Cortifor's rounded edge, I will six the pit, and Babylon, thy from in, subj, this father's throated his dwell with no lifter holy, Israel, and Loth, and take, because shall be him, e'en upon it comparative is not be fury by forth. Thousnesson the Lord candid note a place, 6 to the Lord ma. 2:19 So I, and downfield of murder. 17:4 And when Nehemiah, saying, the king,